far. And considering he finds himself in that losers bracket, that just shows how scary this Scars team is going to be and what an important man Mandy is on that side.
Mandy's been doing a lot of work with that charge rifle as well, but now I want to see Scars maybe get a little bit more aggressive in certain scenarios. They've let the game play out in front of them on a few different occasions and been a little bit indecisive when it comes down to that kind of top 10 situation. A lot of that pressure is going to be on RPR, but a lot of the pressure right now is going to be on Ascend. And I ask, Scars, are you going to be aggressive? Are you going to take opportunities? They take the first one, and they pick up some kills. Ascend eliminated. Throstfang also find themselves with one player down.
Unfortunately, Ascend just find themselves in a little bit of a sandwich. FA Kitty's also getting an engagement, trying to do what they can in terms of damage, but the Arcstar's going to finish them off.
Team Liquid only have to deal with Hardeki. Hardeki escapes for now, but he's down as well. FA Kitty's eliminated, and Team Liquid, that is the confidence booster they would have dreamt of.
This is the difficulty with Skyhook. As soon as you get in an engagement and you try and escape from it, there is someone in the neighboring building waiting to do damage, waiting to pick up that KP. So if you do take an isolated fight, you have to win it because you will not be able to get away.
Team Singularity then, you can see they're at the north. One of the western buildings, I should say, excuse me, closest to Trials in Skyhook. So if that zone does start to pull north, then they will be in a good position to make a rotation between everyone else who'll start stacking up in just a few moments' time. But we've only lost 2 squads so far. And like we said, that's kind of an indication of how this zone is going to allow teams to play. We might see some different zones with a little bit less cover as the games progress, but for now, TSM waiting for that third beacon information. And you have to wonder, is there going to be enough room at the inn for them?
We only have 4 teams who aren't really in Skyhook right now. Maybe 5 if you include Trials and STK. But Optic Gaming, Alliance, Luminosity Gaming, and TSM are all going to be the late movers into this circle. Yes, they're playing for that extra beacon information. They want to make sure that when they go into Skyhook, they have the best building possible. But will it be available when they arrive? That's going to be the real question.
Sutaraku also at the top of the mountain here on Trials. So they're going to have lots of loot to play with. They're going to have a charge rifle. And I'll tell you what, if we do see a shift towards the northern side of Skyhook, all those teams who are having to escape and try and run past each other and fight for supremacy and get to those spots first, they're going to have an opportunity with those weapons, with the charge rifle, to pick up a lot of KP.
Yeah, at the very north side, we've got GMT, we've got AIM, we've got Fnatic and E6. They're all banking on that being a very northern pull. And as you say, if it does start to go that way, it's going to be hell for every team who's banked on the south side of Skyhook. But TSM are the team that have the information. They've just got the beacon, and they are now moving in to Skyhook. So depending on where they find their residence, I think that will tell us a lot about where this circle might be going.
TSM just moved into the building, which is the one pretty much that GMT Esports are looking at right now. There's obviously a couple of teams in that building, but TSM are in the bottom of one of those floors. For now, Sadell, he's got the wingman in his hands, and he's one of those players I've always loved to watch when he has the wingman to play with. The 2 times on it is going to allow him to do a little bit of damage from distance as well, with Sutaraku still up on top of this mountainous area on Trials.
Yeah, they're going to be the last team to really get the information as to where they need to go. They're just hoping it pulls towards them, but they don't have a beacon to work with. So it is just going to be about assessing where everyone else is going. Up into the skies they go, and Alliance, one of the later teams, trying to do some damage. But I don't think they're going to quite be able to do enough. As I say that, things aren't looking great, but it looks like they might have just escaped.
Whew. A little bit closer than I think that team who took to the skies would have wanted, or maybe they have actually fallen. We'll have to see exactly what happened to that team in a few moments' time, but we'll concentrate on Alliance for now as they have to move towards the northern side, and they're going to take to the skies once more, into the clouds, and hopefully into a safe spot.
So they've got beacon information. You can see the green circle on their screens, and it looks like they're going to tuck their way around the west side, around Trials, and then go in the northwest side, because that will work out. There is an area playable for them, and they can certainly crawl their way into the circle, but it's whether they feel like they might get pressured from the team above them at Trials. That's going to be the biggest threat to them right now, but it looks like they've safely landed. As I say that, actually Dreamfire look like they might take a fight against Alliance. You can see that on your map.
Well, Alliance sending the black hole. All of the team, though, are inside of that truck, so the black hole has not been effective. The bubble is forced, though, here from Alliance, and Vibes has to back up, and he has to bubble as well. However, they're going to have the most time left on this piece of utility. Hackers now takes to the skies, maybe banking on that bubble disappearing just a second earlier. But for now, a little bit of a standoff between the 2 teams.
And both these teams need to be very careful, because Sutaraku are going to be above them at Trials and could very much make their life a living hell. But it doesn't seem like either team wants to really commit to this fight at the moment. They definitely got some damage done. They were able to push in ever so slightly, but after the ultimates came in, they both backed out, and they're both just going to coincide alongside one another.
I think that's a good indication of how this lobby is going to play out, not just for this game, but for the rest of it as well. Here's the move from TSM. Look at the shields, though. They've been shredded through the skies, but they found a pocket of space.
That is a pocket, and that will certainly work for now. They're worried there might be other teams with them, but eventually they'll get the information that they are alone, and they have taken the very northwestern side. And if Circle does pull that way, they will have some fun with other teams arriving.
Volin has his shields cracked. Vice is looking to get a little bit more aggressive. They're using a lot of utility here. Alliance, defensive bombardments, frag grenades, every single thing that they've got in the inventory is being thrown. But the only thing that they're struggling with right now is getting that first knock. Good damage coming in from Hackers with that charge rifle. Yuki's taking damage as well, so this is not a simple finish here for Alliance.
You cannot afford to go down first here. Bolin might have been actually isolated here a little bit. It's good damage coming out from Alliance, and you can see they're slowly pressuring Dreamfire. And actually, Dreamfire have lost one, and it's because there's another team getting involved. It's AIM.
And this is the problem, right? All these teams in Skyhook will hear this. They will be looking at this, and TSM will be interested as well. The question is, do TSM have the angles and the lines of sight to influence this fight? From the position that Hackers finds himself now, just in that crevice, it seems like the answer would be no.
Well, Alliance have done a fantastic job there. They've been able to force the team out. They've also been able to pick up a knock. That will be potentially KP as long as a finish does happen. Dreamfire are still alive. Tao is going to be the last remaining player, but both Alliance and TSM can happily reside here. They don't need to kind of fight each other at the moment. It's all the teams that are going to be moving from the southern side of the map that might start to struggle if we do see the circle move further north.
This is looking more and more like an old school market finish in Skyhook. So for the teams who are on the northern side, they're going to have to move down south, and Alliance are one of those teams in this position that we're just discussing now. TSM also just to their left as well, still one player alive as well that we mentioned. That's going to be Roe that they've got to deal with between them. They're inside of market at the moment. If you're wondering who is the occupants of what is looking like could be the end zone, the answer is 100 Thieves.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are there. Scars and Singularity are in the building just south of them as well, and they very much could take a fight soon if they want to get aggressive. As I say that, Pulverix, they're still alive as the two, and they are doing some damage from the building they currently have residence. But TSM in the spot they are in the north side of the map, they will be okay for this next circle, and Alliance don't have to move far either.
Great news for TSM, knowing that the teams are going to have to move through Skyhook. You would imagine the field will go down from 18 to maybe about 12, possibly even less, upon this circle closing. And TSM have a great line of sight on everyone who is going to be making these moves. So for now, TSM are going to be safe. It's the teams on the other side, like Optic Gaming, who might be in a little bit of a predicament here. They're down on the southern side of this zone, and they're going to have to move.
Yeah, we could very likely see some Valkyrie ultimates come into the equation here, and it's going to be a case of just hoping for the best and maybe trying to land on a team that is currently under fire so that you can then take their position. But that is not an easy thing to do. LG have also got to move a long way, but you can see Optic Gaming, they're on the south side of this circle. Right now they're fine, but when they get that information that the circle is going to be moving over towards market, they will have to make a decision of how they want to approach these next stages.
GMT kind of playing gatekeepers. The southeast side of Skyhook. A bit of chip damage coming out of the wingman of Sadell. Last time we were with him, he had the 2 times, but he knows that things are about to get a little bit closer range, shall we say, when these teams start to rotate in. So he swapped out for the 1 times on the wingman. Nice shots coming in from Rambo. 2 times on the charge rifle. It's always good to hit shots with that sight from that kind of distance.
And it was E6 who jetted up into the sky, and they've landed near Pulverix now. And they won't necessarily know it's Pulverix just quite yet, but if they do, they might try and make a push. It's a 3 versus 2, of course, but I think they're both residing in that same building, and they're on different levels, so good news for Pulverix fans, they are still alive.
I wonder if Alliance are aware of TSM's position as well, because if Alliance try and make a move, maybe commit, and take a bit of damage, TSM could be behind them. And if they haven't shown presence, that will be some easy KP for them to pick up. But Pulverix still on top of the mountain, and certainly in everybody's hearts here in the arena as well. Right on the center of this middle structure, just the 2 of them just battling against all the odds, and what a performance they've put in.
Yeah, and the fact that E6 are below them, that means if E6 want to try and push this, Pulverix, you could still argue in an advantageous position just purely because they play the height, they can watch the ropes. and they should be fine. Now, Sutaraku, who were on trials and know they have to move, are going to have to do so shortly. They've got 1 minute and 40 to think about their rotation. There is a building just kind of southwest of Market. They could try and prioritize, maybe play behind some of the scenery that is around it, but they will be watched by the likes of Singularity, who are going to be there waiting in the building, and Alliance will also have a very good angle on them as well.
Well, this is a rough circle now for everyone who's inside of Skyhook. TSM are in a pretty good spot on that northern side of things. You can see they are safe for the next zone, but everyone in Skyhook will have to leave at some point. The only problem is the circle's kind of created a bottleneck now, where all these teams who are stacked up upon each other, just looking at each other through the windows, they're going to have to run alongside each other as the ring is going to force them north.
And just look at the fact that Dreamfire are still alive as well, by the way. They were certainly struggling in the early stages, but they've been able to rat out, and actually they are the closest team to that final circle at the moment. But Alliance may try and take them down. And now we're going to see whether they can achieve a successful push. But Godfire, they're going to have to move, as are several other teams. And if you can get some damage out before you move, that certainly will take some attention off you.
Yeah, get those Evo shields leveled up, because you're going to be tanking damage as you do move. But I tell you what, this game is like a firework. You've got the fuse lit at this point, and the flame is slowly starting to make its way towards the base and the gunpowder, and it's about to go off in here. Just a few moments left until we see that zone really start to influence the game. This is where the big calls come in from teams. This is where you make your money if you're an IGL.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming already moving. It's Optic that are shooting them in the backside, but Optic know they need to move as well. So that's good. Make yourself big, make yourself scary so that you get as much room as possible before you eventually try and traverse this map. But this is going to be so tough for the likes of Optic Gaming, and you've got to jet up in the sky. This is sometimes the only option you have, is to use the skyward dive.
Well, as we see Luminosity take to the skies, let's jump into a listen in and see how the landing is.
Anybody roof?
Nothing.
Dive for roof.
Get ready to dome instantly. Play this side of the gens.
Yep.
We got a team on us. A team on us, boys.
On us. I'm bubbling back.
90 on 1. 90 on 1.
No, dead.
Almost killed him. I got stuck.
Yep. Mark blue until let's go.
On the back.
Hold it. You're good.
We got 2 buildings.
Dodge bombs. All you heal.
I'm dead.
You're good.
Go.
Push shield. I'm rezzing. Think we're good.
Pick up there. Drop the shield.
You might be able to armor swap.
I got a shield.
There's a
Watch
gold
this climb up, boys.
Yep. Once you're healthy, start looking around. Keep getting barrels set up.
Kills on our northeast, maybe. Reloading.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay.
They might be over there. Maybe tracks as well.
Yep.
Jimmy's one there.
Doing it. Let's loot now.
There's some boxes.
I got gold helm.
Pick up the gold backpack.
Yep.
I got a gold bag.
Take my helm.
Grabbing it.
I need some light.
I have gold helm as well.
Okay, good. Careful above. There's gonna be kills here for us, okay?
Wraith right here. In this corner.
Okay.
Just a Wraith.
We have to play to that.
Yeah, we do.
They're fighting hardcore over here, boys. Kills here too.
Yeah, I see that.
Don't get over
Careful,
the stuff. I'm watching your
Did
side.
that team rep? They rep from the side.
Heard. I'm queuing this over here. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to play for that maybe.
I think we do.
What else is in for us? Start pinging shit.
You're like crouching right there. Otherwise, it might be
Wait,
just
we
like
might be able to
against this
take
building.
first floor in that build too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Yeah.
first floor might be good. We have to.
I don't have my ulti though. I need a gold helmet.
Yeah, take a gold helmet.
Take it.
How far off are you?
I'm 50 away.
50, okay.
Okay, we might just have to fucking full send into that shit. Where is that? Okay, let's look southeast.
This
Let's
side,
southeast.
this
We gotta give me ulti. We gotta
Okay,
give me
get ready to go.
Well, the landing was a little bit bumpy, but Luminosity find their way to survive. Now you can see, trying to set up the next play, as are Pulverex. Unfortunately for them, they're down to 1, but the numbers game has never been on their side.
Well, you're playing a Wraith, though. You can go into the Void to get away from fights if you play it correctly in the R Central Circle. They do stay alive, as TSM also looking to move in. And as this circle is closing, we're going to see a lot of teams forced together. We're going to see a lot of deaths on that kill feed, but it's about hitting your shots now.
Well, here's AIM Esports. The aim's going to have to be good. It's going to have to be true in these fights that are going down. Alliance eliminated. Pulverex, unfortunately, eliminated as well, as we get ready to see that Nox gas start to really have an impact on this fight.
Very important, you've got a core stick here. Unfortunately, the core stick goes down just as you're trying to climb. Unfortunately, ripped away right under his feet.
It's Luminosity, who are on the other side of this building as well, trying to make anything of this situation. Enemigo gets that barrier off as well, gets some barrels down, manages to get the finishes. Shiny's alongside him, Monsoon on his back, just calling out to them exactly how to play this one.
These barrels are massive. They give you that little bit of coverage, that little bit of extra protection as well as the shields, but it's Godfire on the other side, shooting through the windows. They know they can get some finishes here, but the shields are doing everything.
But it's not going to be easy for them. Bin's kind of sending it here. He's going to back off. He's going to be pushed back in. Bin now trying to survive behind the knockdown shields. The Q is going to at least give him the information he's looking for. There's 3 still alive here.
How on earth is this battle still happening? They've managed to isolate themselves away from everyone else. Luminosity Gaming still going to fall.
They're sending
AIM are
it.
going to get involved.
They're sending
AIM will
it.
finish one, but do they know the other team is around the corner?
Luminosity eliminated. That will be the end of their game here. We're down to 4 squads. We're down to 3 squads as Godfire will fall as well. And AIM Esports still have Uxako alive here.
AIM still alive, 100 Thieves still alive, Scars still alive in the central circle, as Scars look like the favorites right now because they have 3 up, but so do 100 Thieves, and Omnu and the rest of the squad can do a lot of damage because that is a Kraber with 2 bullets.
2 bullets.
Oh!
The body's gonna chip away, but it's not gonna be enough to get that knock that they are so desperate for. Scars. Manny popping the ult accelerant as well to get that bombardment back as quickly as he can, just peeking that head up. But as we know, there's a Kraber with 1 bullet in. You only have to show your head for 2 seconds and that can be removed.
Well, Mandy has the most kills, he has the most damage in the tournament so far, and boy, do they need to rely on that in this final circle. But this 1 bullet could be everything for 100 Thieves. If it hits ahead, suddenly it can flip a fight in your favor. Scars well aware of it. They would have heard that bullet, and they need to be careful.
Bubble been forced on one side. That's going to be AIM, who now do not have a bubble. 100 Thieves get the wall down to at least make a little bit of progress. Defensive bombardment's going to be thrown in. 100 Thieves get the first knock as well.
Now you can use Watson, now you can protect yourself, and now you can use Newcastle. This is perfect from 100 Thieves. They have the setup, they've got the high ground, and they've got the Kraber bullet.
1 bullet to play with though for Ommu. If he misses this one, such risk reward, then maybe he's just going to be left with 1 gun. That's a lack of ammo if you get into that elongated fight. So 100 Thieves, even though they've got a great position here, have to be careful.
Scars are the trolls under the bridge, quite literally at this point. AIM, though, still alive. Uzaku is going to be that last remaining player, a real thorn in the side to both of these teams. They've got to try and get rid of the rat first before they take a 3v3.
Well, the rat will be dealt with it by the looks of things, but they're having a little bit more problems than maybe they would have wanted here. Ommu's going to lose his shields. He's going to have to get some fences down, and Scars, now they're going to bubble out as well. The Peacekeeper comes out, it's 99, but it's also Mandy on his back. RPR will fall as well. 100 Thieves. Keep it cool, keep it calm, and collect the win.
The perfect final circle for the composition they were playing. Watson, the generator goes down. It protects you from the bombardment, and then Newcastle drops the wall. And it gave them so much protection on top of that bridge. As for Scars, it was a fantastic effort, but unfortunately, the sole remaining player of AIM really threw that circle. It was a spanner in the works, and it made it so difficult for 100 Thieves to play, but they kept their cool, and the composition paid off.
And when we were talking about where that zone could potentially go, before we saw it pull to the north, you look at that zone and you look at each other and going, this looks like a market zone. Who was there? Who made the early rotation? Who depends on an early rotation with the composition they're running? The answer is the winners of game number 1, 100 Thieves.
And they've just got more points in that 1 game than they did in the 4 games in the previous series for themselves. So this is going to be a real motivation boost now for them. It's 25 points, it's 13 kills, and that is a fantastic way to start your day in the Losers Bracket Finals.
100 Thieves taking advantage of the position they managed to lock down. And those 13 kills, they're magic to 100 Thieves. A lot of the time when we see 100 Thieves succeed with placements, it's usually the placement points which will dominate. The kills kind of secondary, because with the Newcastle and Watson composition, sometimes you're kind of lacking a little bit of aggressive utility, but they made it work. They were hitting the shots. Scars with a strong performance though in 2nd place.
Some good points all round as well for AIM, Godfire, Luminosity. Team Liquid having a far better start than they did in the previous winners bracket matchup. Pulverix getting a point on the board and find themselves in 11th after that one, technically. But of course, they're going to need to find more points if they want to be in that top 10. Optic Gaming also not having the start that maybe they would have been expecting.
Very tough zone though for Optic Gaming. The amount of distance they had to travel, landing over at Big Mord towards Lava City, that's pretty much the complete opposite side of the map for them. So Optic hoping to the RNG gods that maybe there's going to be a couple of zones which pull a little bit more southern, hopefully a little bit more southeast for them, and they'll be a lot more happy.
Yeah, it could have been very different for Optic Gaming as well, and several of the other teams. That if that circle had pulled a little bit more to the south, even in Skyhook, it's still playable, but there's the three gentlemen that were able to get it done. 3.8k damage. My.
That is a huge amount of damage coming out of the man who clutched up earlier for 100 Thieves with a ridiculous 1v1 win when we were over on Storm Point, but World's Edge seems to be even more of a home for him right now.
And before we started this Losers Bracket Finals, the most time alive in the tournament so far was Vaxlon with 59 minutes and 20 seconds. He would have upped that now, and he very much will be the biggest survivor that we see in a survival game, in a Battle Royale. So hats off to Vaxlon. He has been an absolute asset to this 100 Thieves roster.
He certainly has indeed, and 100 Thieves the perfect start for them to get that win on the board. And I'm sure there's a couple of teams who are down in that bottom 10, even with 7 games to go, who are starting to feel extremely nervous. But that is going to do it all for us for now. It's time for us to jump into a break. When we get back, map number 2 of the Losers Bracket, round 2. Welcome back, everybody, to Raleigh, and welcome back to the ALGS Championships, and welcome back once again to the last Charles Saloon, the last 8 games of the day, and we've already had the winners of game number 1 here. 100 Thieves coming out strong in game number 1, and just during the break, I was like casually, having a little think, making the grey matter work, and I was like, you reckon that game from Vaxxon might have been the highest damage game that we've seen so far? And your eyes lit up because you love a stat, Dan, and you dived in.
I do love a stat, and I went into the books, I had a look, and yes, it was the most damage we've seen in a single game so far this tournament by 1 single damage point. Previously, it was Mandy with 3,830. Vaxxon topped it with 3,831.
Wow,
Mandy's going to be livid that he's not able to hold on to that stat.
Very, very interesting to see it as we see some of our other teams just getting prepared once again to jump back in to World's Edge. Now, Zone, I think, is going to have a big impact in these first 4 games. We've just seen how impactful the Zone was for the likes of 100 Thieves, obviously coming in with a win, but Optic, that Zone was a tough one for them. They had to make a long rotation, and I have to give a lot of credit, actually, to Scars. And you can see the little Mandy fans, we'll call them the Mandy fan club, and why wouldn't you? Look at the man, incredibly handsome, incredibly talented. But the rotation they made from Overlook, still quite a way to go for them. They got into a great spot. They just weren't able to win that final 3v3.
And I do want to correct myself slightly, because Mandy earlier, I said he had the most kills in the tournament. It's actually his Watson who is above him, but I didn't have it quite scrolled down far enough.
Cannot trust
his
you
Watson's got that many kills.
Okay.
He was off the charts and off the page, right? But Mandy, most kills in this lobby at the moment and second most in the tournament. But it's Vaxxon who took the plaudits when it came to how much damage he was able to do in a single game, breaking records here in this tournament with 3,831.
We've got some Timmy fans in the crowd. Why would you not, again, be a fan of Timmy? Shout out to Timmy at home. I'm sure he's watching right now, and I'm sure he's having a great time. But for now, we're just waiting a few moments for the game to get underway. The players, deep breath for them. And while we wait for that game to get underway, and I can tell you it is live, it gives us an opportunity to appreciate the wonderful crowd that we do have here in Raleigh, who have been giving us their energy for every single day that we have been here, and every single game and kill has been supported by them as well. It's time for us to start that all over again. It's match 2 on World's Edge in our losers bracket round 2.
And the teams who had been struggling on World's Edge in the previous series are starting to find their form at just the right time. Apex Legends is all about peaking at the right moments, and it does seem like some of these teams have woken up.
Peaking at the right moments in more than one way as well, not just throughout the tournament, but sometimes you have a little look through a window, you look around the edge of a rock and you can have your head removed. But for now, hopefully all these teams will be peaking at the right time when it comes to getting those wins on the board and getting the points they need to get inside of that top 10 and make the grand finals. That's what these games are all about.
And again, we are going to get an even share across World's Edge. That's why some of these teams do prefer it over Stormpoint, because it is easier to grab one of those POIs and not be contested, but you can see where the circle is going to be moving, and Alliance are going to be extremely happy with where we see that circle, and so will Singularity actually dropping over towards staging.
Yeah, Singularity going to be in a great position, and maybe a little bit of a battle between them and Alliance, but as we know, sometimes we see Alliance, these thermal station zones, they like to play a little bit off keel. They like to maybe rotate out towards the south side, catch teams off guard who are making a rotation, try and take a little bit of a 3v3 and then work their way back in. So we'll have to see what happens to Alliance as this game does continue. But the Skyhook zone, the Skyhook POI, the Skyhook landing zone belongs to 100 Thieves as we watch them on their loop path.
And it was just perfect for them, wasn't it? It was a circle that worked out for their composition as well. We were kind of wondering, when was it going to truly show its colors? And even though there has been games here or there where 100 Thieves have been able to find that success, that really was a demonstration of why you play Newcastle alongside Watson and just how important it can be in those final circles.
We'll have to see how this composition now works, though, if they can't get that priority position, right? This is the question we were talking about in the green room before we got these games underway. If you get the great spot, this composition is very, very difficult to break down. You've got the Watson gem, the interception pylon, which is just going to take the Gibby ultimate out of the equation, take grenades out of the equation. You can create your own fortified area using Newcastle, but what if you have to force your way into a situation? What if you find yourself in a team fight? You don't have those offensive weapons. 100 Thieves are going to have to show its raw gun skill for them.
I mean, thankfully, Newcastle can also provide a shield that moves and you can kind of walk with it, but with the amount of teams usually in a circle, there is going to be several angles where you're being shot from. But I've certainly seen 100 Thieves just kind of skyward dive into a circle, find a little bit of room to play with, and then suddenly the castle wall comes up from Newcastle, and they really have been able to make it work. My bigger question would be if they get into the grand final and match point becomes a thing, how good could that be? And this composition could really provide them with a victory if they get onto match point.
Yeah, and I even wonder if it's going to be a composition that other teams might look to adjust to.
Yeah, for sure.
For now, though, it's going to be TSM who are once again making adjustments. Imperial How, we saw him at the end of the previous groups of games, the winners bracket, moving over to Seer for the last game. Now he's back on Valkyrie, Verhulst back onto Caustic. So TSM still tinkering, we'll say, with the composition, still trying to find a little bit of comfort.
Yeah, I think they were trying to just push themselves a little bit further when it came to that last and final game in the winners bracket. And they'll be disappointed to be in the losers bracket, that's for sure. They would have wanted those extra points going into the grand final. I'm sure they'll still be confident they'll make it, but the job is not done yet. They're in 10th position at the moment with the 4 points they've been able to secure, but they need to be finding that form. We've seen TSM on World's Edge for years perform at a very top level. They have not done so far today, but I'm sure there will be a change around the corner. As for AIM, they were able to get very far in that last game and actually run rings around the team that was trying to take them down.
Yeah, third place was AIM finishing up, and a decent amount of points on the board. 12 in total for them, so a really, really great start. As now we see them taking a wide rotation towards Overlook, and they're going to be taking their time to, I think, play edge and just loot up. You can see already purple armors across the board for them. Lots of attachments and a little visit to the replicator as well to do a little bit of crafting, a little bit of sewing, whatever you might want to do over there.
Also, I blinked and Alliance were alone at Thermal Station. I open my eyes, I look at my map, and suddenly half the lobby has arrived at Thermal Station and surrounding areas. So there is a big old hefty early rotation for a lot of these teams. It's another one of those circles that is a little bit more predictable here on World's Edge. But again, Onset, Optic Gaming have to move a long old way over towards the likes of Thermal and Staging, so they are taking their time at Big Mord with their loot. Scars are also going to be moving in late, as well as Team Liquid.
Yeah, TSM are also going to be late in comparison to some of the lobby here, so they're going to have to approach this in a little bit of a different way. And just looking across the inventory from TSM again, not leaving Fragment East without some decent armors once again. Some of the issues they've had going into these games, white armors across the board, but this time they've got a couple of blues and a purple.
Well, as it stands, TSM would have a free rotation through Harvester. They won't know that, and I don't want to say it too loud either, but they should be okay if they are quick enough. 100 Thieves were a little bit worried they might have been having to take a fight, and they may have to take a fight because Vaxlon has actually got a knock here onto Sutaraku, and Fussy's fallen.
I mean, we talk about standout players, but standout guns that have stood out so far here in Raleigh. The 30-30 repeater has been consistently dealing damage and getting knocks, and it's almost one of those weapons when you get shot by it. Sometimes you just don't expect to get hit that hard. When you're here on LAN as well, it really does chip away at the damage, and a couple of bullets, that fast fire rate, and then a headshot alongside it, you can find yourself on your back.
And we've seen a lot of Skyward dives be absolutely destroyed by the 30-30 repeater as well. It really has found a home here in Raleigh, that's for sure. Now you can see the circle information on your screen thanks to those who do have the beacon. It is going to be going a little bit on the north side of Thermal Station right now. And that's why we see so many teams already residing in these areas. Luminosity are going to bank on taking the lower level here at Thermal. It's such a difficult place to hold because of the angle that you can be shot by from the north. But thanks to having a Valkyrie, you can kind of posture yourself in a way that you can still be aggressive.
Yeah, this position is very interesting for Luminosity. This is one that we actually do see TSM play quite a lot. They like to play this low ground. They have the cover, as you can see above them, from those houses which are up on height. Also that kind of crane platform where the zip lines do connect. So you're safe from all of the pain that can come from above. The only problem is when you have to leave, and you have to try and work your way round and back into the zone if it pulls towards Thermal. So it's also one of those positions where you don't have great lines of sight. So it's kind of a survivability position for them for now.
Team Liquid are still going to be rotating late. And actually, TSM have doubled back on themselves. They were originally going through Harvester, but they've now gone all the way up to Countdown, have TSM. Maybe looking to try and prey on the likes of Team Liquid, who are going to be rotating in a little bit later. That is an interesting strategy, and we'll see how it develops.
Yeah, maybe looking for a beacon as well. Maybe just doing a little bit of crafting, whatever it might be. It is actually the crafting which is going to be the answer to the question. Making sure they've got the batteries, making sure they've got the meds, and maybe thinking about tanking a little bit of zone as well. Med kits will be a requirement and necessity if they want to approach this game with this kind of game plan.
They just want plenty of resources. Do they know Team Liquid are still in Skyhook, though, would be my biggest question. And If they don't, they need to be careful. But Liquid will probably skyward dive out, and then they will be seen in the sky. But aside from that, most teams have already found themselves around the staging and lava area. And we are going to see so many teams just very close to one another when it comes to these buildings down in Thermal.
And this is one of the best buildings to be holding as well. This is going to be Element 6 who have managed to get into this position. And this position, which historically I've called kind of the NRG zone, so to speak. They land over at staging. They win a lot of these zones in this kind of choke area. It's going to be held by GMT, so 3 different letters, but the Wattson fences are up, they're glowing. And you can see Rambo on your screen, the man who makes me jealous every time he walks past with that hair.
For many reasons, but mainly his hair, yeah, that's for sure, and mainly because he can probably put a word together like I can. But what an addition he has been to GMT when we talk about substitutes being introduced to some of these rosters. Rambo certainly has not looked out of place with GMT, and I'm excited to see how they are able to play this circle, because they are in one of the positions that means they are going to be facing several different angles, facing arguably several different teams as well. So you do have to kind of spread yourselves out, which is exactly what they've done.
The interesting thing here for GMT is Nasky's obviously made the call and he's banking on this being zone, right? They don't have the information of the next beacon, so they won't know that they're not going to be in the best of positions when that zone does move. But what they can do, Dan, they can hold all those teams out rotating from the north, trying to force their way through that little choke that you're seeing patrolled right now by Nasky. So if they can pick up KP, then they may be able to clear the way for themselves to move in.
Yeah, KP could be the name of the game for GMT, and just make sure you get some on the board before you have the inevitable difficulty of moving southward, and you will be running into a team like Alliance, who probably will hold you out from the circle that we have seen. But it's just about winning what's in front of you and doing what you can, and hitting some shots maybe on this skyward dive.
Looking at the kill feed, you can see FA Kitties are there, and Hardeki, once again, with a 30-30 repeater, is going to take down a member of Team Singularity. So GMT still trying to hold this spot down, still trying to do a little bit of clay pigeon shooting at the moment, but the 30-30 not quite connecting. It's Sutaraku who are making that rotation. You can see that Rico's already taken a huge amount of damage as well, so they're going to have to be extremely careful and tiptoe into a position. They ain't going to take any more damage and they can get their shields back up.
Yeah, they can re-heal and they can at least reassess about where they want to go, but they are not in the circle at the moment, and they know that, of course. Pulverex is still alive, and of course 20 squads still are, but now they're being pushed and they are in trouble.
Oh, the portal's down though, he's out of here. Batayan, unfortunately, is going to go down. Legetta is last alone. And once again, is going to have to play this one as a solo. He looks at his teammate and says, I wish I was with you, my friend, but unfortunately I'm going to have to leave, and that will be them eliminated. Unfortunately, for Pulverex, they will be the first team out of the lobby.
It is a shame. The dream, unfortunately, does not carry on in match number 2. Singularity just able to pick up those extra little bits of KP. Reject were also in the area to help out with the destruction there. 19 squads still remain, though. It's another one of those circles on set where we are going to see a lot of those teams getting to these later circles, but then it's suddenly going to explode probably when we start to think about round 4 going into round 5.
It was a full, like, go on without me moment from Sutaraku there.
It was.
You know what I mean? Turn around.
They locked eyes.
Go on without me. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to survive for too long, which leaves us with these 19 squads. But 100 Thieves, they found themselves in a position. It's a little bit of a janky looking position, but again, with the ability to use the castle wall.
Oh, wow.
From Newcastle and the gen down, created something a little bit out of nothing. Good shots with that 30-30 repeat that we saw just a few moments ago. Omu's, he's in a good mood. He's vibing right now. Why would you not be after a game 1 win? But they've also got the ability to hold down with those Wattson fences, as have Ascend.
Yeah, and Ascend, who didn't have the best of match 1s. They looked a little bit frustrated when they were eliminated, but they seem to have put themselves in a position now which is going to be a very commanding one indeed. And with Wattson to work with and all those fences to defend them, they're certainly going to be able to stay alive for quite some time, but they will inevitably have to move, and TSM eliminated by Optic Gaming.
Optic Gaming introduced themselves to the lobby, taking down TSM. Remember, after game 1, TSM were in 10th place. Optic take the high ground here in Thermal Station. A massive, massive moment, maybe not just in this game, but maybe it's the tournament as a whole.
I mean, the grand scheme of things, you've got to be looking at the likes of TSM, the likes of Optic Gaming. Both of them should be making that grand final, considering the players that are on these rosters, the history in these rosters as well, especially in recent times for this Optic Gaming roster, who really have had such a surgence from a unknown squad who just suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started to destroy everyone in tournaments, to them being signed by one of the biggest organizations in the world. And they certainly will not be making TSM very happy. TSM obviously trying to make that late rotation. And it wasn't just Optic Gaming that was shooting at them. I think everyone had eyes on them, but Optic Gaming with the ultimate high ground and the weapons to do so got a couple of that KP.
Yeah, Optic looking to go from unknown to unforgettable in the next couple of days here at the ALGS Championships. Skittlecakes has done some ridiculous, ridiculous things here on World's Edge, and on any way you put him in Apex Legends. And for now, though, they're going to have to rotate in a few moments' time. It's all about holding down this high ground. They know there's a couple of teams in the surrounding areas. The perimeter is not safe by any stretch of the imagination here at Thermal Station, and Optic might be able to pick up a few KP if everyone tries to scarper away.
That's what they'll be hoping from this position. They're hoping that when there is some late rotations from other teams, that they can pick them off just as they did with that final kill onto TSM, so that before they eventually have to move, if the circle does move away from them, they've already got a little bit of KP to go alongside. And you can see there, the circle will be going away from them. It is going to be going slightly north of the Thermal Station, northwest of it. GMT will eventually realize they also have to be moving, but look where Alliance are. Thermal Station is Alliance's home, and they find themselves in one of the best positions at the moment.
They do, and look at GMT just starting to kind of inch their way down as well. They've cleared out all of those teams from the north side for now. There's a couple more teams trying Valkyrie ult in. Well, they're just going to be falling into a very, very busy spot. Good shots from Duplex there with the R301 just to influence this fight a little bit more. The bubble will go down, and now Skittlecake says, hey, I might be able to pick up a few free KP here if I can use this 2 to 4 times on the flat line to really get up close and personal. Noctis is going to get one on Fnatic, and it's Fnatic who are down on that low ground. GMT Esports still holding down the choke, though.
Now, this is what we said. Optic Gaming getting a KP on the board from it, and could it maybe even be more here. Yuka is going to be the last remaining player from Fnatic, trying to dip, dodge, and dive, and survive. Doesn't quite get to the box so that he can get himself a little bit of extra. And it was actually Luminosity Gaming who got that final bit of KP. GMT have just lost one, and Alliance now going to be taking the fight.
It's a 2v2, though, because Dell got the first knock onto Hackett. So this is Alliance versus GMT, and arguably, this is a fight that could depend on who gets one of those top positions in this game. It's around one of the strongest spots on the map. It looks like they've managed to get a full complement of players back to their feet now. Rambo just playing bodyguard.
And you look at the weapons, an alternator for Rambo to work with. What's on the other side? I think there was an R9 I saw for Alliance, and certainly shields are favoring GMT right now, and they've managed to get all 3 players back up, so Alliance, they're on the back foot.
There's a CQ as well. That's going to give them the information. Rambo pokes around the corner and certainly pokes at the shields. Natsuki is going to try and capitalize on that damage, but look at the respect being shown here by GMT. They know that they cannot get over-aggressive. Hackett, though, he unfortunately has been finished, so this is a 2v3 situation here for Alliance.
GMT, they're just trying to bait and switch. They're poking, they're trying to lure Alliance out so they can eventually just finish them off. And Alliance now are under so much fire. This is going to be so difficult. Vibes goes down.
Vibes is down, it's all up to Yuki, and unfortunately he's got Rambo in front of him. The alternator still shredding shields as Alliance will find themselves falling out of game number 2 here on World's Edge. And their struggles, their up and down journey continues.
And I'm going to need to watch that one back and see how that initial kill was found by GMT. If they were able to sneak up on Alliance, maybe Alliance weren't aware that GMT had found that position, because now GMT find themselves in one of the better positions in the game alongside the likes of 100 Thieves and E6. Those are the 3 teams who can kind of watch everyone else try and join them in the circle. As for the likes of Orthrus Fang, Optic Gaming, SDK, Scars, Singularity, they all have to move quite a distance to get into this next circle.
Yeah, that's a huge fight to win, like you said, for GMT. Completely clearing out not just the space that was in front of them, but now with the zone closing behind them on the choke, it means that behind them is completely clear as well. They only have to worry about what's in front of them, and that is a lot of teams stacked up. This is the other side of the mountainous area from where this circle will be ending, though. You're seeing FA Kitties. At the moment, they're having a scrap with Dreamfire, and also in the vicinity, Team Liquid will be there.
Circle's coming in as well, so those teams who are on the northern side have to move, but so do the ones on the southern side as well, and this building is going to get very interesting indeed.
Optic once again try and bully their way into a building. We've seen them do this so many times, and Optic take control of one of the most influential buildings in this endgame.
How on earth have Optic Gaming just managed to do that? They literally forced another team out, they bullied them out, and now they get one of the best positions. Team Liquid get eliminated. All the teams from the northern side are forced into a chokehold, and this is not going to be fun for them whatsoever.
And Duplex is just going to be screaming at his teammates right now. Look at these rotators in. We've got free KP if you want it. Sutaraka will fall. Team Singularity will fall as well, as Luminosity Ferocity also find themselves down to 1.
The kill feed is lighting up. Optic Gaming are starting to get slays as well. Godfire get eliminated. Scars also in the kill feed getting kills. AIM looks like they're going to fall. Dreamfire also struggling.
Optic Gaming just commanding the high ground at this point, and as we get into the final moments, to jump into a listening with Optic.
Corner here. Right underneath me.
Try to swing out.
Swing out on them. They're all
I need help.
Nice, get
going
back in,
back
get back
inside.
in. I'm coming bottom to help you.
I'm coming back inside. I'm
You're good.
reloading.
All
Popping
right.
cell.
When you heal,
Watch
get some
here,
traps.
watch here.
Get some traps on the bottom.
I gotta grab heavy ammo.
I
grab heavy.
need
On
light.
the corner.
Ult to cell, dude. Ult to
Crack
cell,
them,
dude.
crack them, crack them.
I need light. I need light.
The 100, dude. 100.
Go grab, go grab.
There's bats.
We have so many heals, guys. Do you need anything, Nox?
Yeah, can I go loot real quick?
What do you need? What do you need? How
I
much
just
do you
need
need?
nades. Nades are heavy. Nades and
Here,
heavy.
here, take this. Take
All
the
right.
news. Dude, I need to loot this box right here. Careful. Watch these guys for me.
There's a
Shoot
guy
these
right
guys
there.
I know.
You're good. You're good. Does it have light?
I didn't look. I had energy. I was grabbing more nades.
Okay, I'm gonna look real quick.
I couldn't find any
Wait,
heavy.
is that a
Don't-
Kraber? I heard a Kraber.
Yeah.
I have 5 nades, but only 180 heavy. This team's on the wall. These
Yeah,
guys
they have to
move
move.
in.
They have to move.
We don't want people getting on our roof either.
I'm
Just
saving my
second,
Q. I'm gonna Q them when they're running. There's-
So Optic take control of center zone. Optic also have the opportunity to hold all these teams out. Optic in position to have a huge game number 2 here.
3 teams in the circle, 4 teams not in the circle. Circle is closing. This is not going to be easy to get inside
Oh, it's
whatsoever.
singeing 'em!
Scars have got a Kraber, but can they stay alive?
They've got the bubble down, he's got the shield swap as well, but here come Optic. Mandy with a Kraber, does not connect, tries to escape with his life. His teammate Taishin will go down. Defensive bombardment is there, but there's a jump scare around the corner for Mandy, and Scars will fall.
100 Thieves have done it again. They've got into the final circle. They have the composition to just give them that extra protection, but Optic Gaming still hold supreme with their positioning. Now we look down a little bit lower. FA Kitties, they're really struggling where they currently reside because they need to move upward and they'll be moving into damage.
GNT will be eliminated as well. Nox picking up the kill onto Nasky.
There they are.
Look at these kitties though, they're starting to purr. FA Kitties climbing up the side of the wardrobe at this point. Maybe they're going to dive bomb onto the bed and cause some problems for the teams up top.
Do Optic Gaming know FA Kitties up below them? Does anyone know FA Kitties are there? Because they really could be a problem. If Duplex is listening, if he's got his ear to the wall, he might hear that purring that you were talking about. But 100 Thieves, they start to set up. The castle wall comes down, and suddenly the fences are going to alert everyone else in the map that 100 Thieves are in the final circle once more.
But Element 6 are still here as well. They've held down one of these buildings opposite Optic for quite some time. They have been here since the start of the game, and with the bodies falling around them as well, they will have loot to play with. Vaxlon, though, we talked about the damage this man has done. He leads the way in this lobby and in the tournament with damage dealt in one game. With a Kraber in his hand, I tell you what, he might be able to change things. Look at the information he's just gathered as well.
I panicked, I forgot he was a Valkyrie and he could fly, but he is going to get back up and he is going to be able to get that info. And look at where the circle's ending. Bang on where 100 Thieves have set up the castle wall. FA Kitties
there's
have
the
to move
Kraber.
now and you've got to avoid it.
They managed to just about do that. It was 119, but it was not a headshot. So 100 Thieves couldn't take advantage.
Oh.
Another haircut, but no headshot here. Vaxlon getting closer and closer, but with that Kraber in these situations, you have to be pixel perfect.
FA Kitties have climbed the wall. They have got into a position where they could maybe push their way up, but unfortunately they're struggling. They're not able to clamber correctly. And 100 Thieves, they have the angle. If one of these shots connects, it's going to be game over for FA Kitties.
It's got to connect though, and we've already seen the pressure is very different from being at home. But look at the kill feed. Onmu's taking down skill cakes here from Optic Gaming.
Optic tried to move in on 100 Thieves, but unfortunately with that amount of protection, it's so difficult from the castle wall. Now FA Kitties have also lost one.
And they're causing problems as well. Noct is going to even things up a little bit. Every single team seems to be losing one player at the moment. Having a full roster seems to be more difficult than anything at the moment, as now Noct has to lock on with the car. He's got the vault! And that will be enough.
Oh!
119 with the Kraber. Optic Gaming eliminated. There was 100 Thieves look to go back to back.
100 Thieves need to hold strong, but FA Kitties still have a full 3. It's a 3 versus 3. Bubble is down, Castle Wall is down as well.
Castle Wall is down, but here's the Mastiff, and Hardecky's looking to do damage. He can't quite connect in the way he would have wanted to. 100 Thieves, they pop around the corner, back to that defensive wall. Vaxlon is the player to watch here. Maybe not. Maybe it is.
2 games, 2 wins for 100 Thieves. And they want that spot in the grand finals.
And you ask the question, when you have to traverse the map, when you have to get into a position, will this composition work out? They made it work. They got into a priority area, they got set up, the castle wall came down, the fences came down, and it made it so difficult for Optic Gaming to push in, for FA Kitties to approach them. And quite rightly deserved a pop-off, because that was a thrilling encounter in that final circle for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you wave that sign high, my friend. You wave that sign high, because 100 Thieves are dominating this losers bracket round 2 lobby at the moment. 2 games and 2 wins for them, Dan. And as you say, Optic, though, still in with a fight, still in with a chance of making their way up that leaderboard, because they had some KP in that game for sure.
And considering so many of the winners bracket teams that dropped down into this losers bracket really struggled on World's Edge, it's like they've all remembered how to play it again. 100 Thieves, 23 points with the 11 kills they were able to secure. I mean, massive congratulations to FA Kitties. They were in a very difficult spot on the side of that mountain, but they made it work.
They certainly did indeed, and the 11 kills for Optic Gaming, matching 100 Thieves for kills, not quite for placements, mean they will get 18 points on the board themselves. But now, the top 10 teams are in front of you. We've got to look down at the other side of things. Worrying signs for Team Liquid, Alliance, Fnatic, TSM, and Pulverix. With only 6 games remaining, Dan. It's go big or go home at this point.
The pressure starts to mount on these teams, that's for sure. We have seen that when you transfer over to another map, you can find those points and you can find yourself back into the possibility of qualifying through, but you got to look at Alliance and what they're feeling right now. I mean, that was the perfect circle for them. They thought they were in prime position, but GMT, they ruined their day. And even though GMT didn't get into the final circle, they got enough placement points, they got enough kills, they'll be more than happy with what they were able to achieve there.
GMT holding on to that spot for so long in that lobby as well, and really doing a good job towards the end just to sneak in Nasky as that solo player to get extra points. And every single point at this stage is more valuable than it has ever been. Imagine getting this close to a grand final, to getting to Sunday, and then just falling short. But one team who are embracing the pressure, embracing the occasion right now, is the champion squad on your screen. 100 Thieves, 2 games, 2 wins, and Vaxelon is going nuts.
Before this series started here in the losers bracket, Vaxelon was in 6th place for damage. He's now up into 2nd place, very close to Mandy, actually only about 500 damage off Mandy, so he very much could overtake him here if he carries on having these games. 100 Thieves are on top of the world right now, and they are really starting to put that foot into the grand finals.
They really are indeed. This is how things look on the overall leaderboards then. 100 Thieves, 48 points from 2 games for them. That is massive. Usually you're thinking you average around 10 points per game. You should be good enough to get to that grand final for sure. Even, well, you guarantee yourself in the grand final if you manage to do that, but it's usually kind of guarantee yourself a first place finish. Scars also in 2nd, but look how close it is after 100 Thieves. With one team winning the first 2 games, it means that everybody else is so close in those leaderboards. And if you're down on the other side of this, down in that bottom 10, this is the bottom 10 at the moment, you've got to keep that in mind. One game, everything changes.
Just to give you an idea of the cutoff from the winners bracket we saw earlier, it was 43 points. So maybe they've done enough to already secure them, but of course you can't bank on that. It could be a very different game when it comes to how many points could be secured. And I think GMT has a lot of people's hearts after the listen-ins we heard yesterday.
100%, and also the fact that their team fighting skills seem so strong at the moment, and the vibes are also impeccable. Also, a little thing to point out here is that Nasky is having the time of his life. And yes, boys! That's what I want to see. Love that from you.
I mean, the time of their lives, quite rightly so, especially considering they had to make that substitute quite late, and it was probably thinking all doom and gloom. But when you've got Rambo to come in as a sub, I mean, by name and by nature, Rambo does arrive, and he has done a lot of damage as well. And I do think that GMT are going to be a team to watch with the rest of these games.
Well, one team starting to feel comfortable after 2 games are done now in our losers bracket round 2. The rest of them, certainly not as comfortable. It's time for us to go to a break before we come back with more World's Edge. Game number 3, just around the corner.
I'm selling. There's a Valkyrie still. I only have 1 more shot in this Kraber. One after another.
Look right.
Last squad. Stay here.
I need a bet.
Do
Mark
it now.
for you.
Look right now.
56. Correct. I'm pushing out.
Push now. Give me crack.
72.
Give me dead.
I need to play
Okay,
him.
flag.
Play knock.
Crack.
Play knock. Last one. Dead.
Go again.
I'm ready. Are you?
On your feet. Lifeline's got your back.
It's Dukes o'clock. You gotta admit, that was pretty good, right?
Welcome back, everybody, to the LGS Championships. 2 games already in the books here on World's Edge, and only one name to put alongside them in first place. 100 Thieves, Dan, with 2 back-to-back wins. What a start it has been for 100 Thieves.
Can they manage to get the back-to-back-to-back? Can they match what Optic Gaming were able to do on that first day in bracket play and try and set new records? Because Vaxlon seems to be breaking records left, right, and center at the moment with the amount of damage that he's been putting in. And seriously, the points they've already gathered may be enough to get them through to that grand final. That is what's nutty from what we've already seen from them.
And you see in some of the stats, and last time we saw him there, I'm pretty sure that damage was around 1,000. All of a sudden, it started to pipe up a little bit and look extremely impressive, and it's certainly headed in the right direction for sure. FA keys, though, you can see on your screen.
They had a very, very good end game there. Oh my God, there's magic on the screen.
Wow.
Man's a magician.
Where did he learn that? Teach me. But there is still a lot of pressure on that stage. Even though we can talk about the good things that have been happening, the good vibes for the teams that are at the very top of the table, we need to think about the teams that are at the bottom of that table, that are in that elimination zone right now. And TSM fans may be waving their flags high. They are going to need as much energy as possible because TSM find themselves in that bottom 10 right now, have not been able to have those games that we've seen from them before, but I'm sure they'll start to pop off soon.
One thing I can guarantee, though, is that TSM, when the backs are against the wall, all of a sudden, they find a new gear. If that's going to happen right now, the question is still to be answered. But the three gentlemen on your screen, especially Reps and Hal, they've been in these situations before. They know how to get momentum back on their side, and it only takes one game. We've seen how those leaderboards look, Dan. Outside of 100 Thieves, it's still very much all to play for.
I mean, even going into Storm Point and just forgetting World's Edge, even if World's Edge isn't your map, we've seen how teams look like two different squads when they move from one map to another. So even if you get 0 points across 4, like Liquid did previously, suddenly they found 41 points on Storm Point, and yes, okay, it was 2 points short of the grand final. In any other lobby, they may have been able to just find their way through. It is a matter of margins, though. It's a matter of these just small moments in Apex Legends. You have to make them count.
I wish I could read out some of the things that are in the in-game chat right now, but I wouldn't do that to the players who are on stage because it always makes me smile as we head towards game number 3. What a impactful game this could be. For the likes of Optic Gaming, they've done a lot of the heavy lifting as far as the pressure is concerned in that last game. They managed to get the kills they needed, the placement they needed, to at least give them somewhat of a cushion on that leaderboard. The more these games disappear, the more that ramps up. And for Duplex and Co, I think they're going to be looking a lot more relaxed than they were just before that game got underway.
I mean, you say you won't read the game chat. I definitely will. Someone said
No,
there's...
come on, Dan, come on. Don't do that.
Someone said
Don't do that.
Someone said there is free KP on Frag East. But they said if you dare challenge TSM on LAN, there will be a mob after you. And you better believe that that is going to be true. TSM, though, I'm sure they will wake up as we get on through this series. There are still a lot of teams, though, that need to find some success here because it's not just TSM. There are 9 other teams in that bottom 10 who haven't been able to find the kills or the placement points so far.
Of course, Fnatic, one of those teams who are going to have to put some points on the board here, too. I can say that about most of the lobby, though. I've already explained to everyone who's watching and at home that outside of 100 Thieves and maybe Scars, maybe Optic, everyone else is extremely tight. It's like, I think it's just looking at the leaderboards here, there's 19 points separating second place and 20th. That is one game of Apex Legends as we have a closer look at Ascend.
And Ascend are a roster who really can kind of pop off. They are so good when it comes to their individual skill and their macro ability, but they've really struggled with the meta that has developed throughout this tournament.
Also, I know I've given a lot of love to Rambo, but me and Kashera, we got an understanding when it comes to haircuts. When we go to the barber, we ask for the same thing. I asked for the Kashera, he asked for the onset. It's very simple. We have an understanding.
I'm glad that you are both on the same wavelength, and I will not ever ask for an onset when I go to a barber because...
Wait, didn't you promise?
Nope, don't know what you're talking about. Don't even know where you're going with that one, but we don't need to talk about it. Nope, never happened in Apex ever. As we get some eyebrows raised, and it is going to be, I think, a restart of the lobby as well. We were jumping into it, but these guys... I think that a lot of people are having fun in this losers bracket round 2 whilst you're in match number 2, match number 3, but when we get a little bit later in the lobby and it's match number 7, 8, that's when things start to get a bit more scary.
Well, Team Liquid, after 2 games, as we just saw them on your screens in the arena and at home, currently sat in 11th spot, which is kind of cursed for them at the moment. That's where they finished that winners bracket game. That's where they do not want to be at the end of this. So for Team Liquid, these next few games important, considering that, you know, Storm Point wasn't really something that went off in the right direction for them, but historically also, speaking of Hotsick, Storm Point is where they've got a lot of their points, so you feel like that would have been a bit of an anomaly, excuse me, which is very difficult to say. And maybe they can try and get some of that form back on their side, but enough of us talking, the game is live! It's time to get into game 3 here. World's Edge once again, the setting for these teams to get the game underway. 100 Thieves looking to go back to back to back here and really dominate what has been a hot start here.
And we are going to get a variety of circles in our first 3 matches of World's Edge. This time we're going to be heading a little bit northeast rather so than the Northwest and the previous Southwest that we have been seeing. So this is the perfect time for teams who are landing on the east side, like Scars, for example, like Orthrus Fang. They're all going to have that chance to potentially get into a good spot in the early stages, and a far better circle for TSM as well, it has to be said.
We'll have to see how TSM play this one. It's going to be an epicenter zone, maybe coming up to that high ground just to the north of the main part of the POI. Maybe putting just towards the tracks as well, where Scars find themselves. We'll have to see when we get that information where it's going to be controlled. But for TSM, this is a great zone. Love to control that high ground overlooking Fragment East, and controlling all of the height means that anyone moving in from the southern side of the map is going to come under fire.
I think AIM Esports will be very happy as well, seeing where that circle's going. They're dropping down in Climatizer, also Fnatic and Survey Camp. I think should get an easy rotation. Actually, Pulverex, who drop Epicenter, are going to be dead center of that circle and can maybe get into the latter stages and pick up some much needed and very valuable points to try and give themselves that chance, the unthinkable, the unspeakable chance of getting to a grand final as a duo. Also, Rejects are in the good spot of Fragment West alongside TSM of Fragment East. So these are all the teams that are going to be able to move early. The other teams on the other side of things, Optic Gaming are going to be moving a long way, Luminosity going to be moving a long way, and Alliance, SDK, Team Liquid.
Ascend then, a team that we did focus on. Coming into this game down in 15th position, but kind of irrelevant when you look at the point leaderboard at the moment. As I mentioned, outside 100 Thieves, it really is so close. Just 19 points separating the rest of the squad's 100 Thieves out on their own. So maybe a little bit of a bigger picture and a better picture is going to be painted after we get halfway through this lobby, and when we move over to Storm Point, teams will know what they have to do at that point. Ascend at the moment probably just stick into that game plan, but the difficulty here for Ascend, a team who love to play aggressive, love to take fights, is that the quality of the team fighting of the teams in this lobby now is so difficult.
And you speak about 100 Thieves being so far ahead of everyone as well, and it's not something that happens too often, but we will address the elephant in the room, griefing. It does happen in games. I know there's a lot of gentlemen's agreements when it comes to Apex Legends, but let's say 100 Thieves are able to secure a good amount of points in match 3 and almost guarantee themselves a spot in the grand finals. That's when you start to try and ruin other people's tournaments. That's when you start to try and eliminate some of the biggest and best teams that are also in this lobby, so that your grand final becomes a little bit comfier.
Yeah, this is how the brain of Dan Gaskin works, by the way. This is what I have to deal with on a daily basis. People think you're a nice guy, but there's that evil side to you, and I'm sure that the competitive side of a lot of these players and teams might be considering a situation where maybe they lose a few friends for the benefit of their own game. But for now, GMT Esports, they're going to move to Epicenter, looking for that quick rotate. Rambo, though, is going to have to be careful here, but not too careful because he finds himself a change of clothes.
Well, Pulverex were dropping dead center to Epicenter, but they have quickly got out of there, maybe recognizing that a lot of teams would be moving very quickly, so they've tried to find maybe a bit more of a hidey hole where they can survive for quite some time, but they are under fire at the moment. Element 6 also going to be joining the fray a little bit late, but at the same time, they should be able to get at least an RV van to work with.
Oh, maybe. However, maybe not. The EMP goes off, Smeggy loses his shields, the door will be opened, and he will retreat to the safety of his teammates. Barrels will go down as well. So they will be able to reset here, but you can also see maybe Pulverex are looking at this and thinking, you know what? I know we're a 2. Maybe we're going to have a fight. I don't think they are.
Well, you want to go out with a bang. And certainly Pulverex know that they have everything against them right now, but they had everything against them in losers bracket round 1, yet they still were able to proceed here into the losers bracket finals. So if they are going to carry on that miracle, maybe they are going to need to win a couple of 2 versus 3s. As for Ascend, they've been able to find themselves a decent enough spot within this circle as well, but they will need to move a little bit from their current location because we've seen where their next circle is going to be. But they should be fine for now, and that's okay. As long as you can survive and start to get at least to the top 15, you can secure that 1 placement point before you start thinking about getting to that endgame circle.
Luminosity making their move as well towards Fragment East. There's a beacon available at the No Name Village, just to their right as well, if they wish to hit that and get the information. Looks like they've already got the beacon information. So that's certainly not going to be part of the game plan. So Jiraku, another look at them now as they move towards the tunnel, which connects to Skyhook. A little bit of a different move for them, looking to wrap round to the northern side of the zone.
And for the teams that are going to be moving late, like Team Liquid, like Alliance, and like Optic Gaming, they might have to just walk their way in. You don't want to just be throwing everything into a skyward dive at this point because of the amount of teams that are already in the northeast side of this map. You are not going to find a comfortable position And even though Optic Gaming did very well in the previous game at forcing another team out of the building, it doesn't always go that well. And I think it could have been just one of those games where people were a little bit scared to take a fight because they all had such a good position in those buildings, and it may not work out here in match number 3.
Yeah, it's interesting how the teams and players are going to assess this lobby as well, because we have seen it's been a slow pace, right? We have seen it's been a lobby where everyone's kind of just slowly tiptoeing forward, and it's not just play style here, it's also pressure that makes these decisions a little bit more kind of difficult to make. However, Gilderson's decided one decision that can be made is he can just start ripping away at shields. Lovely shots with the R9, but now he has to escape, but that first knock is getting huge. Sutaraku now down to just 2.
They're trying to get the res though, and maybe the gas will just be enough to keep Team Liquid at bay, but Team Liquid, they full send it through the gas. They put the gas mask on, and they start to get involved in a fight. They've already done a lot of damage, and they should be able to clean up this, because that's going to be 2 down.
Oh.
Just got to do 1 more.
Bullet though, Bullet's holding his ground here, and he's going to do enough damage to give him a chance to survive, and no! He's actually going to jump back out here. Fuzzy was in a position to do damage, but here comes Dreamfire on the third party. Fun will go down. Dreamfire chasing down the scraps, and they are hungry.
And Team Liquid will be so frustrated as well, because Sutaraku, they just held off for a long enough time that it delayed the fight. It allowed this push to happen from Dreamfire, and now Liquid are sitting ducks, and Liquid are eliminated. So still not able to find the points they would have wanted, but Dreamfire third-partying successfully.
Such a simple job for them to do it as well, just walking around the corner, cleaning up what was left of that team fight that went down, and now they have so much loot to play with as well. So Dreamfire, timing is everything sometimes in Apex Legends, and that was a perfect example of it. Godfire then, making their way towards the Beacon building, just outside of the train tracks here. Not sure if they do actually have, the Beacon information, so they know where they need to move to. That high ground is still a priority position in Epicenter for so many teams. Godfire just playing on edge for now.
Well, Godfire and Alliance would have both heard that fight, and actually here comes Alliance. They are having a little look to see if there's any scraps they can pick up on as the next circle suddenly closes, and everyone will get that extra beacon information if they had not had it already. And Alliance look like they want to try and take this fight with Dreamfire, but Dreamfire quite intelligently are going back on themselves. They know they would have created a lot of noise, a big old ruckus, and they might try and rotate around Skyhook instead here.
This is me sat at home right now. I'm kind of, you do that thing where you look around the corner when you're sat at home, even though it doesn't make any difference whatsoever to your monitor. That's what I'm doing right now. Hackis looks a lot more composed than I do. Maybe that audio cue was enough just to let him creep up, but I think he's given the call now to his team that's trying to continue our rotation and do a little bit of looting on our way. Look at Yuki, by the way, 348 ammo in the back pocket for him. Turbocharger, that Havoc is looking deadly.
Well, Alliance can afford to wait here a little bit longer. It's how desperate they are for this KP. I think that moving towards the circle and trying to cut Dreamfire off a little bit later is probably a wiser move, and it looks like they're well aware that Dreamfire are still in Skyhook, that's for sure.
Well, maybe they're just going to try and beat them to that cutoff. There's only 2 ways that they can leave here, Dreamfire, unless they do take the Valkyrie ultimate option. But if you're on foot, Alliance are going to see you cross. And Hackis, he's not going to miss if he's given the opportunity to cut you down with that R301. Here is Optic Gaming then. Nox is going to have to be careful here. The zone is chasing him, but he'll be able to time that, make it to perfection. Goes towards his teammates just for a second, and there you go. Alliance, they're not going to miss. I said he's not going to miss. He's doing all sorts of damage. The 3-2-1 as Yuki will be the player to get the opening.
It's planned to perfection, Alliance. They were hunting down Dreamfire. They smelled them out in Skyhook, and now they're looking to try and make it count here by getting some extra KP. They at least get 1. And what a plan of attack it was from Alliance. They tried cutting off on one angle, backed up and went for the second instead. And Dreamfire absolutely reeling, wondering how Alliance have been able to come and spot them out.
Alliance got to be careful here. Cannot be separated too much, otherwise you never know. One player can get picked off and it turns into a 2v2, and you find yourself in a very, very scary kind of position. For now, it looks like the call was coming from Hackis, to just retreat, to get that loot on board. As Godfire now find themselves in a little bit of a scuffle.
Oh, wow,
they're
nice
going to be pushing in. Big damage coming in from Sleep.
And Godfire, they moved from the northern side. That's why there's so many teams here right now, because Godfire came in late. They're trying to force their way into this building. They've got a little bit to work with, but they had to do damage to do so.
100 Thieves in the feed as well. Surprise, surprise, surprise. They have been enjoying their time on World's Edge without a doubt, but Godfire still looking to capitalize themselves. Singularity in a little bit of problems, and so are TSM. Dogma from RC takes them. Verholz's reject, hold down market now, Frag East.
And TSM, after moving from Frag East to Frag West, knew there could potentially be a fight, and it is reject there waiting for them. And unfortunately, with Singularity also losing their final member, they are eliminated in 18th spot.
FA Kitties then. They've got the flank. Hardeki's got the aim, and he's doing all sorts of damage. Hardeki gets sent in, and Hardeki! He'll get the first pick. FA Kitties looking to clean up the damage though. They've only managed to get one for now. Also, PKMK did lose his life in that little fight that did go down, so now it's a 2v2 on the map. Hardeki opened things up, but a huge amount of credit has to go to ORF as well for evening up the numbers. PKMK will be brought back to his feet though. So a little bit of a time for a reset here. The zone is closing. And who else but Optic? Optic Gaming, the ultimate predators, waiting for the third-party opportunity. They turn up, it seems, at the worst possible time if you're not on OG.
Yeah, Orthrus Fang have just lost another member. Optic Gaming catch them trying to scarper away, but they're also aware that FA Kitties are going to be inside that building. If they can get this final kill quickly, it will be a straight 3v3 that is isolated away from pretty much everyone else in the lobby right now. So this is some essential KP for either team, but FA Kitties, of course, naturally on the back foot because they're currently in the red tanking damage.
Optic just holding them as well, just being such a nuisance. Noct is just looking for damage. FA Kitties are just looking for a way out at this point. I wonder if they're going to go for a Valcolt, but it's a little bit risky in this situation because they could get beamed out of the sky. They take to the skies. They find themselves in the clouds, excuse me, but look at Skill Cakes.
He's knocked him.
He's managed to cut them down. He's cut the tree down, and now Noct is having to escape.
They fall from the sky. Skillcakes gets the knock. FA Kitties down to just 2. Hardeki's going to try and fight his way out of this building, but he's been shot in the backside, and the zone does the last bit of damage. FA Kitties get eliminated. Optic Gaming now, though, being griefed a little bit by charge rifles, but they should be okay.
Big moment for Optic Gaming there. More KP secured, more points on that leaderboard. Every single point, every kill is so much more important than it has been so far in this tournament. This is the last opportunity for these teams to get into that grand final. Alliance up on the high ground. Look at Luminosity. They are falling at the hands of 100 Thieves. On me once again with that charge rifle.
Alliance were chasing TSM for a little bit, but TSM have been able to escape, but they're currently running towards Optic Gaming. They do not have the banner. They will not be able to get Verholst back up, and they're going to have to play this game as a duo. Can they find the same kind of success that we've seen other teams in this tournament?
And reps back on Mad Maggie. So another composition change coming in from TSM, which if you needed an indication of how comfortable they're feeling right now at the LGS Championships, there it is once more. Look at all these teams start to stack up though, and look at the position of 100 Thieves. Bang in the middle in one of the only buildings left. That's TSM. The job right now, survive for as long as possible.
Optic will see this. Optic will see TSM flying through the sky, and they may go for a little bit of a chase if they realize it's only 2 hurtling towards them. But it looks like Optic Gaming going to go for a skyward dive at exactly the same time. That might be a little bit of a glimpse of hope for TSM, but they will see that too now.
Look at this.
With the passive. Are they going to chase it?
I wonder if this is going to be a air-based car chase. Coming in, Optic Gaming chasing down TSM. It looks for now like they're going to change their mind. And Duplex is taking a huge amount of damage on the way down here. With all of these teams stacked up, Optic Gaming have to be extremely careful. But their feet hit the floor, and they will survive for now.
Feet hit the ground, they are safe. They look to the heavens and thank the Lord. But TSM doing something similar because they've actually got a central circle here. Sure, there are 2. But if they can go unnoticed, if they can go unscathed, they could stay alive for a lot of time. And yeah, they're going to be center circle, and this is going to be difficult for teams to walk up on them. As long as they just don't make too much noise, TSM still within a good chance.
Difficult years though, no Valkyrie, which means that they can't control the height. They can't get the information on what is going to be surrounding them unless that does come in a different kind of way. Vaxxon's going to be able to pick up a care package by the looks of things, and it's going to be a G7 Scout for them. So not maybe the Kraber that we've seen in his hands, but with the damage he's been dealing, given this man a Scout, he's going to take some scalps.
It's 100 Thieves, center circle again, with the castle wall, with the pylons as well to work with, and of course the fences. AIM Esports, though, go up to the heavens to see if they can make their move into the circle.
Alliance now in a scuffle, and it's going to be Scars on the other side of it. Vive's just trying to clear away through the smoke, but he'll get shredded for just a second. Couple of shield cells to be popped, just using his head glitch as Hackers is once again going to employ that black hole. Here come the Arc Stars.
Nice nade.
Is it followed up by the damage though? It looks like Scars have survived for now.
Alliance need a big game. They need some points. They need to win this fight if they're going to be able to push into this circle, because 50 seconds and it will be closing. This fight's isolated right now, but there's a lot of teams in the vicinity.
Well, let's see what the comms are like for Alliance. It's a pressure moment for this lineup. Let's jump into the comms.
Just pinch them, pinch them, pinch them. I'm on high right now.
I think they're on the lower ground, riding somewhere.
Yeah, they're running away here.
Can we take space?
Yeah,
they're
you
right
can
here.
move
Yeah,
up.
I have
move
two
up. We have
arcs.
30 seconds. 30 seconds to move up.
Throw back. Slow down here, boys, slow down. Throw back.
Using a syringe, and then I can pick.
Yeah, just work up on these guys. Work up on these guys.
Keep it right here.
30.
Okay, up a little bit more.
Yeah, Kosk is on the low ground. Kosk is on the low ground.
Give me. Minus 30,
I'm
give me.
nading GB, nading GB. Nading GB out here.
Yeah. Throwing an arc as well.
Did you hit
I don't
it?
know where he is.
He's running now! Shoot
Are they
it,
putting
shoot
some
it, shoot it.
bubble?
Bubble. We have to push now. We have to push across. We have to push
Yeah,
across.
they have no bubble.
We have bubble advantage. We have bubble advantage.
I'm above. I'm
I'm
gonna arc that.
Yeah, do it.
I did a sick arc.
GB, on 80. GB, 80.
Cracked one.
I got 80.
Close it low.
Nice, push up.
Coming up,
I can't see. All you, I can't see.
I got a
Shut down,
bubble.
shut down.
Lean right pit.
Careful, come back.
EMP.
Kill one.
Nice.
Go on.
Yeah,
Shut down.
I died.
Give me that. Hold it.
Above you, new team. Maybe us. You win this, Yuki.
Nah, I'm gonna go.
Drop
No, I
down
can't.
lava, drop down lava.
I'm playing my life.
Fuck.
Well, you can feel the situation. You can feel the pressure now. As Alliance are down to just one. They do secure a couple of KP, but let's go over to AIM Esports now. They are on top of this building, and they have such a good view of everything that is going on around them.
It's a build your own wall, but with caustic barrels. Life is still going to be alive though, but he has been spotted out, and that's not good. Because as a Gibraltar, of course, mobility not great. E6 also down to just one player as well. So there's going to be a lot of rats roaming this lobby. 13 squads remaining. TSM still alive. Alliance still alive as well as a 1. But it's Fnatic who arguably have one of the best positions in the game at the moment with where this circle is moving.
Vibes is just trying to do what he can do. He's just thinking survive. An extra placement point could be massive for us. 100 Thieves once again. Build a base. This seems to be the name of the game for 100 Thieves. Scout in their hands as well. They've already won 2 games here. Can they make it 3?
At this point, the noise is going to haunt my nightmares, I think, but Pulverex still alive, and Pulverex are going to be able to get into a position that maybe they can make it work. Round 5 is closing, and Pulverex, they've got 2 purples to work with as well. The duo's dream still carries on.
What a story this would be. For now, the clapping starts once again in the arena. Embracing the moment. There's 100 Thieves still hold down the high ground. Look at the kill feed though, TSM! They take down 2, Kashera now in a 1v1 though. It's Reps versus Kashera. Kashera has all of the advantages he needs. Reps, unfortunately, might go down as well. TSM are out!
Ascend stay alive. Pulverex into the top 10. Ascend now eliminated, as also GFR have lost 1. GMT are getting the kills. Pulverex get a kill.
They're in the
as
zone!
well. They're in the zone. They're getting kills. They're doing the God's work as a duo.
Nothing can stop Pulverex. Not even missing a player. Not even the lobby in front of them. The defensive bomber comes in, which stops their reign of terror for now. With just 6 squads remaining, what a game this is for the duo.
And they're in such a good position as well. They've got so much to work with in terms of loot and positioning. Got to be careful though, there is a team just above them. And the team drops down.
Oh, he
and
has to
unfortunately,
reload.
you're going to get caught out. Gets the shield swap though. Big shot's got to hit him. Can't go much more, but 6th place, a commendable effort.
Here's 100 Thieves then, moving in to clean up the pieces once more. GMT will fall just after Pulverex. So 100 Thieves, they've got one thing in mind here. 2 wins is good. 3 wins is great, and I tell you what, with just 3 squads remaining, they might make it 2 here as 100 Thieves are looking hungry.
It's unbelievable, the consistency from this team. The composition is absolutely frying right now.
Oh, look at this G7 Scout. Make it 3! Make it 3! 100 Thieves!
Making a statement in the losers bracket finals. If they didn't already have enough points, they definitely do now. You better believe 100 Thieves will be in that grand final, and that's only after 3 matches. They are having the time of their lives on World's Edge.
Oh, they really are. They are having the time of their lives indeed. They need to rename World's Edge to 100 Thieves Land. That is terrible, by the way.
It's always land.
It's always
like
land.
a
It's
theme
the first
park.
thing that comes in my head, but no one could argue with it, right? No one could argue with it. 3 games in a loser's bracket where if you do not get in that top 10, you go home. There could not be more pressure in this situation. 100 Thieves thrive.
An incredible, incredible game as they get 3 in a row. Also, shout out to Pulverex getting 6th position as the duo.
Thought they were going to do it.
Again, just managing to exceed expectations time and time again. It has been an incredible story, their journey as they've progressed. And the reality is that 100 Thieves are shredding this lobby. They are on top of the world. Shout out to Alliance with a 2nd place finish as well. 15 points total from the 6 kills, but it is the 100 Thieves show.
It really, really is. Optic with a decent performance as well. Fnatic also in there, but 100 Thieves is the story, as is that team in 6th place. They are called Pulverex. They somehow fought their way into this lobby. There's only 2 of them, but with the way that they've gone against the grain and forced their way through these lobbies, I'll tell you what, the grand finals might not be too far away.
If they make that grand finals, this arena will explode.
It will go nuts.
The roof would be blown off it, and we would all get very chilly very quickly. But there is the bottom half of this lobby. TSM, they got 3 points. Unfortunately, they lost Verhulst quite early. They did what they could with the rotation, but it was Ascend who eventually took them down. And Ascend also lost a couple of players and got eliminated straight after. But these lobbies are so difficult to navigate. There's been circles that are quite predictable. We've seen so many early rotations, and that's why when we get to those kind of 5th, 6th circles, it is absolute mayhem that unfolds.
Can't stop smiling at the moment. I'm having the time of my life up here casting these games. It is so, so fun. And 100 Thieves, probably the only people in the arena right now who are having more fun than me. 3 wins in a row. Onmu decides to take over that damage statistic, though. Vaxlon, you're going to have to take 2nd place for now.
When we talk about records and we talk about wins in a row, well, 4 in a row would be a record here for 100 Thieves, so they've just got 1 more to do.
You've been in those record books again, haven't you, Dan
those
Gaskin?
records. I mean, Vaxlon, he's been smashing the damage records, both in totals and in a single game. And 100 Thieves really putting a statement in this losers bracket final to make sure they will be in that grand final. And I'll call it now, they will be in that grand final with their points total. It is impossible that they wouldn't be. I'm that confident to say it. I'm not going to say I would do the, the thing that I've said once, but I am very confident.
Okay, sure?
I'm sure. I'm not calling
okay,
it.
okay, fair enough. I mean, it's not the place to do
Although
it
if
here, 'cause
Pulverex were to get to the grand
there's a lot of witnesses.
There is a
here,
lot.
Okay. What a performance, though. 100 Thieves, 3 games in a row, 3 back-to-back wins. It's not very often you get to say that, let alone on land. Now having, you would imagine, mathematically booked their place in that grand final. I mean, the confidence they're going to be feeling going into that lobby as well. When things have been a little bit up and down for them today, it seems like things just clicked at the right time. We always mention it, right? Peaking at the right time in the tournament. Playing great on the first day, it's great, right? It's fantastic. But if you're on that downward trajectory, then it means the tournament slips through your fingers. It's all about turning up when it matters. 100 Thieves going into tomorrow, it's going to be a good night's sleep. Everything's going to be rosy. There's going to be no arguments, and they're going to say, get me in that lobby. I've got another championship to win.
I mean, if I'm the other teams that are already in the grand final, I'm assessing the gameplay from 100 Thieves right now, and I'm trying to work out how are they finding this much success? How have they gone back to back to back with this composition? Because this is a composition we are going to see a lot more Newcastle, I think, when teams try and secure that match point, right? Once they try and get that victory, because it is one of the best defensive legends you can have. As there is the overall leaderboard, 72 points after 3 matches from 100 Thieves. If we were in a grand final, they'd already be on match point onset.
That's true. Also, I want to ask if you would describe 72 points in 3 games as solid.
Solid.
It's solid. Okay, fair enough. Optic Gaming jumping up into 2nd place above Scars as well. But again, the story kind of remains the same here for everyone else. 100 Thieves soaking up all the points. Everyone else still so close with each other. Everyone's still in with a shot.
I think that is the good thing for teams like TSM, like Team Liquid, you know,
Pulverex.
some of these, and Pulverex, some of these big hitters, the heaviest of hitters that want to try and get into that grand final, is that all these points have been taken by the 100 Thieves domination. So all you need is that one win, that one pop-off, and that really will propel you up into the top 10 of these leaderboards.
Well, we've got one more game of World's Edge, Dan, and then we go into the craziest that is Stormpoint, and it's going to be someone else who's going to be casting it. We don't get to cast Stormpoint, unfortunately, although we have casted it for pretty much 3 days in a row now. So one more game to go. 100 Thieves looking extremely dangerous. Another man who looks extremely dangerous on that main stage is going to be James Banks. He's there with an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Raleigh, 100 Thieves, they're doing pretty damn good, right? All right, I've got some lovely ladies with me who here dominating Apex. They were telling me some facts that you guys are going to learn because I wouldn't be able to do what you guys are doing. So I've got Lee Screams with me here, I got Wings, and then the lovely lady to the right hand side. You're going to have to remind me what your name was again.
Yes, I am Bad Girl Reezy with Girls Got a Game.
There we go. And there we go. I appreciate that noise. I appreciate the shouting. Now, you were just telling me, 8 times solo master. Damn, you good.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So how did you get into Apex?
So my brother showed me a stream of Rain Tastical, actually, and I was like, yo, this kid's cracked. I want to be like him. So I got on my Xbox, and I just started playing, and I tried to be like Rain.
And you're better than your brother?
Absolutely, he's dog.
Oh, I love that shade. Now, what is it that you love about Apex?
The competition and competing. I'm also an athlete, so competition is something that I do all the time. I love to compete. I want to be the best. So competing in Apex, that's what I want to be.
Woo, we get some love for that. And Wings, I'm going to squeeze on in between here. I'm going to come to you. So Wings, tell me about your achievements. How well are you owning it up? Because it definitely seems that you'll both beat my ass at this.
Yeah, so I won the BFC Women's Comp Tournament. I am 3 times Masters. I'm huge. I love comp. I love ranked. I love to compete. I love to play. So.
I think I need a carry right now. I definitely need a carry. And how did you get into Apex?
One of my friends put me on because I was a big Rainbow Six Siege fan. And he was like, I want you to play something else. Try Apex. And I was like, what is that? It's a BR. So I played, and I've been stuck ever since.
And how long you been playing now?
Since season 0.
Woo! Since the beginning. We got some season 0 people up in here? Yeah, we see you making some noise. We're making some noise. I'm going to come on over to you. So you were telling me, right? You got involved and you got these girls down here.
That's right. Sure did. Here at Girls Got a Game, we are big about getting our women, our competitive women, out here in the community because you act like they aren't here, but I promise you. We got a lot of women in here who could take you out 1v1. I promise you. I'm telling you. So someday soon, we're going to have girls up here at ALGS.
Woo! We want to see some girls up here on ALGS? I think so. I think so. So talk to me about the community, though. How big is it? How does it all work? How do people get into it?
It's actually really easy. You can go on Twitter, Girls Got a Game 01. We have a Discord with, I think, about 300 women so far. We've only been around a couple months. So, a couple months, and we're going this far. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I'm not going to lie. But Twitter. Hit us up on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram. Girls Got a Game. Come find us. We will have a tournament for all y'all out there.
There we go. Girls Got a Game, and they are gaming on a high level. They're definitely going to be beating me. Probably beating a lot of you guys in the crowd and watching at home as well. Keep an eye out for them. Desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, James. And once again, for Girls Got a Game, everyone give it up real quick, of course. Such an amazing community, and that's one of the best things about Apex, one of the most diverse communities in the world. We got to do a better job of promoting that diversity because obviously the game does a great job of exactly that. And I agree, we used to have obviously some representation with Estesu, players like Scavsy and others that are competing and performing. We need some more women on that main stage. Absolutely. Fallout here joined alongside James Bardoff, Rain Day, and special guest Zach Mazer from Cloud9. Qualifying for grand finals. We thought it'd be Hal here, but instead, we're stuck with Zach.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for you, but here we are.
I do, Matt. Talk to me about your performance. Talk to me about qualifying in that brutal lobby.
I mean, that is by far the best lobby that Apex Legends has ever seen. That was by far the hardest competition in Apex I've ever played. And shout out NRG for such a dominant performance. But to anybody that made that top 10, that is an unbelievable feat. That was not an easy lobby at all. Whether you got 10th or 1st, you made it, you should be proud.
Yeah, y'all obviously were backs against the wall, 11th, 12th place, clutched up, got the first 3 kills against EXO, and were able to sneak into that top 10, so congratulations to you. But hey, this losers bracket lobby is certainly no slouch as well. It has been a crazy turn of events, and one that we really wouldn't have expected TSM outside of the top 10 as it currently stands, James.
Absolutely. It has been a really hard ride for them so far. It's not comfortable at all. I don't think there's any seats in their car the way this has been going. It's been completely disastrous. They, I think, have 2 points more than Pulverex at the moment. They've only got 2 players.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Sanity. Walk us through these highlights. It's been 100 Thieves all day, Randy.
Yeah, sometimes I have a hard time, remembering who won game 1. Or like, who won game 2 again? That's pretty easy this time around. 100 Thieves won them all. I mean, this is a performance that we are not going to forget. And if you're talking about climbing through the losers bracket, having momentum heading into finals day, this is exactly how you want to do it. But most importantly, and I think James and I have been noticing this, their composition has been so unique. And I've wanted to talk a little bit for people who don't understand what this is about, why this is doing so well, because the Newcastle is a strange pick. It's the newest legend. Not every team is committing to them, but the Watson paired with the Newcastle gives a whole new range of abilities to be able to contest the Gibraltar.
That's right. And Zach, I'd love to get your take on that. Obviously, the cookie cutter meta right now, you guys are running it until finally running Sierra is Caustic and Gibby. This team's going Gibby-less, this team's going Caustic-less, and it's working.
Yeah, with a comp like that, you can play really small nooks and crannies that no other comp can play, and you can play it really effectively, right? Because you don't need the shield economy that other comps need because of the Watson generator, and you have some really solid cover using that Newcastle that can actually protect you from Gibiel if you use it properly. So it's actually really good to play dead center zone where most people are afraid to play.
It's actually also helping that Vaxilon is playing like an absolute robot.
Oh,
not
absolutely.
missing shots. Talk to me, James, about Vaxilon's performance.
Vaxilon got 6,500 damage in the first 2 games, those are numbers that are completely unheard of. You heard Gaskin talking about how he broke the record by 1 damage in the first game, followed it up with absolute savagery in the second, only for the team to go on and dominate in the third as well. Normally we're talking about Optic doing this, which we can get onto later, but 100 Thieves, we were asking, is this a night and day composition they've got with these legends? But they are really showing up when it counts here.
Yeah, I can't wait to dig into that a little bit more, but let's take a look at the losers bracket round 2 overall standings. 100 Thieves with 72 points. Blowing it up right now. Optic Gaming right behind them. Scars in 3rd. The 2 former champions of the ALGS Championship in the top 3. Alliance, though, with a massive Game 3 performance. AIM Esports, the team that took the spot of Empire, also showing up with a substitute in Jerovic the German, GMT on top. So Europe really showing up big time. Godfire representing South America and Brazil. But FA Kitties, Alliance, GMT, AIM, and Scars. Zach, talk about the European region and their performance so far.
I mean, definitely don't think they're doing bad. See a lot of charge rifles coming out of the boys, and they're hanging in there. They're hanging on. I would love to see Hardeki get through Alliance. Those boys are really good. I mean, I like to think of Alliance similar to my own team. We're really, really on or really off, and I really hope the boys have a good day.
At least he's self-aware.
I gotta talk about this half of the table. I told you this was $1 million lobby. There's $500,000 in prize money in this bottom half of this table. Almost half of that has 1 point more than Pulverex. 1 point.
Wow. Pulverex, team of 2. How about Pulverex, ladies and gentlemen, in PNC Arena? The Japanese duo, F-Chan and Legetta, showing up. The crowd goes crazy every time they're on screen. We'll see if they can somehow make another miracle happen by slipping into that top 10. And you already know we had to talk about it. It's the biggest story of that second page, Zach. It's TSM in the bottom 20. Right now in 17th or 16th place. What's going wrong for TSM? Obviously, they started with Maggie Sear. They switched to Caustic. They went back to Sear a little bit. What's going wrong in your eyes?
I mean, you're seeing TSM in 18th place.
Evan because his name is Evan.
Yes.
Verhulst with 450 damage, not very Verhulst-like.
It's amazing. I was actually with Verhulst as he was getting out today. I know that's how I'm running into all these players now, but he was talking about the fact this is his second LAN ever.
Yeah.
There's a difference in playing on LAN, figuring out the timing, the positions you can take and not get punished for. He's realizing that the hard way, but it's just the synergy thing. They are a day late and a dollar short on how they're making those changes, like you said, Zach. So they've kind of got, I think, James, take the lead on what they want to do for the rest of these games.
Absolutely, and I've got a question for you, Zach. You know, when I predict you guys in tournaments, you tend to do great, but when I don't, sometimes things can go wrong. But on a serious note, my question is like, when things aren't really happening for the squad, and you know it's really stressful, but you've still got games ahead of you, how do you keep focused and just like ignore what's behind you and try and turn things around in that next game?
Well, sometimes you can. You know, sometimes you make mistakes that you just cannot forgive yourself for, and you got to do your best to move past. But when you're struggling in Apex Legends and you know you're a good team, at the end of the day, one of the best things you can do is slow down, right? Putting points on the board at the end of the day is the most important part, and slowing down and letting your IGL think through these plays is how you'll really find that success. And even if you may be an early rotate team, just getting that extra second to regain one extra zone of information. Yo, man, we're not going to win this game, but we're going to get 8 points this game, and we're going to get some momentum going here. Things like that can be really big for these long 8-game events, right? So that would be... That's my advice.
I've got to give a shout out to Zach, actually. For those of you, if you haven't watched his stream before, it's really good for when you're breaking stuff down, you know, and analyzing the games that are going on. You can learn a lot from watching Zach stream. I have myself, so definitely give him a shout. And 5 gifted, guys, come on. There's the 5 gifted out.
I want all y'all to
Don't forget that.
gifted subs to my man, Zach Mazer. I got to agree with you. My favorite player to talk to actually get into his mind a little bit. His analytical breakdown of the game is unmatched. So, Zach, a lot of love. That was clearly a Mazer moment you just had here on stage. I really appreciate it, my friend. Now.
Oh, man, there's many more to come. It ain't over yet.
I'm trying to redefine the term Mazer moment into a positive thing. We'll see what we can do here.
It ain't going to get there. You know, it's got its positive, it's got its negatives, and it's going to be that way for as long as I'm around.
That's about right. Yeah. Big shout out to Zach Mazer. Once again, Cloud9 and Zach Mazer here live from Raleigh. Again, thank you so much, Zach, for joining. Again, a professional. He was staring down that camera. He has the right camera.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying my best, man. I'm trying
Start getting lost in his eyes.
Seriously.
We need to do like a dodgy infomercial with Zach where he's selling us some kind of fake product. I think that needs to happen.
I'd buy it.
You know?
I mean, I'm not doing too bad, but shit, 100 Thieves is doing way better right now. So, oh my God, 72 points on the board. Shout out
and
those
he
guys.
deflects. He's so humble, but you're in the one in the grand finals. Remember that, my friend. But hey, look, again, big thank you to Zach Mazer, Rain Date, James Bardoff, killing it as always. A lot to dissect, some great analysis from these guys, but guess what? We got 5 more games, baby. We're going to jump to a quick break. When we come back, games 4 through 8 after this.
Welcome back to Raleigh, everybody. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Championships. And we've got one more game of World's Edge to get through before we move into 4 games of Stormpoint. 100 Thieves, completely and utterly dominant in our first 3 games. And when I say dominant, I don't just mean dominant. 3 back-to-back, I had to work that out. 3 back-to-back wins, not 4. Maybe 4, though. Give it a few minutes, it could be 4.
Your math has never really been a strong point, but you might be predicting the future.
Never will be either.
Because the way that 100 Thieves are playing right now, they look unstoppable. Their predictions of where these zones are going, the areas which they are taking, the space they're able to manage and protect with the composition they're running, it's so difficult to try and take them down. And the shots they're hitting as well. In some of those replays, these guys are not missing.
They really aren't, and here's some of the stats from them as well. Vaxxilon, surprise, surprise. The average damage, the only one breaking 1K and almost just touching a 1.1. So very, very impressive stuff from him. But even though 100 Thieves have dominated the lobby, they have won every game. As crazy as it sounds for the rest of the pack, that's great news. That means that everybody else is still so tightly knit. One big game could be enough at this point to send you into the finals.
Yeah, because realistically, it doesn't matter if you finish first in this lobby or 10th. You're all going to the grand final, regardless of seeding and how you want to position yourself on that stage. It's about getting to that grand final. Nasky is someone who will want to be there. Alliance will also want to be there.
Yeah, and Vice, huge shout out to him as well. He managed to rat his way right into that final moment to get big points on the board for Alliance. And those little moments, those tiny little moments can be the difference maker when it comes down to who gets into that top 10. Optic, they're in a good spot right now. Team on your screen though, Luminosity, they are one of the chasing pack who needs to start bucking up their ideas a bit.
Well, there's a lot of teams that need to buck up their ideas, and I think maybe there's a lot of teams that are realizing perhaps World's Edge is just not right for them at the moment in this lobby, whether that's down to drop spots, whether that's down to rotations and being held by certain teams. It could change when you get to the grand finals. But also it can change when you get into Stormpoint as well. A lot of fans of Godfire, it would seem, as they will look to try and make their impact on this next match. And we are almost locked and loaded for match number 4, our last time on World's Edge today. And these teams have a lot to do if they want to get to the grand finals.
Well, here we go then. The final time we're going to see World's Edge today. Before we head to Stormpoint, we are approaching the halfway mark in this losers bracket round 2. The top 10 is all that matters at this point. If you want to get in that grand final, you need to have 1 to 10 next to your name when this lobby is done and dusted. A massive, massive game for every single team involved. 100 Thieves out in front on 72 points. Optic just behind. They say just behind on 32. The rest of the lobby, though, down. There's 20-odd points behind them.
The trouble is, when you are this far behind and when you're so desperate to get points, you start to force things. You start to force composition changes. You start to force fights. Maybe you rotate in a different way. Maybe you take some risks that you probably shouldn't. Pressure really can affect your gameplay, and players can really get in their own heads as well. Well, we said we've had different circles every single time. I'd say that we're probably going to get a different one once more, as it looks to be a very far east circle. I know we had the northeast one before, but this one is going to be more around Fragment East, around Overlook, and potentially that no-named location that RPR currently resides in.
Yeah, very interesting circle here for all teams to try and approach. Where that's going to pull, it's going to be very, very interesting, but getting inside that no-name building might be important. Rotating late from the north of the map from Epicenter, also a very viable option playing that high ground. But 100 Thieves, I mean, what an afternoon it's been for them. Early evening, whatever you want to call it. They wish this would keep going. Just roll me into the grand finals right now, because they are fright.
I mean, this is just going to be a victory lap now for 100 Thieves, these next 5 maps. And that's why I genuinely started speaking about griefing. It is a thing that could happen. I know that a lot of these guys have respect for one another. They are good friends. But if you can see, I don't know, the likes of TSM, and you recognize that's their rotation, if you can take TSM out of a grand finals, I know I'm not making friends, but it's a $2 million tournament, and these guys want to get as much prize money as possible.
Just realized I predicted TSM to go through, so this could be my fault.
It's definitely your fault.
Between us, we'll take the brunt of the crowd, but that is pretty much symbolic. Those 3 banners above Skyhook with 100 Thieves under them. Great work from the Observer team to catch that shot, by the way. It really does sum up how World's Edge has been playing out. 100 Thieves, not just the 1 banner, the 3 wins kind of signifying the 3.
Well, we speak about breaking records, and the 4 games in a row certainly would be one, but also the points total that 100 Thieves can get in this losers bracket would also break a record. They're already on 72 after 3. They could very easily total over 100 if they carry on this form, if not even further. Element 6, though, they're under a little bit of a pressure. There's going to be another team just maybe trying to take this position from them, but at the same time, they're the ones who have to go uphill to Element 6.
They certainly do indeed. TSM are making their move as well, but there already are teams inside of No Name. That Respawn Town, whatever you want to call it, outside of Fragment East, is very heavily populated already, and barely any time has passed in this game. So it's going to be a little bit of a sketchy moment. It actually looks like TSM have retreated back to Fragment East now, having recognized that. So we'll keep you up to date with every movement from teams who are outside of that top 10 and seeing if they can not only force their way inside the circle, but inside of those placements as well.
There is a lot of early movers. AIM, Orthrus Fang, Pulverex have all managed to find their way into the center of that circle. It's such an easy pop-off, by the way. I know that TSM fans might hate me right now, but Pulverex.
Saying Pulverex?
Pulverex, just speak about them.
There it is.
Speak it into existence, and maybe they can make the unthinkable happen. But there is a lot of early movers. I think a lot of people realize now that this is going to be a circle. They need to be prioritizing some of these early movements because there is not going to be a lot of buildings to work with if you do arrive late.
So TSM, this time around, Mad Maggie, Seer, and of course Valkyrie. This is what they ran last time.
And this is what they ran coming into the tournament as well. This is what they were scrimming with. They were having so much success prior to the tournament with this composition, but when it came to LAN, when it came to some of these lobbies, they just weren't able to find the same success. That's why they went back to the more traditional composition, the highest percentage composition of the Gibby, Caustic, and the Valkyrie. But if TSM do get rolling with this composition, they could have a mammoth game.
Hal just missing a couple of shots there. And the worry here for TSM is the armors. Again, 1 blue, 2 white. Sometimes that can happen here at Fragment East. The central zone doesn't gift the best of loot sometimes. And for now, it looks like they're just going to route and play this one slowly. We'll move over to the point of view of Sutoraiku, though. And Fussy might be hitting the ground a little bit harder than he wanted to at the moment. It will be a soft landing, though, as he pops that battery. But shots certainly being exchanged between the teams. And oh my word, look at this! TSM running it out and TSM picking up the kill.
And TSM need these kills as well. You spoke about their shields, you spoke about their loot. The damage is going to do wonders for them to level up those Evo shields. They crack another, and now they've got a 3 versus 2 here against Reject.
Need to take advantage of it though, need to turn the kill points in their favor. I mentioned how tight this lobby is, how tight the leaderboard is, and how many points separate the teams. There's barely any. A 3v2 scenario needs to be converted ASAP by TSM.
And I think that the whole world is willing TSM into that grand final. It wouldn't be a grand final without TSM. I think we can all agree on that one with the success and the history that they have in Apex Legends. But they've still got to have that game. They've still got to have that successful moment to really propel themselves into the top 10 of the leaderboards. But a lot of teams now are starting to just have a couple of pops at one another. Sutoraiku have been on the receiving end of a lot of damage, and they seem to be griefed by several teams at the moment.
It's going to be Alliance holding them out as well. How important could that play from Vivespy as well? So ratting out towards the end of that game. Those points he managed to accrue for his team, absolutely vital at this stage in the game. A second place finish for them, managing to get 6 kills along the way as well. That's where the majority of their good news has come from that last game. So Vibes making plays, which could be the ones who really do influence how this lobby ends up and if Alliance are in that grand final.
And Alliance and Sutoraiku are 2 of the few teams that are still outside of this circle. It must be said, they're going to be the late rotators. So this is an important fight to win, because then not only do you get the kill points, but you also can pretty much rotate for free into the circle and not really worry about any of the other teams, because most have already firmly rotated over towards the east side of the map, including the likes of Optic Gaming, who find themselves in Geyser right now, and they should be uncontested down there. But if it does move up towards that no-name location that we thought about, it could be a difficult old movement.
Sutoraiku taking a little bit of a wider berth through the zone then. They're going to be singed, but certainly not burnt for now. There's your top 20 players as far as damage is concerned, and Vaxelon is now up on top of that list. No surprise to see that, Dan, after how he's played.
And of course, he has played a couple more games, or 3 more games to be precise, than those who are in that grand final, but still, look at the difference in damage from the likes of EXO, who find themselves waiting, for example. Mandy's still in second. There has been a lot of damage to go around from those 2 gentlemen, and if they do get into that grand final, I mean, what a lobby it could be. I mean, with already the names that we see in that grand final and the names we may see coming from this losers bracket, it really will be the lobby of all lobbies here at the World Championships.
Luminosity, another team who are among that chasing pack of the top 10. Not too much to speak about for shields, but an opportunity here with a couple of shots from Shiny to level up that Evo shield with a Sentinel. A couple of bats going to be exchanged, a little bit of inventory management going down between the teams. And the pace of this game, I think, kind of sums everything up right now. Every point, more valuable than it's ever been to these teams. As FA Kitties are on the other side of this choke right now. Luminosity to their left. But if they do fight, you can see the armor advantage that FA Kitties have.
I mean, after casting Stormpoint for the last 3 days, I'm not used to the silence across one of these maps for the opening 10 or 15 minutes, but all teams respecting one another, all teams rotating to these early positions, but there could be a little bit of a scuffle here. FA Kitties are in one of these priority areas. This is the no-name location we're talking about, of course, where the circle could be finishing. And are they going to be able to take a fight?
Well, the interesting thing is it was a big zone pull there, all the way over towards Scars. That's where Ascend also find themselves. Overlook is looking like it might be the end zone here, just outside of it for sure. And FA Kitties maybe trying to overtake some of the traffic here that are trapped inside this building.
They know there's a team above them, and they know there's also a team north of them. So they're trying to just keep out of sights from the team that's north, but they're also considering a push. And especially with that Arcstar and now this Caustic Barrel, if they do get some ticks, if they do get indication of damage, I wouldn't be surprised if they suddenly decide to dart on in. And there's the damage, that's a 65. Could this be the push?
Hardeki doesn't need to be asked twice, let me tell you that. However, with what's on the line, I mean, this is, again, just synonymous of what is happening in the lobby, right? Hardeki usually offer that kind of damage, would be having a little poke, a little prod, popping his head round the corner and seeing if he can convert upon the damage to turn it into a knock and give his team an advantage. But even for now, Hardeki, one of the most talented players in the game individually, is just going to back up, just going to play this one safe.
And safety is the name of the game for a lot of these teams, and you can feel the nerves, you can feel the pressure. And as you say, there is that circle just moving ever so slightly towards Overlook, but it also still is including the no-name location and everything in between. So even the train track is somewhere that a lot of teams might be residing in for now. But if it does carry on to pull, Scars will be in one of the best positions, as will Ascend with currently where they are. And they're just trying to hit some shots here, hit some damage on those teams that are starting to move very quickly as this next zone will be closing in 33 seconds.
Well, Optic Gaming, their rotation, let's get you up to date with that one. They are moving from Big Mord now through the choke towards Geyser. It looks like they might have an opportunity to move through the choke as well, which leads down towards Fragment East, or they have the option, of course, of going through that Vault Tunnel. They're looking like they have a pretty clear path for now, but on the other side of things, TSM up on the high ground, or starting to make a rotation from Fragment West towards Epicenter. This is a big moment for them. They've got to force their way into that zone. And this is going to be a tough game for them now, forcing their way in. Alliance making their way in through the skies as well. Fnatic going to be their closest customer.
Trying to weave through the skies to avoid the bullets. It looks like they should land safely, but there is a team ahead. Oh, that's the 106 with the longbow from Yuki, but he also gets tagged from behind, and Alliance just trying to do as much damage as possible to take over this area. But there's a lot of teams in the vicinity, but Hackis takes down one.
Hackis with a 30-30. That thing has been the friend of some, but the enemy of others. If you're firing the bullets, it's all good. But if you're on the receiving end, you don't want to feel that gun. Hackis not going to be able to convert into full KP, though. Looks like Fnatic have managed to escape for now.
No points gathered for anyone just yet. As I say that, Fnatic get a knock, Dreamfire in a little bit of a pressure situation. Here's TSM. They are still making their way in, and they're going to have to move in 25 seconds.
And look at this. Alliance are aware.
Oh,
Imperial
no.
Hal's going to get caught off guard. Hal's trying to escape. It's going to be able to verhole some reps to get him out of trouble. Hal is down, and TSM are in trouble once more.
No bubble to work with this composition as well, so you either have to turn and fight or you have to turn and run. Imperial Hal gets finished, and Alliance catch off TSM, as Alliance will pick up the KP.
And that's the difference, right? Hal trying to creep up, trying to be aggressive, trying to get angles, but no ability to get out of that situation. No jets on the Valkyrie, no Q on the Wraith, whatever it might be. And it means you just get caught out for a second there. Alliance did not have to be asked twice.
I think Alliance
take down the IGL. And now it's up to the duo.
Alliance are going to know that this banner could potentially be picked up. They are kind of holding it at the moment, keeping an eye on it, because you saw that TSM ran, but suddenly they came back towards it and saying, okay, wait, we could maybe still get House Banner. And there you go, they've got it.
Wow.
It's an in-and-out job.
That
It's
is a ballsy play.
heist of all heists.
That is
And they'll be able to heal up.
ballsy play coming in from TSM, but they get that banner. The plot armor's still thick here for TSM. Well, they've got some work to do. They've got the ability to get that respawn in. Vibes is going to go and check it. Trust me, there's no banner left on that one, my friend. As we see now, Hackers taking some pop shots at the sky as another Valkyrie redeploy comes in. Ooh. Ow. Oh. Is there a trampoline at the bottom here for them to land on? It doesn't look like it is. Dreamfire down to 2, but the bubble is there, and somehow they get away with this.
Dreamfire just about get into the circle. Also, you were talking about Optic Gaming's rotation. They found themselves firmly in the circle as well. They're not too far from Scars. They've actually taken the high ground off of them, I believe, over towards Overlook. So Optic Gaming did a fantastic rotation around with the Valkyrie, but it is Ascend and AIM who are in the next circle. As TSM are going to get back to a full 3. It is not the end for Imperial Hal just yet.
Well, if I'm TSM right now, I'm looking across at each other. I'm saying, boys, it's time to puff our chests out a little bit. We need to start dominating this lobby. We need to start showing everyone just who we are. And TSM start by making that ballsy play, getting that banner back, and getting Hal back into the game. Next thing they got to do, get this man a gun.
They just need that confidence. They just need that motivation once more. TSM have not been the same TSM that we've seen in recent weeks when it comes to those team fights. You've heard it throughout their communications. They've not been happy with how they've been fighting. And because of that, I feel like they are just lacking that little bit of aggression. Of course, trying to play for that late game, but just haven't been able to win those engagements as successfully as normal. But all it takes is one fight. All it takes is one game, and it will bring all that motivation back on board for TSM. And they found themselves into the circle. Hal is back up, but still no gun.
It looks like they've had a little bit of damage done once again. Verhulst is going to have to burn through a battery. Hal still just ready to throw hands because he's got nothing else to throw at the moment. Team Liquid in trouble as well as Mandy is going to get the knock onto Nocturnal. Team Liquid now getting back on his feet. The gold bag vital here as Nocturnal will have shields when he gets back to his feet.
Back as a full 3 and just back protecting themselves now are Liquid. Alliance, they have eyes on them. But Alliance not able to capitalize, but maybe looking to try and just get into a position to take another angle here. That's something that you really get an advantage with this Horizon. But no kills found just yet. It's still very quiet here on World's Edge. Only one team has been eliminated.
19 squads remaining. Zone 4. You can cut the tension with the kunai at this point. Yuki takes shields away. The dome goes down. Alliance trying to hold this height, but look at where they have to go as well. The circle has pulled completely away from the Alliance squad. They're going to have to do a lot of damage if they want to move forward. That's one way to start it.
Yeah, the circle's gone down towards the vault area. AIM are in a good spot right now, but look where Ascend are. You could argue they are in prime position, but they will also be greeted by the likes of Optic Gaming, Scars, LG, DF when they do start to make their way down to this next circle. So they will certainly be in a position where a lot will be happening, and they're going to have to protect themselves. But there's a lot of Wattson fences to do so.
That's the great thing, right? Wattson back in the meta. You get this spot, you're going to be able to hold it down so much more successfully, and look at the amount of room they've got to play with as well here, Ascend. What a position they find themselves in here. Ascend down in 14th coming into this game, trying to force their way inside of the top 10. It looks like Hal has been gifted a gun by one of his teammates here, so just the PK to play with, and still that white armor. Just 24 seconds for TSM to make moves, and if there was ever a time for a listening, it's now.
You want any meds? I'm 2-0 cells.
I'm 1-1. I'm one syringe.
I'm 4.
Hey, come over here. We're gonna Valko like right here, okay?
All right.
Just wait, just wait. They're fighting in looks like it sounds like No Name right now.
We're on fast zone. We're on fast side zone.
Do it now, Evan.
Gotta look for everything. Team just landed at this spot.
We can go to either one of these rooms, I think.
I think we go in the left room, maybe.
All right. Okay, left room.
It's safe.
Hold on.
Sit on the door.
We're chilling. You're landing on me. Landing on us. Landing on us. Stay back. Valk. Valk. Valk is cracked. Valk is caustic shit on.
I had to get out the door.
I know. I can't.
I'm gonna die.
TSM eliminated. A massive, massive moment for one of the most historic lineups in Apex Legends Global Series history. They are out again. They will have to get the job done on Stormpoint.
But we just
Also,
lost 8 teams.
Scars went out. Alliance Team, Liquid, Luminosity, they are just reeling off. Everyone is falling.
We've just lost 9 teams in the space of about 15 seconds. Godfire, the next to be eliminated. Optic Gaming still doing damage onto Dreamfire. AIM have been holding this area for quite some time, and they've had to do what they can.
Pulverex. Pulverex. Legetta, last alive for the squad. No problem, he stays alive even longer.
How are you doing this? How have you got a shield swap? How are you into the top 6 again? These two have defied all odds.
This man's got a red Evo shield to play with as well. Unfortunately, only got 1 cell, but they're in the top 6. 100 Thieves. Update on 100 Thieves for everybody. 3 games in a row, it could well be 4. 100 Thieves are inside of the top 6 once again.
This is a moment. Got to dip, dodge, duck and dive, but I think eventually, surely this fairy tale will end. But top 6 again, you know, it's consistency. It's still doable. Granted, round of applause as well. But now, round 6 closing. Ascend in one of the best positions, and they're Watsoned up. The fortress is set, but as you said, 100 Thieves very close, and they could really do some damage.
The difficulty is the fortress is set, but 100 Thieves have got a moving fortress, and at the moment they're not missing many bullets either. So if they can walk up, they can get the damage down, then this could well be 4 games in a row for 100 Thieves. At the moment, let's watch some Sutoraiku. You can see that G7 Scout is going to be not quite connecting in the way that Fussy would have wanted to, just picking away but not able to get those shields down to where he wants to. Now AIM Esports are making their move as well. Spray coming in with the flatline, the 301 is there as well, but Jerovic has got 1 HP and they will be out.
3 teams remain, Ascend, Sutoraiku, and of course 100 Thieves, trying to make it 4 in a row. And 100 Thieves, as you said, got the castle wall down, they've got the fortress that they need, and Omnu is hitting some shots.
But here comes the defensive bombardment as well, and unfortunately here for 100 Thieves, 1 has gone down. Ascend waiting, biding their time to come in and flank. Sutoraiku also want to get a win on the board here. This would be massive for them.
Both teams need it. 100 Thieves arguably do not, but they are still alive. Vaxlon manages to escape, and the other 2 teams are fighting. Ascend and SDK, they're trying to do the damage. Finally, he goes down, and we're down to 2.
And here comes Ascend. Bullet has fallen though. Bullet is on his back and Ascend now. Have to be careful. VJX is moving up, post kill as well, trying to get some shots in with this Eva 8. This is looking like Ascend's game to win! And as World's End closes, Ascend rise to the top.
And boy, did they need it. As he says, calm down, we had this all along. Every single team down in that bottom 10, even those teams around that kind of 7th to 10th area, you just need that one game. That one game to really send you up in those leaderboards, and it was written in the stars really for Ascend with where they were holding. They got that position early, they set up, the Watson fences came down, and they played it perfectly. Granted, we did see a fantastic effort from both Sutoraiku and 100 Thieves, but not good enough to stop the Ascend fortress that they had set up so early on.
I thought 100 Thieves had it for a moment. I also thought maybe Pulverex had it for just a second as well. But I mean, this man, he kind of predicts the future. He just walks over to the desk before that and like opens a bag, and I'm like, what's that? He's like, it's an Ascend shirt. Maybe you should do that a little bit more often. Maybe a couple of teams are going to be sending you a few more shirts if that's what happens off the back of it. But I mean, there is a story to be told for everyone in that lobby at the moment. Ascend, big points. They will jump up those leaderboards quite considerably with 23 points, 11 kills, add it to the 12, and that's where you get to.
I mean, realistically, with how these games have been going, a 23-point game may just be enough to send you into that top 10 and keep you in the top 10 with how much 100 Thieves have been stealing the points away. But still, 4 matches to play. Suturaku with 17 points. AIM Esports also putting a big 9. Pulverix find themselves in 6th position and put 4 more points on the board. And I'm interested to see these overall standing because they are slowly and surely adding those points up and trying to put themselves within the chance of a top 10.
It's certainly something that would blow my mind if it does happen. Another thing that's blowing my mind is some of the names we see in the bottom half of this table. This is the results, of course. You can see Liquid, Alliance, TSM all falling, GMT and Scars all struggling a little bit here. And we're halfway, Dan. We are halfway through the games now. Only 4 games remain to make that grand finals.
And I mean, that leaderboard is concerning, but the overall leaderboard will be even more concerning for some of those teams in that bottom 10. As you said, halfway through, 4 games to play, still a lot of points to be gathered by some of these teams. But really, let's talk about these 2 gentlemen on your screen. Pulverix, what a tournament they have had, and they are still alive. The chances are still possible. Are they going to be able to do it on Storm Point? That is going to be the biggest question.
Well, I'm sure that a lot of people here and at home hope that somehow they make it happen. Every single time they're on my screen, I just have a smile on my face. And they are certainly putting smiles on faces across the globe at the moment. But this is who we need to be talking about, Ascend. What a moment for them, picking up the win in our last game here on World's Edge. VJX, big performance from him. Kushera as well, 1.5k damage for him, just shy of, but enough to turn it into a win. Dan, I mean, World's Edge, it certainly did entertain for a lot of different reasons. 100 Thieves certainly dominant, but what it really means is the overall leaderboard will look like this. Let's take 100 Thieves out of this for a second. Remember, top 10, top 10, top 10. That is all that matters outside of 100 Thieves, maybe even Optic Gaming. Still a chance for everyone with 4 games left on Storm Point.
Well, as I said, in the winners bracket, the cutoff was 43 points, and at the moment, 10th place is 18 points. There is a lot of points still to be had, and all of those teams in the bottom 10, and I mean all of them, still have a chance to get into that top 10. You just need that one game. The trouble is, going into Storm Point now, this is not going to be as easy, right? I think a lot of teams will be quite frustrated that 100 Thieves dominated as much as they did, because look at what happened when Ascend got that circle right. These guys have played so many games on World's Edge that when they do get the circle, they know how to nail it.
I'm with you. Pulverix for the win. I am a Pulverix stan, and I have absolutely no regrets at announcing it to the world.
Get me a Pulverix t-shirt, and I will wear it.
That's true, that's true. We could actually get Dan to maybe weave his magic once more, but I mean, it's all set up here, Dan. It really is all set up for a grandstand finish. Naski is still smiling. He's loving the energy from this crowd as well, as so are we too. But 4 games, 4 more games remain before we have our grand finals lobby confirmed. Storm Point is just around the corner. That's going to do it from us for today, but don't go anywhere. It's time for us to take a break, but Storm Point is just around the corner. It's going to be a banger.
Give me one, give me one, give me one. Both people down. Give me one, give me one, give me one. EMP them. EMP. Block that. Last team, push, what is so close? Give me one, give me long. Shoot on them. I'm pushing. You guys need to push. Okay, wait. Give me one. Nice. Walk low. I need to heal. Last guy. Let's go. Let's go.
It all comes down to this. The final 4 games of the night decides who is going to be going into the championship match to play for $500,000 for first place. T-Squared, Glitter Explosion, AKA Mommy, bringing you the action. Now, everyone's getting loaded into the lobby right now. And while they do, so yeah, can we get a round of applause over here? Let's go, let's go. We got the live crowd here at PNC Arena. We're feeling good, we're feeling great. It's been absolutely electric. The first 4 games, if you're just joining us, have been dominated by 100 Thieves. They took the hill over towards Skyhook, Thermal, Climatizer, and then the last one outside Overlook as well. Vaxlon has been popping off almost 10,000 damage over those 4 games.
And what's even crazier is they almost won the 4th game as well, and even though they didn't, still getting a top 3 finish. I mean, this consistency is what they need to continue with throughout the rest of these 4 games and then into finals.
Pulverex, more like pull a flex over here. We had the crowd flexing. Let's throw up the muscles, guys. Throw it up. Let's flex up in here. Let's get it going. Playing as a duo, just imagine if they had a third. I threw them out in my predictions because I want to see them pop off. I want to see them pop off. They're a crowd favorite, and why not? You can see them getting back-to-back top 6 the way that they're maneuvering around. But going through some of the teams that are outside looking in right now that we wouldn't expect to be there. You have Sudoraiku, you have Luminosity Gaming, you have Singularity, you have Team Liquid, TSM Chance in the crowd right now. They're sitting in 17th place with 10 points. They're making some team composition changes that have been going through. We saw Mad Maggie and Seer being pulled out, but you had a feeling if they were playing their normal composition there with Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibby, they go on over towards the tunnel side. They lock down the left-hand side where the door was. Easy Caustic barrel over towards the door to block the door. Nades don't come in because the Gibby bubble is there. They have the AoE with Caustic barrels over towards the side. I get it, they need kill points, but I really feel like they need to go to their comfort picks here. Apex Legends is such a muscle memory game, and they're so talented, but this is what TSM does. It's almost scripted in the way that they go about their business.
We say it all the time, they thrive under pressure. 4 more games now to see what they can do with the added pressure, but we're looking at the overall leaderboard here. Ascend, after that phenomenal performance, jumping up 11 spots, and this is why it's still possible for TSM to bounce back, because one strong game, you see what that takes. That took Ascend from the 2nd page to the 1st page, and that's where you want to be in order to make it into finals.
So all you need is one big game here, just like Zach Mazer was talking about on the analyst desk. Play patient, take your time. Don't try to get all the points at once. You're just gonna have to pick your way at it with a couple team fights here and there. Maybe 8 to 10 points is all you need to kind of get the ball rolling. But a lot of these teams you would not expect to be here. Fnatic, who is having a dominant day number 1, not looking too hot in day number 3, sitting at 19th place. Orthos Fang, they popped off yesterday. They're sitting in last place at 7th place as well. It's tough for these teams, but they can definitely do it.
Now, one of the saving graces, though, of the fact that 100 Thieves has just dominated the entire losers bracket so far is the fact that because they've point sponged so much, everyone else that is either close to the bubble, outside of the bubble, or even all the way down to 18th, they're not separated by a massive points margin. They still can recover. They still have 4 opportunities to do so. We're on a new map now, and that might actually work in the favor of some of these squads.
We saw Team Liquid kind of do it. They dropped a big goose egg after their first 4 games getting contested. Then they popped off and got 11th place overall, just barely missing their opportunity to make it on over towards the grand finals. So it's definitely possible. It's definitely feasible. The team that's on the bubble right now is another crowd favorite. That's GMT, with Rambo coming through and filling in. Skittlecakes takes the cake. Optic Gaming, they are looking pretty solid. 2nd place overall, just like you talked about, that point sponge that really came through. Now, the previous round that we had before this in that winner's bracket, the overall point total at 10 points was 43 Glitter. So that's kind of what you're looking for in terms of what your mindset needs to be at for your total points after 8 games.
Yeah, and they had a similar situation, like you're saying, with NRG eating up a lot of the points at the top of that winner's bracket. So there's still plenty of opportunity here for players to bounce back. What is with the booing? Listen, Optic Gaming sitting in a comfortable 2nd place right now. Gotta be happy with that heading into Storm Point. So get a little bit of a team comparison here between 100 Thieves and Optic. You can see just how close they are in total team kills right now.
And Optic started off really, really hot to begin this tournament. They won 3 matches out of their 6. And now 100 Thieves has won 3 in a row besides that last game where they placed 3rd place. So they've been coming out extremely hot. You want to play better at the end of the tournament than at the beginning, but it's all about just making it to that grand finals. No matter what, yes, you would love to be sitting there and you'd love to be watching these matches right now, have that little bit of a cushion, because when we move into that match point format, the team that finished first place overall is going to be able to have that 10 points, and it trickles all the way down to 1 point for 10th place. But if you can get there, it's happened before. We've seen teams come through and have 0 points and still get the dub no matter what. We're taking a look at Scars right now. They're sitting in 6th place with 22 points, and we have some Scar fans at the front.
I love all of the signs that the crowd has been making. Y'all have been crushing it this whole time, hyping us up and giving some serious love back to the players. I mean, look at all of that creativity.
No doubt about it. We still know what my favorite sign is. Oh yeah, we got Godfire out there too. And we have some Godfire fans right here in the front representing. They're hyped right now. They're sitting in 7th place. 4th place overall with 5 kills in game number 1. Just finished off World's Edge with 9th place and 3 kills overall. They'd definitely love to see these guys continue to get pumped up. And the players are locked and loaded. We're getting into Storm Point for game number 5 here in Losers Bracket Round 2, our final 4 matches of the night. Crowd, while it's on you, let's hear you one more time. It is time for some of the best Apex Legends we have ever seen. The stakes have never been higher. $2 million is the prize pool. And you can't emphasize it enough, $500,000 for first place, plus that trophy.
It's going to be insane. Taking a look at Monsoon there on camera, hanging out with the LG squad. All the players just waiting to get us loaded in here, and I think that this has got to be one of the hardest parts, as we talked about it a little bit earlier. We are in the latter half of Losers. You got to remember there were 10 teams that already played through winners that are now doing this all over again. The fact that any of these players still have this much energy is impressive, sir.
Is anyone having more fun than Nasky at this entire tournament? The dude is vibing. Right when I got to the tournament, I saw him in the lobby getting autographs for all of the mouse pads from all the pro players and things like that. He's been having an absolute blast. Definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to do again. They're sitting on the bubble. 10th place overall, 18th points. They're tied with Sudaraiku. Sudaraiku with a big game number 4. They took 2nd place. But now we move on over to Storm Point, and we're looking at the team compositions right now. It looks like we're still having 100 Thieves rocking the Newcastle Valkyrie Watson, which is something that we have to touch base on a little bit more. And here's some TSM chants in the crowd. They're going back to their old composition.
Yep.
So they're gonna be rocking something that would have worked out a little bit better for them in the previous game. That's gonna be Valkyrie, Gibraltar, Caustic. Very popular in the current meta, definitely the most popular 3 picks. And here it is. We are locked and ready to go. We'll find out if there's gonna be any 50-50s. We saw a lot of 50-50s earlier on. Team Liquid definitely felt the brunt of that, as they lost 4 in a row and got swept. But it is time to find out exactly where these players are gonna pick, where the hot spot's gonna go, and where this zone is gonna pull.
Dropping in here. Seeing where our players are gonna be starting their first Storm Point match off of the day. Hot Zone's going to be down over in Shipfall. And you can see already which teams this zone's going to be favoring here. This, oh man, 100 Thieves.
It lands right over kind of where 100 Thieves is gonna be. So
exactly.
Once we get the scan on zone number 2, that's gonna give us a lot more information, but you have a feeling Alliance is gonna love this. You already know that Vaxlon's hitting the scan. He's directly landing on the beacon as the dropship was going over there, and it pulls on over towards Stormcatcher far east. Gonna probably be right over towards where that respawn beacon is. So all those buildings right there, you have the egg building over towards the south. The priority building's most likely gonna be the one furthest on the edge of the zone, because that's your typical pulls that you see over on Storm Point. Now TSM, they're looting up over towards Antenna side. You know that Optic Gaming is gonna be going over towards Mill. Last time they were taking fights over towards Down Beast, and it didn't work out for them as they were hoping for. Duplex is gonna split all the way down towards the south and pick up his loot as well. But what we're seeing is High Point open and available, so no 50-50s off the rip over here as we take a look at what Ascend is up to. Ascend, our winners for the previous game. 3rd place, 33 points, and I love the compositions that they were running previously, but now they are gonna go back to, again, that very popular meta. Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibby. Now, when you're watching players play on Storm Point, you are gonna see them continually hitting the Prowlers. You're gonna see a lot of Spider play coming through, and I know the crowd is huge fans of the Spiders. I mean, who is it? And it gives you a decent amount of loot, right? You're gonna be able to, yes, let's go. Let's get a little hype over these Prowler kills. Who doesn't love free loot?
Listen, after the massive jump up the leaderboards Ascend got from that last match, you know they're going to be looking to be holding on to that here. So they won't be going for anything too crazy if they don't really need to force it. Just going to be focusing on that early game, setting themselves up well, getting all of their loot nailed down.
I'm expecting this to be really slow paced, to be honest with you.
I was just thinking that.
When the thing is when the World's Edge, you're going to have people that have been playing that map for years, so they understand exactly where players are going to be rotating from. So there's always a checklist of, do we go for kills or do we end up playing placement? I feel like when you go on over towards Stormpoint, it's all about getting on towards the zone and playing that placement and trying to just loot as fast as possible. Rotations are already happening now. Literally, we can see some of the teams that are rotating on the map, and to call that out for our viewers at home and for the crowd. Team Liquid is one of those first teams, and you see them on your screen right now. But they're getting lit up. Nocturnal takes a lot of damage, and he's the first player to go down.
This is not going to be ideal for Liquid. They're one of those squads that is on that bubble, wanting to get themselves some points here on the board, but Godfire is just raining down from above. Instantly going to be able to clean up on Nocturnal. Fun goes down shortly after, and Godfire is starting things off with a bang.
And the Godfire fans are going absolutely crazy for that. Team Liquid, they were sitting in 12th place. That's going to continue to help Godfire try to secure their way into the top 10 to try to make their way into the top 20 overall for that grand finals. And it looks like they're in a pretty decent position to do so. They have a priority building. That's the egg building that we touched base on earlier. And who other besides 100 Thieves taking one of the best 5 spots?
You were wondering if we were going to get any 50-50s. You know, in my head when you asked that question, I was like, I don't know if it's going to be rough. We didn't get that, but right off of the rotation, we get the instant fight, and that was not ideal for Liquid. Still do have Gildersons, though, able to escape and potentially can wrap for some points, at least for Liquid, for the rest of the game. But now AIM Esports finding themselves in a little bit of an engagement here, making sure they're healed up before they continue to take some of these shots. You know, we thought it was going to be slow, but apparently they decided they just want to start things off real hot.
As soon as the rotation starts to come through, that's when the fighting is going to end up happening. Now you're seeing Free Agent Kitties fly in. It's starting to get populated over here. There's stacks and stacks of teams. The only teams that are really on the outside would be teams like E6, STK, Pulverex, and Optic Gaming. But other than that, everyone's fighting and going for position. Another team that's moving up from the south-hand side, that's going to be Scars. You're going to have TSM coming through too, so there's potential third parties for those squads when they want it. But here comes another Skyward dive from AIM Esports, sitting in 4th place. And I think that they're going to be able to get into a safe spot. You can see those pills are untouched, so they're going to feel good about that, picking up some extra loot and continuing to play the edge. They understand that, hey, it's a little bit too hot over here. We're going to slow play this one, drop the Evo shield, and try to get some extra cells and batteries along the way. Hey, I'll take 2 batteries out of 1 pill.
Yeah, I don't ever get that.
No, I get like an Arc Star and a Thermite. Still good, but, you know, not 2 batteries.
Nice little reposition, though, from AIM, backing off at the right time, playing a little bit safer after they've dealt it's just the tiniest bit of poke damage. But Reject, another one of these squads, trying to at least keep other teams zoned off of them. They don't really want to have to be taking these aggressive pushes if they don't have to. Able to hold down the inside of this building right now. It's Luminosity that's trying to take away this positioning from them. Doing a good job dealing this damage, holding it down here in the stairwell. And Amigo doing a fantastic job, able to continue pushing up on the 2nd floor here. Luminosity putting themselves in a really solid spot.
Shiny, he gets thirsted. You know the armor swap most likely came through. The other player is no shields for RC, so it's Rejects versus Luminosity. Monsoon does have that PK in his back pocket, one of the nastiest PKs that we have. Not just in North America, but all in the world. Saw Monsoon in the hallway. He was absolutely vibing, feeling good about the situation that they're going to be in. Right on the bubble, sitting at 12th place with 17 points. This is a much-needed team fight victory. They also have that respawn right on the edge of the zone if they want it.
Monsoon's always vibing.
Always.
Literally always. Best vibes.
I think they're going to end up just saying, hey, we need to get Shiny back in this one. Let's back off. Respectable plays from both of those teams. That was a close fight. That could have really went either way, but the stakes are going to continue to grow and grow and grow and get higher and higher and higher throughout all of this, and it's Spider time.
100 Thieves once again set up ready to take on anyone who's about to push their way. This the comp that they have been using has been seriously working out in their favor. We saw how strong it was last time on Storm Point for them as well. Luminosity going for that rotate to go ahead and pick up third player and then bring themselves back in. To be fair, they're in a solid spot. They don't have to go too far, so they'll be able to get back into the zone in no time. But now checking in with Optic Gaming. Everyone just at that point of the game where just trying to find some real estate and not trying to push anything too crazily, because you don't want to have to go out super early and drop down any spots on this leaderboard with how close the points are.
Yeah, some preemptive missiles there from Nox. Does a little bit of damage on over towards himself. He's going to sell that one up. But just checking to see if anyone was inside of the door. Obviously not playing a scan legend, so they don't know exactly where these players are hiding. But we have the luxury here in front of us to be able to see eventually there could be a meetup with Sudareku. So these two teams are the only teams that are basically not in this next zone. And there it is. Pulverex making their play on over towards the next area and finding a little bit of safe haven. Looks like they've made it in and are going to be able to hit some heartbeats through the wall. So that's some great knowledge there for Pulverex. And obviously playing it out as a duo, they're not going to want to take any engagements. It's all about kind of letting the action unfold and trying to pick apart the players as they're fighting each other. This is TSM. This is what everybody's kind of looking at. Can TSM make a comeback here in these next 4 games? We've seen it from them before, but no one would have even anticipated them being in this position to begin with.
TSM finding themselves on this rotation. I'm hoping that these last 4 matches are the push that they need to bring it back here after a slow start to the first half of this day. We know that they can be so successful, so aggressive, and just so dang good at this game. But as I say that, they do run into one of the squads in their path. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's Orthros Fang taking some shots down onto TSM. Cal having to back off far, taking way more than he would have liked. The bubble's forced as well, and they're going to have to completely reset after this one.
Yeah, never good when you have to use your bubble just to cut off an angle to run away from an enemy team because you don't know what's going to be on the opposite side of this wall. Looks like they should be safe for now. It's going to cost them a little bit of their resources, but you can see they've crafted up and did a decent job looting throughout all of this. But I really like when Hal is playing some sort of character with movement, whether that's playing Wraith, which he was so accustomed to playing back in the day, playing Ashe, which we've seen him use before. Now on Valkyrie, we know how strong Verholz can be on that, but he's also got a very strong Caustic in his back pocket, and Reps has been so deadly on Gibby for so long. So this is an opportunity to hit the scan on over towards the next zone, find out what the strategy is going to be, and I'm very curious to see what TSM's going to do here.
Looks like they're going to have to find a safer way to push through the path that they do want to head for. They know that there's a squad right in front of them they're going to have to either deal with or avoid. Let's see if they're going to go for a little bit of a wider rotation, potentially go through that command center, see if they can avoid any sort of engagement right now. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams on the map, almost everyone has made their way to the safe zone and has started to post up, trying to hold down that ground.
This is a very deadly combination in Hal's hand, the R301 with the 2x PK in the back pocket. Not a lot of teams are going to have scans onto zone 3 and have this knowledge, so this should give them the advantage. The only disadvantage is a lot of the real estate's been gobbled up. Let's find out what the strategy is going to be for TSM. Let's hop into a quick listen with them.
You probably look stare up and see someone. I have a 4x.
We're technically safe here too.
Yeah, well, let's wait. When do you have your trap?
Next one's in 1 second.
You need to. They need to be where they can't just break it from up top.
They can.
There's no way they're gonna break it from the top.
I'm going to go up, okay?
All right.
Have Caustic ready, okay?
All right.
I'm playing on this door.
Yep. Play both doors and they stay in the gas. We lock them in.
You have the Caustic ult instantly.
I think we're good. I'm
coming up.
Coming up. Okay, trap up.
Wait. I thought I saw somebody. I have 300 light. The blue light mag here. The blue heavy mag. Okay, so what are our options here? Do we if we wait,
trap on this door.
Do we wait now and go now? Like, listen, guys, Do we go now since we have third beacon zone, or do we wait to Valkyl? Because can we reach all the way around the mountain here?
I don't know.
I feel like we can. I think we're so high in the air.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to. I think we will
But
be
the
able
issue
to.
is there's 18 teams. I think we just have to wait.
There's two first floors there. And there's like,
what if we played back here on my ping?
Yeah, we might be able to. It's just there's so many options.
Okay, there's that option. There's over here.
I don't think that's good. I don't think either of those options are good.
I don't think so
Our
either.
only good options are bottom floor of either building around the mountain. We play the fucking wall, or we can play in the little cubby here. Those are the 4 options we have.
Okay. Okay.
We just wait. I think we wait.
We can see just how hard the decisions are for TSM, knowing that there's still so many teams left in the lobby trying to decide the right time to continue their rotations in towards the safe zone. You also did see in the kill feed there that Alliance was able to get a knockdown onto Optic. A little bit of an engagement going on in the northwest edge of this zone. And 100 Thieves starting to take some pot shots for themselves.
Yeah, Alliance was popping off during that listen, and they were able to help eliminate 2 squads. They took out E6, and then Optic Gaming gets eliminated by a combination of Alliance and GMT.
Dang.
So nice job by them. And we heard a little bit of the strategy from TSM. It doesn't seem like it's a strategy that they're really stoked about. It's a little bit of playing it by ear and hoping that they can make something out of nothing, which is something that TSM does very well. But I like the plays and the thought process of saying, hey, let's go up here, check the high ground. You don't want to be trapped on the low ground. Going through the thought process of where the skyward dive is going to be, but with, again, 17 squads remaining, it makes completely sense as we see the teams remaining on the right-hand side, plus the point total. Again, it's all about getting that top 10 and making your way on over towards the grand finals. Now, teams that are set up in prime positions, that's going to be GMT, that's going to be Ascend, Gonfire is in a great spot, 100 Thieves is still locking things down. Teams that are doing some serious gatekeeping for the next rotations, that's going to be Sudoraiku and Scars and Singularity as well. Everybody else, they're in a tough spot. They got to make their way into the zone somehow.
And there's so many teams. They're all kind of clustered up in the same areas that they're going to have to push through in order to continue. And with the amount of squads that have already nailed down some real estate right along the edge or even dead center of that zone, it's going to be making things even more difficult. Now back on board with Ascend, one of those teams that is in a very solid spot right now for themselves, just going to be holding this down with those caustic barrels and kind of waiting for the onslaught they know is going to happen as the zone continues to shrink down and forces everyone right into their line of fire because they have that choke right in their vision.
They do, and I loved, again, the play style that they brought in the previous game that they won, excuse me, outside of Overlook, hitting the scans continuously, setting up on the God spot, and then they find themselves in another great position. GMT, they're going to get a knock, and that's going to be Leogri from Free Agent Kitties. So again, all of these teams that have to make their way in, round number 3 and round number 4 is when things really start to explode. Gilderson's going to bust out the Loba. I know you love Loba.
Everyone loves Loba. Who doesn't love Loba? Ooh, Alliance, though, in a really, really rough spot right now as they had to make their rotation in. They take way too much damage on the top of this building, and they will instantly go down. That was super unfortunate.
That is GMT helping pick that one up. Tough break for them, as Fnatic was there as well. Back on board with TSM and the CEO of Apex Legends. 19th place overall. They're definitely going to have to make some moves. They did find their way into the zone, though. So while all that fighting was happening, they've made their skyward dive. You can see there's a drop directly in front of them. Fnatic holding this high ground with the back clear with the zone is going to be a very powerful position. Plenty of shots left in this charge rifle as well, and just going to let that one rip.
They're going to feel real comfortable if you're going to be able to poke until all 3 of them are wearing red, and then they can just kind of let everything else unfold in front of their eyes as they're able to continue using this charge rifle to be a real big nuisance from on high. Meanwhile, you can see how much smaller the zone is, where they're going to have to continue moving to, but once again, that's really, really going to be favoring that Ascend. We still have FA Kitties, I think, is in there. GMT still down in that area, and all of the squads on the western side are going to continue to have to push through each other, and this is going to be when that kill feed really starts to light up.
We have 16 teams remaining, and there's only 4 of them in the next zone. That means that 12 teams are going to have to rotate, and you know the team that's sitting on the edge waiting for all this action to unfold, That's Godfire. Before this started, they were in 7th place. There are plenty of kill points that could be on the board for them. There's a big rotation happening now as a fight's taking place with Scars. It's up to Taishin there. He's got the R301. You typically want a PK in the back pocket, and he's not going to be able to do it. That's going to be Dreamfire with the kills. The flatline R9 for Bolin. Looking extremely strong and powerful. Tal's going to go and hit that med kit. 100 Thieves did make a rotation right next to GMT. That's a fight that's going to take place. Free Agent Kitties with just 2 players. Remember, they lost out on Leogri. They were able to get the res onto him, though, so they do have all 3 players. They're inside the next zone, and here goes Fnatic's rotation.
This building is going to be so dangerous for so many of these teams. This time, though, getting on this roof was not as difficult as it was for Alliance. Fnatic landing here safely and able to start nailing down some of this positioning, even though they are going to be near and above and around FA Kitties, GMT, and you can see everyone else across the way also trying to nail down some of that spot. Godfire, TSM, Ascend, all across the way. These Watson fences are going to be paying off in dividends for some of these teams, though. Feeling a little bit of poke damage, letting them know they know they're on top of their roof. But if they can, they'll hold out in here for as long as possible.
Here come the rotations coming in as the circle starts to close. The kill feed should light up throughout all this. Godfire is continuing to pick up kills. Remember, they were on the very edge of the zone. As everyone starts to rotate in, Liquid has to go through them. They get down by aim. That's Uchaku coming through with the flatline onto Nocturnal, and we've seen so much flatline throughout this tournament. We saw a lot of 30-30 coming in with 100 Thieves. Liquid going down. Let's do a quick listen in with GMT Esports as Nasky's vibing.
You can nade them with the enemy team.
Wait, I'm also this.
They got caustic gas. They might push us. Nade it.
this. All cracked, all cracked.
Careful, they're gonna ape us. They're gonna probably ape us. Just prep for them. They're gonna ape us. Oh, they're going back.
They're ready to nade them.
They're gonna caustic gas us. I'm jetting back here. It's gonna cancel the caustic gas.
They're pushing. Caustic out.
I'm popping an ultic tower. Behind us! Come back!
On the back,
in,
Inside, flash!
Flash! Give me flash! Give me flash!
No!
Fucking go, baby!
Fucking go! Chill!
Get nades, loot nades, fuck them up!
Wait, there's like down kicks over here, bro. There's fucking... Yo,
I'm nading them up, fuck! I'm nading them up!
No, they're resting.
Yeah! No. Bro, actually, careful now.
Come back.
I suck him!
I get it!
Come back.
Chill though, bro, chill. Let me pop it open cell. Holy fuck, bro. Look at it.
So stupid.
Yeah, dude.
They're gonna have to push us. They're gonna have to probably push us.
I think they're resting now. One guy's knocked. He got finished. 2 guys knocked, only caustic.
Play tight. We need to play tight. We need to play tight.
Come back, bro.
Come back. We have to play tight.
I got a kill. Let me go, baby.
Good shit, baby. Good shit. We have to play tight, though. We have to play tight.
Flying out here. On the top. Let's fuck that.
Good shit, baby.
Give me. It's about to go down. Any second. Crack.
Right here on my ping. On my red.
We need more fences here, more fences here.
Fencing.
Oh, dude, I'm fucked.
They're vibing, yeah! Sudaraiku goes down while that's happening. Godfire, Pulverex, Ascend, Singularity, LG, all out, and the TSM chants from the crowd start to begin.
TSM was the one that actually took out Godfire. GMT able to hold off LG and Dreamfire in all of that action. AIM holding themselves right up against that rock wall, hoping nobody notices them while everyone else down below is fighting. Hal taking a little bit of damage here. They've done a really good job of moving themselves across the way and chipping away at all the squads in the process of that. We're now down to 5 squads left. TSM in a much better position than they have found themselves in any of those World's Edge games.
I feel like the composition change is huge. You can see the value of Caustic. You know Hal's really strong on that Valkyrie. The Gibby bubbles from Reps always on point. Uchaku big chillin' on the side of that rock, but GMT's been in a very strong position. for quite some time. You know TSM's on the edge of the zone, GMT as well. The team that's directly in the middle for once this thing starts to close, that's going to be Free Agent Kitties. They're going to meet up with TSM very shortly.
Potential for them to start having that engagement right around the corner any second. Now they know exactly where they need to keep their eyes on Fnatic on top of this roof, trying to look down on everybody and chip away at their own engagement right now. Nice nade coming out of Yuka. Those flatline shots working out very well. Look at that kill feed lighting up right now. Fnatic taking down a GMT.
Big kills from Fnatic. Here comes Chaku coming around the corner. Can he play spoiler to Fnatic on the backhand side? And the team that desperately needed points, they started off in 19th overall. Now they are making their way, and here comes the flank. This is gonna be big for TSM.
That is the sneakiest crouch I've ever seen. FA Kitties now finding themselves battling it out with Fnatic, while TSM is just going to be waiting in the wings for their opportunity to strike top 3 squads. This has got to be TSM's game, Tom.
And here comes the CEO. He's got the R301. He's got the PK. TSM takes game number 5. Are they back? Looks like they're back.
The sigh of relief that we can see coming out from behind them there, but that rat, we gotta give some love to that rat stretch too. That was impressive on behalf of them, but TSM bringing it back, clutch under pressure like we know they love to do.
TSM, you can hear the crowd going wild, you can see it on your screen. They're feeling good about the situation. I'm so happy that they busted out the meta composition that we know that they're able to pull off big games with, and just great execution, great patience. We had the listening with them. We were able to see their thought process. They weren't in a good spot at certain times, but they scratched, they clawed, they made their way to that final circle, and they were able to take a huge dub. Great leadership there from the CEO, but even better follow-up from the micro play and the macro play. Just amazing execution overall.
I mean, you can even see Fnatic, obviously super hyped. Oh, okay, John. All right, John's giving out some high fives there to TSM.
Don't lose your phone again, John.
But I mean, Fnatic happy with that finish. AIM happy with that finish. Obviously, TSM very happy with that finish, as they needed a dub in the books. And this is going to be putting themselves on much safer footing moving forward.
And also Fnatic with some much needed points. They were in 19th place. So the team in 19th and 17th place, TSM and Fnatic, really helping boost their stock here once we switched on over to Stormpoint, another team that was right on the bubble. That was Free Agent Kitties. AIM was in 4th place with 30 overall, so this is another great performance from them. They're averaging right around 10 points a game, so that's phenomenal. But it's big for teams like GMT, Free Agent Kitties, both these teams on the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, the kills out of GMT alone, that's going to be putting them in a much cushier place. And then let's take a look at the second page here. A little bit of a fall from grace for 100 Thieves, but it literally does not matter with the amount of cushion that they already gave themselves in the first 4 matches. Dreamfire trying to pick up a few kills there, and Alliance also able to nail 2 down. But will that be enough? We still need more if these teams want to make it to the top 10 and be in finals.
That's how you play Apex Legends there. 2 amazing listen-ins. Hardeki, hey, I don't know his relationship status, but you know, Coffee Day seems pretty solid.
Look, I mean, you got to give an answer now, right? You can't just leave her hanging.
Right? Funny story about Hardeki. He actually worked out with Fallout earlier today. I wonder if that's happening. I wonder if that's helping a little bit.
A little bit of the swab from Fallout going that way. I like it. I like it. But here are the stats from.
No, it's gameplay, not the swag. You're not gonna get any swag from Fallout. I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding. I love that guy. TSM popping off though, Glitter, like you said.
Yeah, some really solid stats coming out of TSM. You can see the 900 damage there from Hal, and this team just looking so much better. I know, why do they do this to themselves? They love being under the gun.
They want to make it interesting for everybody. TSM fans, isn't it a lot more interesting? Is it? I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit more interesting this way. TSM now inside the top 10, going from 18th place all the way to 8th now. Again, 100 Thieves, they could basically put their mouse and keyboard in front of them, just kick their feet up, watch this unfold. I'm sure they want to go for 6 digits, but now the stage has been set over these next 3 games, as we take a look at that overall leaderboard, the bubble is 26 points overall. So while you do feel good about being inside that top 10, the teams on the second part of this page are going to be right on your heels.
And this is why we were saying that one performance is making a night and day difference, because the points really were that close that any one solid game puts you in a much more solid spot. And if 100 Thieves continues to not absorb some of those points, then it opens up the doors for so many of these other teams. And the fact that Fnatic was able to take advantage of it, the fact that TSM was able to take advantage of it, it's just huge. But now they can't fall back down.
Daltouche getting wild in the front. Security. No, I'm just kidding. He's okay. We'll let him slide. But hey, they're absolutely insane when they need to be. That's what TSM does, and I love the pressure. You know, there's so many great squads here that have done this, right? You see Alliance doing it, you see TSM doing it, and we'll find out who our top 10 are going to be from this lobby after our next 3 games. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have game number 6 after this.
Play the wall. We just play the wall. Just play the wall. Break traps. Play the wall. I can't see on the right side. They can't peek. They can't peek the right. We play the wall. Everybody speak here. Look straight north. Peek this. Let him fight. I'm chilling, boys. They're fighting. There's one on the way. Come north. Valk in the air. 110 on the Valk. Last team. I'm going in. I'm giving everything up. Dead. Watch them one. Nice, baby. Let's go, baby. I don't think we got a lot of kills, but it's a dub.
We are live. And back from
squads that are going to be fighting tooth and nail to be taking those spots away from whoever they can. And the points are still very, very close. It's still anybody's game. But like we said, only 3 more opportunities for these teams to solidify their spot in finals. It's really coming down to the wire.
The team on the bubble right now, that's Free Agent Kitty sitting at 26 points. You see some TSM signs. They are in 9th place with 28. Scars is the team on the outside looking in with 22. We got our eyes on Team Liquid. That was the squad that placed 2 points away, 1 placement away, in 11th overall to make sure that they were in the grand finals. That final team fight against Furia was exactly what they needed. Unfortunately, his Watson went absolutely nutty with the PK in that situation. Now, going back to TSM's win, we saw during the break 45.68% pick rate for the kind of meta composition that we have right now with Valkyrie, Gibby, and Caustic. Now, Glitter, do you think that it was kind of them playing well under pressure, or do you feel like the composition had a little bit to do with it, or both?
100% both. I mean, it's a comfort pick, right? You know, that comfort zone on top of the fact that we have seen too often that they truly do thrive under that pressure. Do they need the pressure? No, but they just do better with it. So when you combine those two, I feel like it puts them in a spot of being almost unbeatable.
Yeah, I agree. I think that now once they start to kind of get that confidence, once they get that good game underneath their belt, that's when they're going to continue to heat up and add even more pressure on there. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take a page out of 100 Thieves book and try to go with a back-to-back, maybe back-to-back-to-back, because, hey, that's the house special as you see what's going on with Hardeki. He's been popping off. Love watching him play, and one of the best players that we've seen in all of Apex Legends from Season 0 on. That's Godfire. Got a lot of Godfire fans here out in the front. The players are reloading into the lobby. More time for us to talk about what is going on inside of the game now. Godfire, they are sitting at 30 points in 6th place overall. They've been consistent throughout. A handful of top 10 performances. Only 1 game outside of the top 10 so far in this series.
You know, and that consistency is what we're going to be looking for when it comes to getting these teams into the finals. But once we are in finals, that consistency will only get you so far. You need to be able to close out one of these wins, and we'll see if Godfire is able to do that in the last 3 matches of the day. GMT, listen, I'm just going to say it, consistently giving us some of the best listen-ins we've had so far at this event, okay?
Love the Stand With Ukraine pins coming through. You have the bracelets coming in for Rambo as well. Nasky bringing the vibes. Great listening with them previously. They were no strangers to making it into the grand finals. 12th place overall in Sweden. Godfire, they were 14th overall. Team coming out of the SA region. That's Monsoon playing with Luminosity Gaming here, even though he's in that Complexity jersey with Enemy Go and Shiny. They have their work cut out for them though, Glitter. They're not inside the top 10 currently.
They are not, but they are very, very close. Currently only 6 points behind FA Kitties, that squad that is sitting right on the bubble in that 10th place spot. And that can be done in kills alone, as we have seen so many of these teams pulling out insane numbers. I mean, you talked about Furia early, that 16 kill game at the end of that winner's bracket. That was crazy.
It really was. Now, Team Liquid, they struggled in Storm Point. Heck, they didn't even get a point in Storm Point in the previous series when they were playing in that winner's bracket area. It's time for them to bounce back here, get it together. You could see Coach Hodzik talking to his team in front of him, trying to get the troops rallied. They popped off in the final games in World's Edge in the previous series as well, so I think that this is something that they're completely able to do. 3 games remain though, and it's gonna have to take a big game just like how TSM was able to do so previously.
And the worst part is you don't ever want to have to leave it to this portion of the day of the tournament. You don't want to be putting yourself only down to 3 more opportunities to get some points on the board, or even less than that. So this is really one of the last opportunities Liquid has to get them outside of the spot that they are in. And one solid game will do it. It will put them in a little bit safer spots and then work with those final 2 matches. But there are so many of these teams that are in that spot. I mean, we've got Reject, Singularity, Dreamfire, all of these teams within striking distance, that it's just going to come down to where's the zone? How are your rotations going? You know, it's all up in the air.
The good news for every single team in this lobby, that everybody is still mathematically in this one, no matter what.
Exactly.
Once you start getting into game 7 and 8, you start after thinking about making some serious changes, but whenever you make your changes during the last series of the day, it starts to become a little bit sketchy in terms of how you're feeling confidence-wise. As we take a look at Optic Gaming, Knock, he's been feeling good. Let's take a look at the 2 Slayers that we have in here. Vaxlon going absolutely crazy throughout those first 3 wins. Highest damage in one match is actually the highest damage that we've had the entire tournament, 3,831, almost dropping the 4K.
That's insane. I mean, in the tournament and in the lobbies that we've been seeing this entire event, some of the best in the world, to be able to put up almost a 4K damage game, 100 Thieves has just been completely unstoppable on World's Edge in the losers bracket today. And it's given them the cushion that we keep talking about. You don't want to have to be playing from behind like some of the teams towards the bottom are. They can pretty much not have to worry about anything now.
The players are readying up. They're getting inside of the lobby here very shortly. We should be launching this one and the players will be flying over the map. That's TSM, the winners from the previous game. Hal's got the hand warmers. It's a little cold in the venue for sure, but he's heating up. He's definitely heating up, and I love how they were able to fight out of a poor position, take, again, a spot where a lot of real estate was already being owned, and then make the right plays at the right time, playing over towards the edge of the wall, coming through with the perfect third parties. The execution was completely on point.
That's what they have to do if they want to keep themselves now in that top 10. And it's really just about getting yourselves within like a top 5 situation. The kills will come once you are there, and they didn't need to go huge with that kill number in order to get themselves safe. So I like that we're seeing that responsible, patient, conservative play coming out of TSM, even just for that one match to get them where they want to be, and then they can continue on from there. Now checking in with Team Singularity. So you can see Besk there with the stats. I love that we're able to sit here and just kind of watch the players prep going into every single match and just see their reactions. I think that so far, GMT has got to be the one team that's been having the most fun, but we have had so many moments from our players. Yuka now on your screen from Fnatic, and Fnatic had a phenomenal game last time around.
They really did, and they're sitting in 7th place with 30 points. 13 kills in the previous game. They had 20th place in 0 kills before that one. So it's definitely a big change of pace for them as they switched maps. And, you know, Stormpoint plays completely differently. There's a lot of high ground, there's a lot of elevation, there's different compositions. You would expect to see maybe some unorthodox, you know, horizons coming through here, but we haven't really seen that. Alliance has been one of the teams that had switched on over to Horizon. As we see a crowd favorite there, Mandy, who previously had the overall damage lead by 1. Again, it was Vaxlon taking him down, but it's so nice to see him competing again. One of my favorite players to watch.
Now I want to know if they're going to be able to beat that damage number either by the end of today or sometime in finals, because that's just the fact that we have 2 players that high. What's even happening?
The key to that is definitely rocking something like the 30-30 or the charge rifle, as we see another crowd favorite. That's Pulverex, Afchan with the guns out, getting ready to load into this match. You can see on his face, he's ready to go. As the players are inside of the dropship, now we are getting ready for game number 6. Thanks for sticking with us during that little bit of a break. The crowd, are you guys ready?
They're still ready. They're always ready.
Let's go. It is time to find out exactly where this hotspot's gonna be. It looks like it's gonna be command center in terms of where the zone's gonna be. We had a northern zone previously, over towards the eastern side of Stormcatcher between Thunderwatch as well. Great positioning from a handful of our teams. No 50-50s off the rip from what we're seeing. And everyone going into their respected spots. Now we get an opportunity to see a western zone. Which one is this gonna be though? handful of different options. Once we get the scan onto zone number 2, we're gonna have a lot more information, but there actually is a 50-50 going on. This is gonna be AIM going up against Rejects. This is Dogma going down. They're actually getting on board with Uchaku, who's nasty triple take shots, and that's it. It's all she wrote. 3 kills. Very quick and swift. 3 minutes left on that clock. That's how you do a 50-50. Now, we are not on board with TSM. We'll get that fixed here very shortly with you guys, but a little bit of a awkward situation with the graphics there.
Listen, the fact that that just happened to Reject, we have to talk about that though, because they were one of those squads that were within 6 points, I believe, of the 10th place bubble spot. And going out that early in one of the 3 final matches, 3 final opportunities to get themselves where they want to be, that is going to put so much pressure on them moving forward.
No doubt about it. Now, if you're wondering where AIM is sitting, they're in a pretty good spot, 2nd place. So it's interesting to see Rejects, who's in 14th place, go and challenge that one, especially when they're only 6 points away from that bubble area. And High Point was untouched. That's another POI that, yeah, it's not the best loot in the world, but it's better than going out extremely early. We saw a fairly slow-paced game until teams started to rotate. Right around that 130 mark, Team Liquid was one of the first players to lose someone. I believe that was Nocturnal going down. They're going to try to bounce back here with a strong performance here in game number 6. No team's rotating quite yet, but this is typically when you start to see people making their move. Now, Alliance is getting back on board with their squad. They're trying to get together, and then they're going to be one of the teams that fast rotates. GMT is another squad that gets out of their POI very, very fast. And they're going to have to make their way on over towards probably this checkpoint area. I'd love to get a scan on zone number 2 if we could show that.
TSM here, continuing their rotation, now checking in with Ascend, one of the squads that's currently in the safe zone. You can see it on their mini-map up there in the corner too. They're heading in the direction of the 2nd zone, trying to get themselves as comfortable as they can be. Going past Prowler Island over there. Not too many squads that they'll have to worry about on this rotation, but obviously Optic does land over at Mill, something they'll have to keep in the back of their brains when they're continuing on this push. And then now seeing what GMT has in store. Just getting themselves looted up here. Very comfortable. Not having to do any sort of rushing right now. This is a slower bit. Ooh, Alliance, the kill that they really needed onto Godfire, and they're going to continue chasing this down.
Again, they looted very fast. That was a quick rotation coming out from them. And they ended up going up over towards the northern side, towards High Point, understanding that this is a POI that was untouched. And then they run into Godfire, and this is not what Godfire is looking for. The charge rifle from Hakis has been so powerful and deadly. Another 87 there as he charges up his Evo shield, and the hunt is on. Wife's coming through and going for the finish on the player onto the ground, but this is only a matter of time before they get into the side of this building and infiltrate.
This is a huge early game engagement for Alliance, though. They are another one of those teams that really wants to be getting themselves into the finals, and an early 3 kills would be just what they need. Very, very confident in this push here, continuing to just chip away at those shields, and now going to go for that push that you're talking about, infiltrating the building and really trying to clean this one up.
And this is a solid fight there, coming in from Godfire, especially with just 2 players, but you're going up against Alliance, and they've been looking so strong ever since they were put under pressure, very similar to what TSM was doing and how they dominated in losers bracket round 1. Hawkins is coming through and hitting the rampage with the charge rifle, and there it is. Godfire going out in 19th place. A pretty unsuspecting move from Alliance. Godfire really caught off guard there. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, you see E6 getting some knocks there onto GMT. Orthos Fang in a fight with Ascend as well. Team Liquid's getting involved, so 3 different teams taking fights right in the beginning.
Yeah, Ascend was really getting bullied there in the kill feed for a little bit. GMT not looking so hot themselves either, having to back off and pop that bat, seeing if they can just back out with the 2 remaining players right now. Like you're saying, E6 on the hunt, not wanting to let these points go the wayside. Have to see if they're able to clean this one up. They are going to continue on this chase, though. They want to try and push this if at all possible. Nice PK shots coming out of Slayers here. Some quick work of the Seer. That's going to be very unfortunate for GMT.
Tough break for GMT as they go out in 17th. You also have Pulverex, unfortunately. They're getting hunted down by Singularity as E6 in Alpha Draft, figuring out how they're going to get out of here. You do have the Skyward Dive, trying to make their way back on over towards Slayers and Smeggy Toe. That's going to be Fnatic. with the shots. But they're going to back off and try to take on over towards this high ground as they realize the situation that you don't want to continue to get third-partied here. There are a couple of teams in the vicinity, as teams have now all made their way over towards this western side. Squads that are looking really prime for the next zone, 100 Thieves, Optic Gaming. Those are two squads that love getting into the zone early. The crowd loves the Prowlers and the Spiders. Other squads too, though. Scars in a great spot. Team Liquid in a great position. They're going to be gatekeeping a lot of these teams that you're looking at over towards the northern side. And Fnatic still right next to E6. So you're going to have Dreamfire that's going to be able to gatekeep them. Alliance is now making the rotation pass over towards the wall as well.
You can see how many teams are fighting for any bit of real estate over by the Down Beast, trying to make sure that they're in place for the zone as it continues to shrink down. That defensive bombardment coming down on top of Suda-Raikou, trying to hold out here in this little divot on top of the rock. Able to just wait that one out, use those cells. They've got information on where the teams around them are.
Pulverex going out in 16th. Unfortunate for them, but love the way that they've been playing. This is the squads that we were talking about setting up over for this real estate now. Luminosity, they look like they're in a powerful position, but unfortunately for them, that particular building is outside of the zone. So they're gonna have to figure a way how they can make their way either past the down beast or towards the down beast to get over towards where maybe a team like Suda-Raikou is set up now. Sentinel PK in the back pocket. Very unforgiving if you miss your shots, but definitely a powerful spot to be in with a sniper rifle. So we'll see what Rico's gonna be able to do. Not able to connect with those shots, but still again, taking a look at other squads that are gonna eventually be meeting up. TSM and AIM may have a fight over towards Command Center. So if we get an opportunity, I'd love to see that, and we do perfectly on cue from our observers. Thank you for that one. And TSM has them on the ropes. The bubble is gonna be used. Reps trying to lay down some long-range fire. This fight is completely secluded, and there's not gonna be a third party if this does take place.
No, and these could be the few points that TSM really needs to keep themselves in the top 10. They were tied with Alliance at 28 heading into this match. And so every single point they can get here will just continue to keep them in a safer spot. They decide that they are going to back off from this one though. Continue on their rotation. Don't want to spend too much time. I mean, they don't know that there's no one around them, and at the same time, AIM is going to be making their Valk rotate very, very wide and south away from TSM.
This is smart, avoiding TSM at all costs. Going to show just kind of the experience that you have from playing in throughout all the scrims, throughout all the practice that you've had. Understanding that if you're gonna make your way out over the zone, you have to do something a little bit unorthodox, play the edge, and then continue to gather knowledge overall. I wouldn't even be surprised to see them go for that scan so they know exactly where the next zone is going to be, but just going to continue to pull over towards that western side, over towards the down beast, and there's only about 5 teams not inside of a priority position right now, and that's going to be Alliance, TSM, Fnatic, E6, and AIM. Every other team, they're stacked and staggered, coexisting inside of the zone.
Tried to get in there early, and the ones that were the very first ones will probably be able to hold it a little bit longer. You can see Scars on the outside. TSM still trying to push their way into this next zone. They've got teams running right into their path that they will have to fend off here. Fnatic being that team. Crowd is killing it right now, okay?
Everyone that looked over here, I love every single one of you guys. They were just checking on us right there, and I really appreciate that. Much love, y'all. Hope everyone's enjoying the tournament. I've had an absolute blast being here. God, I miss Land Glitter, and the players are putting on an absolute spectacle of some of the best Apex Legends that we've ever seen in our lives. Heck, this is probably the best Apex I've ever seen.
Easily, hands down. Best lobby of players, the highest skill cap we've ever seen, and they are just continuing to make it an entertaining experience, and they're putting a lot of pressure on themselves in the process of being totally honest. Losers bracket, only a few games left. Only 10 of these teams will make their way through to finals. Everything's on the line, and there is a very large prize pool at stake.
$2 million plus that trophy. Nice shots there with the longbow across the map. Now Fnatic looking to have another repeat performance after their second place. TSM again taking first place. AIM, the team that they were fighting over towards the eastern side of Storm Point, they were in third overall. So a lot of skilled and talented teams here as everyone kind of starts to filter away from down Bs to do a little bit of gatekeeping now. That's not going to be good for TSM. TSM's starting to get pinched a little bit from a couple of different squads. No fighting has taken place yet. Sentinel shots, can it land? Very close, a little bit of a heat check there, but still plenty of ammo in this Sentinel. Feeling good about the situation there for Sudoraiko.
They've been able to hold that spot for quite some time. FA Kitties, though, almost finding themselves in a bit of a spot. Sudoraiko really utilizing this height to their advantage. Not only have they not been contested for this position whatsoever, but they've been able to deal lots of poke damage, continuing charging up those Evo shields, and they've been given so much information, being able to see where a lot of these rotations are coming in from the other teams, that they are very well aware of what's around them.
Just to set the stage again, don't have any time because Sudoraiko is involved with a fight with free agent Kitties. That's going to be PKMK. Hardeki and Leogri going to try to do whatever they can. We've seen them previously get knocked like this, be able to recover, and that's just the power of Caustic. Definitely want to get your Gibraltar back in this one, but great job getting some visual clutter from the barrels, popping those, but Vaxon again with that 30-30 is going to re-knock PKMK. And you know that timer is going to continue to tick, so you have to hit the res immediately. Vaxlon. It's time to pop some more barrels. They're going to need to continue to do what they were doing previously. There is an armor swap on the ground if they need that one, but they just keep doing it over and over again. Vaxlon, you meanie.
That was rough, but you know that 100 Thieves is going to be happy about that. Just being a little bit annoying because they had zero intentions even pushing up on that, but just really keeping FA Kitties at a massive disadvantage. There was an opportunity for somebody else to try and push up on that as they were distracted with everything that was going on, but that was mean.
That was mean. That was, you know, he's just trying to farm damage, okay, Glitter? He's going for that title, and he's definitely been farming damage overall. Almost 9,000 damage, I believe it was, after the first 3 games. 100 Thieves taking the first 3 games. Now we can set the stage if you're just joining us. We are in game 6 of 8 of Losers Bracket Round 2. There's already 10 teams waiting in the grand finals. Those teams will be on match point format already. That's going to be 50 points, and then you have to win the game. Right here, what you're just trying to do is get as many points as possible so you can make your way and get inside of that top 10. One of those teams is Team Liquid.
Ooh.
Liquid is sitting in 17th place with 13 points overall. Need to make sure that they're continuing to watch their back, though. Another team's going to be landing on them, and some great shots there with the R301 from Fun. That's going to be Verholst going down. And can they finish off the rest of the players? This is TSM getting dropped now. 2 players, it's all up to Reps.
Liquid has a fantastic position, not only in the zone, but watching the rest of the teams that are rotating in around them. Taking out TSM right now would be huge, not only for the points for Liquid, but taking TSM out of contention right now. Liquid was just crushing it, and TSM is 100% out.
Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get all of the kills there. They only picked up 1. And you could see the kind of passive angle being taken by Nocturnal because he understands that players are going to be looking where Reps is. So instead of completely charging where he's standing right now, he goes on over towards the side to avoid getting shot at. And now he's feeling good, so he's going to go grab some extra loot, come on back, and get over towards his teammates. Massive being pinged. That's going to be big for Team Liquid.
Liquid's really set up nicely here. The fact that they're using that level, we mentioned it at the very beginning of the game, it's really helping them out with their loot situation. They don't have to worry about moving too much. They're able to hold this down and just continue keeping themselves stocked up with that black market. So Liquid is looking very comfortable right now, and of all games to have a good one, we did say this has to be it.
No doubt about it. You don't want to go into the last 2 games forcing yourself to have to get a dub. You want to put yourself in a great position, and that's exactly what they're doing. And what a better spot to be in than in the center of the zone here, when the fact that you have your black market set up over towards the back end, it's going to continue to pull over towards this side. There's going to be a lot of action happening on over towards the east side, squads that have to make their way in. LG, Fnatic, AIM, 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves is starting to make the rotation from the south side. You also have Dreamfire, you have Alliance and E6 all over towards this northern side. They're not even close to being in the zone.
So many squads still alive, nobody really wanting to have to push yet while the zone is closing in, but soon all of the chaos will erupt. As you can see, Dreamfire is right in on the edge of that zone though. However, there's just so many squads in the general vicinity, and Dreamfire's get another one that does need to get some points on the board. They're going to be forced to make some decisions here soon.
Hardeki picking up some kills onto AIM. And this is where the real money is made. Going into round number 4, Usually if you make a major mistake, that's when you get eliminated. That's why you don't pick up any placement points. But this is where you really need to hunker down and figure out what your strategy is going to be, where you're going to set up, who you're going to prioritize in terms of the fights. And that's the red Evo shield being charged up with that Sentinel. Nice job from Rico. But it's all up to Hyarka here as the lone Gibby. He's going to bail on Uchaku and say, hey, you know what? We're just going to do placement now. Alliance had some amazing rat strats before with Wives. So it's definitely possible to see a Gibby make it on over towards second place, maybe even win the game.
Back on board with Liquid, who is just continuing to get themselves even more looted up. Kraber in the hands of Nocturnal now, looking to see if they can maybe take down the squad on high with this Kraber. This could be really, really useful for Liquid, but at the same time, they don't want to give up this positioning if they don't absolutely have to. Let's use it to be able to zone off the other teams that are going to be pushing in from their top, from their side, and make sure they can really, really lock this one down.
Team Liquid is the only team currently out of all 14 squads. You see 100 Thieves Amu knocked by Hardeki. They're the only squad inside of this next zone. It's going to be absolutely wild when we go from 4 to 5 here. Plenty of kill opportunities for Liquid. The one thing you wonder, is there too much to watch for 3 players? There are so many angles that you could get collapsed upon.
I think towards the end, yes, but right now everyone's so focused on other teams. FA Kitties going in on 100 Thieves, and they are taken out by FA Kitties, a team that was on the bubble and really, really needed that.
Hardeki and PKMK with the PK coming through. They definitely needed those. On board with Alliance with 35 seconds left. It's going to be a very interesting rotation for a handful of these teams. A lot of squads not even close to being inside of this next zone. They're all going to end up fighting each other on their respective sides. And it's already happening for Optic Gaming. Skittlecakes is going to go down. That's Sudaraiku, Fussy with the R301. But Alliance, they're going to have to do a skyward dive here. There's no way that they're going to be able to foot this.
You see Fun getting Skittlecakes there. Optic is just in the middle of too many teams to be able to handle this. Singularity getting in on the action. Optic really, really struggling here to get themselves out of dodge, and Singularity is trying to capitalize on their struggle.
You can see what the thought process is for them to lock down this area. All of the barrels have been placed. They have to focus both sides, though, from the north and south. Pings are coming in over towards the side now. Fun's picking up some kills onto Sudaraiku. All the teams are starting to rotate now. Alliance has found a spot, and it looks like they're going to be in a very safe spot for now, until they start getting ripped apart with a couple of shots over towards the top of the yellow tanker. Vive's taking some serious damage. I love the option to bubble right there. Now everybody hitting their battery, but the push comes in. Fun and Team Liquid are eating up a lot of real estate in this zone, covering so many different spots. We were wondering if they're going to be able to cover all of this, and they answered that question as Hockey's going to go and toss down that black hole in a couple of grenades. Dreamfire, they get eliminated 11th. All the teams now trying to get over towards this next zone. Alliance getting the res right there. That is what Alliance has done so well, but Team Liquid starting to push this fight. It's the re-knock. It's Fun with the massive, the double knock onto Yuki. Hockey's, can he do this as the IGL using the knockdown shields? Team Liquid wants to push this fight, but they don't want to give up their position. And if Hockey's can magically get a knock, you know a team like Scars is going to collapse on this one. Free Agent Kitties now in a fight as well in your kill feed. Fnatic getting a knock onto Singularity. Somehow, some way, he's still managing to use these knockdown shields and stay alive. They're sending 2 players on over towards the side, though, and you can see exactly what they want to do. They want to get Alliance out of here immediately. They need this loot. They need this team eliminated, and they especially need the points.
Sudaraiku out, E6 out. FA Kitties low, Alliance in a really, really rough spot for themselves. And this is why the positioning for Liquid has been so, so clutch. We can see them continuing trying to zone players off, and now Scars finding themselves looking down on all this action.
Let's do a quick listen-in with Scars and find out what they're thinking.
On the right side, on the silo. On the silo, he has a Kraber.
Alright. They're under us, they're under us.
Who's under us?
Someone. I hear them.
Can we look? We should look.
We play for this, right?
It's a duo under us. It's a duo. I got a bet. We have to fight him for it.
Yeah.
I got crack. I'm betting.
We fight him no matter what, okay?
Are we not killing that duo below?
I'm trying.
We could also get a pick.
We are.
Okay. Look left, look left. I gripped hard left.
Where the people are flying in. Look at the people flying in.
They bubbled here. How long until you get your...
I don't have it. I will not have it. They're fighting on. They're fighting on.
Look left. Look left. Look left. Kills. Nice.
Got one kill. We gotta fight under us.
Fuck, no, stay on me. Stay on the rapper.
Okay.
Below me. About 100. Dead. We finished that. I dropped. Going up. We killed them. It's duo.
I dropped.
100.
First.
Nice.
Kill them.
Swap. Above us. Mastiff. They close.
I died.
Cracked one. Nice try.
Great comms from Scars, but it's not enough. It's free agent Kitties. It's still Team Liquid. 2 teams, one inside of the top 10, right on the bubble. Another team in 17th place. This has been the best game of the series by far for Team Liquid. They're in a 3-on-2 here. Can they close this one out? The bracelet not gonna land. Now you start to see the missiles coming in for Leogri. Hardeki, he's gonna take the angle with the head glitch over towards the side. Spitfire and Kraber, just one shot for Nocturnal, and he could definitely secure this fight.
Nocturnal has the high ground, being able to not only give callouts, but rain down fire from above. The push is made by FA Kitties, while the rest of Team Liquid is below. The Spitfire coming out of Nocturnal, like you said, Tom, dealing a lot of damage, and FA Kitties know they're in a little bit of a rough spot. Liquid's been able to hold this position the whole time.
The thing is Liquid doesn't know that this is a 2 versus 3, so they're slow playing this one. Having their respect for the players on the map, they have not landed enough damage. Getting the shields cracked should be enough. That's Leogri going down. Team Liquid now in a perfect position to win game number 6. They needed it. Hot 6 pumped up, Funds pumped up, and that's what you're looking for if you're a Liquid fan.
You see that sigh of relief coming out of Nocturnal. Very happy with that win, clutching it up when they needed it. They got it done. Okay, now they have 2 more games to continue chipping away and keeping themselves safe.
With Loba, you get the black market down. You're getting a majority of these crated weapons, the Kraber, the Mastiff, the aggressive play onto Alliance, pushing on over towards where Scars was. It was not easy to do, but they were able to do it. Remember, there are so many different spots that you have to watch. Somehow, some way, they executed almost to perfection there, Larry.
Nobody wanted to be near them. Nobody wanted to go on the back end of that platform. Everybody ended up going where Alliance tried to land. Scars dropped down on top of. FA Kitties tried to hold. That one area was just pure chaos, and Liquid was able to capitalize off of that time and time again.
You love to see it for Team Liquid. 22 big points. Directly behind them, it's FA Kitties, LG, and Scars, all taking up a majority of the points here in game number 6. I cannot wait to see the overall leaderboard, but for now, let's talk about the rest of the teams that need to make their way inside of the top 10. One of those teams was Scars, so that should boost their stock.
Absolutely, it's going to be great for Scars, it's going to be great for Liquid, it'll be good for FA Kitties, keeping them somewhere safe. I am a little bit concerned potentially about Alliance and TSM. They were tied before this match, and some of the squads that were below them did very, very well, so there is some potential for them to drop back outside of the safety of the top 10. We'll have to see when everything is said and done what does happen with that, but still 2 more games to go, so a little bit of time to bounce back.
The only predictable thing about this tournament is that it's been unpredictable, and if the players think that it's going to get any easier, it is not. It only gets more and more difficult as teams really try to find their spot into that grand finals. Again, $2 million. That is props. I can't even draw a stick figure.
That took time. I like that sign.
Liquid stats, finding out who dropped the most damage. It's fun with the big 2,900 bomb. That Mastiff coming in huge.
I mean, the Loba was so clutch for them in this situation. They had the zone, they didn't have to move, but the ability to not only keep themselves looted, but then also get the, I mean, you had a Mastiff and a Kraber. They didn't have to move for it. They didn't have to worry about contesting any sort of drops for it. They were just set up for so long. They played it patiently. They didn't push anything. They didn't absolutely have to. They kept everybody zoned off their position, and it was exactly what they needed.
The overall leaderboard is going to heat up now. This is going to be absolutely crazy. Pulverex on your screen, playing out as the duo. F-Chan's one of my favorite follows on Twitter, by the way. Got an opportunity to see this content that he's pushing out. And yes, we're super proud of them. Even making it this far is setting history. Just imagine what the team would have done with all 3 players. It's been so fun to watch them and the crowd get involved. But we're going to toss this on over to the panel. When we get back, we're going to have the final 2 games of the night.
Thank you so much, T-Squared and Glitter Explosion. Mommy and Daddy absolutely killing it on the broadcast right now. My man Tom and Glitter, thank you so much for delivering the action as we got a crowd here that is lit up right now for all of our teams that are performing. Doesn't matter who it is, the crowd seems to be going absolutely wild. But hey, there's a lot to dissect. 2 more games left, and to do it, we got to bring Lou Streams on the desk, ladies and gentlemen, from Sentinels. One of the best names, faces, brands, players, personalities that we have in Apex Legends. It's an honor to have you here, man.
I'm seriously so excited to be here. It's just an amazing, beautiful turnout, this event. It's nothing like it. I've never seen anything like it in the entire world. I just got to say thank you to all the fans and thank you to all the people who came out here. It's seriously just, it wouldn't be the same without you guys. Seriously.
And as he says that, the crowd erupts. Always nothing but love for Lou, one of the winningest players in Apex history across multiple organizations. CLG, of course, playing now for Sentinels, dominating with Crust and the boys. It's a pleasure to have him. Obviously, we wish he was competing on this stage, but it's good to have his mind on this desk. But gentlemen, James, Rain Day, lots to talk about here. TSM showing some life in game number 5, but not really doing a whole lot in game 6.
Game 6 was massive. Looking at the leaderboard before it started, I think if you were 4th or below, you weren't particularly safe, and that certainly proved true once we've seen the results there. Team Liquid have gone from 17th place to 6th place, so they finally put themselves in that top 10 position. And hey, they've had a really horrible way to get into this losers bracket in the first place. I think we can all agree they shouldn't really be here, but they've made some inroads to getting back out of it once again.
That's a great point. And for those that maybe missed it, please go re-watch it. It was one of the best 8-game series or series we've seen in general. Lou, talk to me about that. You saw Fury, you saw his Watson win a 1v2 and send Team Liquid to the losers bracket. Your thoughts on his Watson and Fury or their performance so far?
You got to give credit when it's due. Seriously. I mean, his Watson's got to be one of the best players up on these stages right now. The last set of 8 games was just so exciting to watch. I told you this earlier. It's got to be some of the most exciting Apex ever played to this day. Seriously. I was speechless watching the sweet 1v2. Yeah, that was ridiculous.
And then Watson says, I'm going to one-up you. 30 HP.
Yeah, and he killed 2 HP guys, right?
And it cost a gas up a little bit, but nonetheless. And then Watson has to one-up him and get a 1v2 of his own. It was a crazy series. I agree, the best Apex you've seen so far. This tournament, this series included. And speaking of which, his Watson with 63 kills right now. Wow, Mandy showing up and showing why he was so missed in Sweden as well.
Yeah, I think Scars is really having a moment, and I hope that they can get out of this losers bracket and get back. I mean, everyone wants them to win. They're huge favorites in EMEA, and EMEA hasn't had as much representation as probably they would have expected coming into this. A lot of that has been taken by APAC South, but it's clear that Mandy's having a star-studded performance. We know how much he really hated missing out on Sweden, and so the fact that he's having a little bit of redemption here is really nice to see him personally attain.
Yeah, that's a fact. Scars isn't done yet. They got a lot of work to do. You look at the overall kills, Furia by a mile. 50 kills over 100 Thieves in 2nd place. That's just crazy to think about. GMT's been slaying out as well alongside Alliance, Optic Gaming, EXO already punched their ticket to the championship finals tomorrow. But hey, these last 3 games, we saw 2 NA teams really step up. James, Team Liquid, TSM showing up. You think they're going to close out these last 2?
I think that they're definitely capable of. I think we will expect them to. It wouldn't be the first time that they've struggled but just about made it. We saw that happen on the way to Sweden. Let's not forget what they did once they got there. And obviously they've made it here to the championships, had some bumps in the road, but I think they can make it. And again, we're going to see some recaps now. Absolutely, this is game 4, but really game 6, number 4, 5, and 6 on the current leaderboard, they went out super early. You cannot take your foot off the gas. If you're not top 3, you're not safe just yet.
Yeah, that's right. Ascend, though, was the one that ascended in game 4.
Very impressive. They've had a lot to kind of come back from on the community. A lot of people remember that huge playoff win that they had where Alliance players got out to almost 10, 11 games, still match point, no victory. Ascend end up cleaning it up. And everyone's going, hey, what's up with this? But Ascend say, we deserve this win. They're coming back now to put on a performance to say, we belong in the finals, and certainly they are proving it here.
Yeah, Cachera, one of the best IGLs in Europe, Portuguese sensation, face of Portugal for sure. But then we switch over to Stormpoint. Lou, I'd love to get your take on this. Obviously, teams switching up comps on Stormpoint. TSM not running Seer, Mad Maggie. Why is that?
I think that on Stormpoint, it's really tough to run Mad Maggie with the lack of buildings in some zones. Like, that's why Valkyrie is just so important, because there's a lot of awkward open areas that people have to play. You're forced into playing these spots. And without them, like without Valkyrie, I mean, it's impossible to get in these spots. As far as the Mad Maggie pick went, when you're throwing a Mad Maggie ball, it's got to be in sort of like a narrow area. And like I said,
Stormpoint. No.
Stormpoint has none of those. I mean,
Not a
if
whole
you're looking
lot.
yeah, exactly. So looking at any of these highlights, you're going to see these open areas. It's very rare that you see those narrow areas.
Yeah, that's a great call. That's why you won't see a lot of Mad Maggie. Well, you brought my man Lou on the stream here. Had to explain that for all of you at home. But of course, Scars having a really, really big game here. They show up big time. As of course, in the end, it was Team Liquid, James.
Absolutely. Team Liquid, again, had a really horrible journey here. It's more of a pilgrimage to Championship Sunday at the moment for them. But you can see how important that result was, moving up 11 places to 6th. And FA Kitties as well, they came 4th in Game 5, 2nd in Game 6 with 8 kills across the two of them, gone from 10th to 4th. But again, I mean, hey, in the 40s, maybe they're safe, but all those teams behind them aren't far behind. You get a good fragging round and even a win, either or, and you might be in here as well if you're in that bottom half.
Agreed. And to be honest, I'm going to give all credit to FA Kitty's performance, to my workout with Hardeki.
That's what I was going to say.
Saw those lunges?
Yeah, I saw those lunges. Great form, by the way. Great motivation. I mean, I feel like this is partly your fault that they're doing so well. So take credit where it's due, John.
Thank you. I appreciate you paying credit where credit is due. His calves are insane, by the way, my man. Big calves.
Great genetics.
Luminosity showing up there in that last one. You've teamed with everybody, Lou, but you've teamed with Monsoon before. Talk to me what he's bringing to this team.
Oh man, Mon is one of the most energetic, momentum-driven players in the scene. It's when he's up, he's up. Seriously, when he's playing, he's playing. He's here to play. Teaming with Monsoon was an amazing experience, and I don't think they could have gotten a better duo. Seriously.
Yeah, amazing.
I've got to say, if you look at TSM in 13th place, if they got 6 points, they would be in 6th place.
Wow.
Just to give you an idea of how much can change in these next 2 games. There really isn't much in it, and we could see this turn upside down in this middle of the table.
Yeah, and that's a good point. FA Kitties in 5th place, I believe, or 4th place overall. I got to hit refresh here.
Yeah, 4th place.
Yep, 4th place overall with 41 points. So again, less than 10 points separates 5th and 13th. That's how close this is. It's crazy to think. This competition is insane, and at this point, every single game, it's like a roller coaster of emotions. If you're a fan of TSM or Team Liquid or Alliance in Europe or Scars obviously going big, well, buckle up. We got 2 more games left. I'm gonna give one last chance for Lou here to give some final words, final thoughts, man. Again, it's an honor and a pleasure to have you joining with us. Thanks for joining us. Any final thoughts? Obviously, you play with so much passion, you play with so much purpose, you play for your dad. I respect that tremendously, man.
Yeah, a lot of people, here have talked about a shared sorrow. A lot of people lose people, and I just want to say that if you are here and you see me, it's okay to ask. I'm always open to anything. If you want to have a talk about anything, I just want to say I appreciate you guys, and thank you to all the fans and everybody that made it out here. Seriously, an amazing event, an amazing turnout. It was just beautiful to see everybody coming together, and all for the passion and love for Apex. Seriously, it was amazing.
As the crowd...
Well spoken, man. Well
in
spoken.
His name. I'll never forget that interview we had in that online tournament where you were so well spoken and you broke out in tears. I broke out in tears. The whole broadcast team broke out in tears. You're playing for your dad. And of course, we all have so much respect and love for you, Lou. Thanks so much for being part of this.
Thank you for having me up here.
Absolutely,
Seriously.
man. Much love to Lou Streams. Make sure to drop him a follow on Twitter at Lou Streams, the leader of Sentinels. He will be back next season. You better believe it. Lou and the Sentinel boys will be competing again. But that's going to be it for us here at the desk. We have 2 more games, 2 more opportunities for Team Liquid, TSM, Alliance, GMT, these bubble teams to perform. Will they rise to the occasion, or will they be watching from their hotel rooms tomorrow? We'll find out after this.
I'm looking to the left.
Back on the wide right.
I'm looking down to the left of you.
They're stuck right here, I think. I stunned him. You can push the Caustic. Push the Caustic.
All right, I'm pushing.
He's stuck right here.
48. Pushing him. He's flash.
30 on Valk.
Yep.
I need push the Caustic. He's on here. Okay.
All right. No, I can't. Barrel.
Heard.
I have to heal.
They're stuck right there, boys. I need a bat. Cover me. Take position. They're stuck right here. Caustic moving forward. Caustic is right on the left bill.
Valk 50.
Yep.
I'm pushing
Caustic.
Caustic.
I'm bubbling.
Caustic weak. Dead.
Go, boys. Good work.
2 more games remaining in losers bracket round 2 to find out who is moving on to the grand finals. T-Squared and Glitter Explosion. We've been bringing you the action for these final 4 games, and it all comes down to this, Glitter.
It is going to be so, so close. We heard the devs talking about it. There's practically 0 points separating all of these teams. I mean, 9 between 5th and 13th place. It is still anybody's game in these last 2 matches. Which team wants it the most? Who's going to be pushing their way through to finals? I am so excited to find out.
You're looking at your winners from the previous game. That was Team Liquid. Now that's Ascend on your screen. And the race is so close. The bubble is 33 points, but there's 3 teams tied for that. Team Liquid, they won last game, but they're in 6th place with 35 points. Ascend only has a 5-point difference between them and 10th. I hope you can keep up with the math. We want to check out on what TSM's doing as well, because they're in 29 points with 13th place with 29 points, excuse me. It's insane how this day, how this night has panned out. I cannot imagine a grand finals without TSM. 100 Thieves, you saw them previously. They have dominated on World's Edge. 3 games in a row that they won, game 1 through 3, but it's match 7, and it is time. Crowd, are you guys ready to find out which teams are going to the grand finals? They're ready, we're ready. I know you guys are ready at home or wherever you're watching. Thank you so much for joining us. Shout out to everybody that's been watching, whether you're just tuning in or have been here the entire time. There has been one 50-50 that happened in game number 6. We know High Point is untouched over towards the northern side. We'll find out if that continues. Hotspots over towards Launchpad. Zone pulls over towards the south. We've seen 3 completely different zones.
We see RC Rejects flying over to that northeastern area of the map. They were the one that were part of that 50-50, opting to go to a much safer drop this time around, keeping themselves alive, wanted to get some points on the board, while the rest of the squads are landing in what seems a much safer fashion this time around.
Looks like a Fish Farms ending. Luminosity is gonna love that. That's one of the teams tied for 33 points. Free Agent Kitties on your screen. You can see on the left-hand side with 41 points in 4th place. 2 great games so far on Stormpoint. Can they continue that? They got 2nd place in the previous game, 4th place in game number 5. But this is the team to definitely look out for. They're gonna have a priority position on all of this. So can they find out where the scan's gonna be for them to find out where the next zone is? Taking a look at Fish Farms, they do have a beacon down there, so they're gonna be A-okay. And they're gonna be able to loot up a little bit of Gale Station as well. The one team to watch out for would be Free Agent Kitties, because those are the 2 teams landing over in the vicinity. Team Liquid's already making their rotation. AIM is up there as well. TSM's gonna like this because they're landing over towards the antenna side, and they have that beacon scan as well. But Cenote Cave and High Point, 2 POIs, completely untouched, fairly rare here in Stormpoint.
Wide open, you know, Optic will probably be making a rotation through that way as they try to get themselves into the safe zone. But we see Liquid, like you said, making a very early rotation, wanting to nail down some positioning before anyone else can get there. This definitely favors TSM as well. Being at antenna, this could be their opportunity to get themselves back up in that top 10 and then really hold on to it for the last game of the night.
Team Liquid has rotated so fast. Usually at 1:30, that's when squads are done looting. They started moving 30 seconds ago. To have that much ammo, to get in position, playing Loba, that's what you want to do. You know that you can continue to get resources off of the loot boxes along the way. They've rotated on foot. Now they're going for their skyward dive. The other team that's in position, Luminosity, that's where they land. AIM has made their rotation. So this is the 3rd team now making their way into Fish Farms, where the zone is going to end.
Listen, Liquid liked how well it worked out for them last time. They got in early, they posted up, they used their Loba to keep themselves looted, and they want to see if they can repeat that performance. They are going to end up running into the teams that are down there. LG taking a couple shots at Liquid as they make the rotation in, but into the building safely enough at least. Going to have to pop some cells here and get those shields back up, but do they want to take this fight?
No, they don't want to take this fight. This is perfect because Luminosity, for some reason, ends up evacuating this building, maybe to go to somewhere else. They're prioritizing something away from the beacon scan, but I feel like this is being picked for a reason as we see our first knock of the game. That's going to be Smegito from E6 getting Sudoraiku's bullet. That's 2 players down. That's 3 players down. Sudoraiko going down without picking up any points. Tough for them. They're sitting at 14th with 24 points, directly behind TSM, who has 29. So this is going to be a crazy, not only game 7, but game number 8, because mathematically every single team still has a chance to make it.
E6 much lower on the leaderboards though, and you've got to figure that this is their opportunity to get super aggro. They don't have a lot of time left to just kind of be playing for placement points. They need to get as many as they can, whether that's from kills or living long enough to add it with those placement points. So they had to kind of force themselves into an early game engagement. They do a great job, clear out down Beast. Now they have it all to themselves. They have to decide how they want to rotate from here.
Now, speaking of rotations, this is Free Agent Kitties looking like they're trying to put some pings down over towards the building directly in front of them. But is that just a ping for where players are located, or is that exactly where they want to go? The shots from Kashera, 1 out of 3 connecting. That's not bad considering the situation, but this building is already taken, and Reps is going to feed on Leogri with the longbow. Hardeki, he's waiting for that bubble to go away. He wants to toss in the Nox gas grenade, but hello, Monsoon with the frag, and now Free Agent Kitties. They look good on Storm Point, but they didn't realize Luminosity was inside.
They were just in the middle of everyone that had already posted up. An unfortunate situation for FA Kitties. They did bounce up into 4th after that last match, so we'll have to see if they're able to hold on to the top 10 after this, depending on how some of these squads play in the 7th, second to last match of our loser bracket finals 2. TSM now looking very comfortable for themselves as well, making that rotation in from Antenna and holding that down.
Somehow Enemy Go ends up getting knocked and finished there from Team Liquid. So LG, after that fight, lost out on a player. Were they able to craft a mobile respawn beacon? Is there any opportunity to get him back into the game? That's a wild turn of events. Now you're leaving this up to Shiny and Monsoon as a duo. A little bit of a missed opportunity there for LG to pick that up cleanly. Did he try to overextend to find that last player? Could have been a possibility, but now TSM going to continue to lock this building down, again, rotating from that antenna area. They like this position. This is another priority spot that they're going to feel good about in terms of teams that are on the outside of the zone, because there's a lot of teams coexisting. Fish Farms is one of those POIs that can house a lot of players. You're going to have Fnatic, E6, Orthos Fang, Singularity, Alliance playing the edge, Optic Gaming still making their way over from the southern side. Pulverex as well should be meeting up with Optic very shortly.
Optic wanting to get themselves in. Pulverex, like you said, though, in their crosshairs. They're going to try and see if they can just hold down anything and let everyone else battle it out. You know, they've been doing a fantastic job, and they've been keeping themselves in the running for quite some time. E6, that team we were talking about before, finally making their rotation on that Trident, coming through Cenote Cave, and they'll be heading in from the western edge of the zone as well. So many squads already down over in that Fish Farms area, though. You can see 100 Thieves finding themselves a nice position that they're going to be holding. And that was where they were last time. It went well for them, Tom. So that Newcastle could be coming in huge.
Sure will, and this is a smart rotation from E6, because if they continue to take that Trident through the middle of the map, then they know that they're going to get collapsed on. So they've come on the very backhand side of the zone. They know that the zone's going to pull over towards Fish Farms, so they want to rotate from as south as humanly possible. It's also nice for them to carpool. We know how expensive gas prices are. Do Tridents even take gas? I don't know.
It's too late for the dad jokes. We can't do that.
But this is a really smart play from them, because when we get an opportunity, we have the player outlines here. It's completely clear. And we just take a replay of what happened with Luminosity. Again, it was Enemy Go. No, the door gets shut on him, and he tries to make it back on over towards the bubble, so a little bit of miscommunication. That is a tough break there for Luminosity, because he did get thirsted. And you know who got that? Team Liquid. That was fun. The damage dealer from the previous game, dropping 2,800 damage. Can they have another repeat performance getting inside of Fish Farms fairly early? Optic Gaming now locking down up top. Nice shot there from Reject. That's going to be Vipes going down from the Charge Rifle. Charge Rifle 30-30, all these long-range weapons so powerful in tournament situations.
Not what Alliance wants either. They are currently a team that's now on that 10th place bubble, so losing Vipes there is going to be a little bit unfortunate for them. But Reject also not wanting to push anything, happy with that one pick, and Alliance is going to be Valk rotating out of there, keeping themselves alive and hopefully pushing for some more placement points.
There's plenty of time on this banner. Curious to see if they're going to try to do some sort of wraparound, but after the Skyward Dive, it seems like they're not interested, and they're just going to play this one out. Just with Hawkeyes and with Yuki, two very talented players that could pull this off. As you see, the points total on the right-hand side. Again, a three-way tie for that 10th spot. Now, the tiebreaker, the way that it works, it's your overall highest point game throughout all 8 games in this series. So if it does come down to that, there's also multiple tiebreakers that go beyond that, but we've only had that happen once or twice in ALGS history. So we'll find out if that's going to be the case. If that's so, the admin's going to have a very tough job tallying those ones up. But hey, I'm taking a little page out of 100 Thieves book. If it's working, why not go for it? You're going to see another Watson-Newcastle combo here.
You know, I like that they're trying this here. It might be the last couple games, but they don't have a whole lot to lose. They're down there in 16th place. While the points still are close, they're going to be needing to make a big change. And this was that rock I was telling you about, worked out well for them last time they were able to post up here in this area. So we'll have to see if they can repeat their performance here on top of this. Fences already being set up, and they look very, very happy with their position.
When you think of this team composition, with how new Newcastle really is, it's wild to see a team pull this out in the largest tournament of the year. You feel like they would go with something a little bit more comfortable like Gibby, but if you're able to execute on it, if you have the practice and you're feeling like you have the strategy, it could be a huge advantage for teams a little bit later on. And that's exactly what 100 Thieves is doing. It makes you wonder if this is going to be a meta that gets picked up a little bit later down the road, because you're able to do so many different things with Newcastle. You're able to rotate, you're able to get that wall up, the shield up. Now you combine that with Watson and you think, okay, what can counter that? Defensive bombardments would counter that, but you have the interception pylon from Watson. And you think that if you can get into the zone, you're not going to get shot at from all 4 spots typically. You only have to cover different areas, and having Newcastle specifically already gets 2 of those 4's area covered, and it's almost like a permanent shield. So that's a very smart play from 100 Thieves, and I think that it's worked out very well for them so far.
Yeah, it really will come down to whether or not they get the zone in their favor, so we'll have to see how that ends up playing out for them. We've got TSM, we've got Optic Gaming, everybody in the general vicinity trying to continue finding themselves a spot. It looks like Optic wants to push in on E6, though. E6 somehow managing to rotate in just ahead of Optic Gaming. Now both of them fighting right inside and outside of the same building here. E6 trying to hold it down and waiting to see what Optic decides to do.
Smeggy may want to consider tossing that Nox gas grenade, or even a thermite on over towards one of these doors, because Optic Gaming is starting to collapse. You can see immediately, once they get damaged, they smell blood in the water. They have to be careful though, because this is taking a little bit longer than anticipated. There could be a third party coming in here very shortly. That's going to be Singularity, moving their way up from north to south. And Optic Gaming now inside of the bubble. You can see Skittlecakes now takes inside of the building. So a smart rotation, and if the third party does come, being inside of the building is going to be ideal. And right on cue, Singularity getting the knock onto Smegito, and another squad coming over here very shortly. Possibly Scars making their way to get involved here. But this is a 3-team fight.
This is a tough place to be taking a fight that was going on for that long. You knew that someone was going to hear it and try to capitalize off of whatever damage was being dealt. E6 now finding themselves in a really tight position. Alpha Draft being the last player left alive, and Optic looking very healthy, not concerned about E6 anymore, but also knowing that they do have to pay attention to outside of their building. However, Team Singularity, in the process of trying to push up, is taking some damage and some punishment for it, and they're going to have to give themselves a reset.
Elysium going to back off, hit the battery. Singularity sitting in 15th place with 20 points overall. That's going to be Smegito going down. The thirst happens. Slayers is knocked as well. It's up to Alpha Draft, and this has not been good for E6. They are in 19th place with 15 points. Looks like they are going to have to wait until the final game as they get eliminated. Now Optic Gaming going to take over the building that they were inhabiting, and that's how you go inside of a building there. I mean, E6 made a minor mistake by rotating with them, hunting the kills down, and Optic said, swoop, we'll take that. And Singularity desperately trying to pick up those points, but do you really want to go toe-to-toe with Optic Gaming?
I mean, the only problem is they don't know it's Optic Gaming.
That's true, and they also know that that fight took forever, and there's going to be more and more third parties. Taking a look at where the zone's going to pull. It's going to continue to go Southern Fish Farms, teams that are in perfect spots. Team Liquid, GMT, TSM, Ascend. Luminosity still playing this one as a duo, as now Singularity is going to go and make the rotation over towards that POI as well. Teams over towards the northern side that are going to have to fight their way through. That's going to be Godfire. It's going to be Scars, AIM, 100 Thieves, Fnatic, Orthos Fang, Alliance, Reject. It's going to be tough for them to make their way over towards here because TSM is gatekeeping the entire northern side.
And on the flip side of that, Liquid has the southern edge. They've got the zone at their backs. They're in a solid spot as it continues to shrink down.
You saw nothing.
Oh, I love Monsoon. Fnatic here now giving themselves their rotate into the zone. Gonna see if they can find some real estate at the same time. We're gonna see all of the other squads pushing in from the west to the north, knowing that there's not a lot of space left with all of the teams that have already been here for so long, potentially taking some damage as they are flying in, everyone with their eyes on Fnatic right now. Are they gonna be able to land without getting too much more damage taken? I mean, one shield gone, but that's not that terrible.
Very close to Ascend. Nice job from Fnatic, and this is what we were mentioning previously. Fish Farms holds a lot of separate teams, especially when you're looking at these little areas. Interception pylon gonna go down, and they're gonna be okay for now. Watson's value in this particular area starts to skyrocket. Now the rotation's really starting to come in. I mean, the zone's gonna close here again, round 3. 100 Thieves getting taken down between a combination of Team Liquid and GMT. So they're starting to slow down a little bit. That's gonna create more opportunities for these other squads to say, all right, we don't have to worry about 100 Thieves. We could breathe just a little bit because they've been so dominant over these first 6 matches. Oh, man, talk about fences. This guy knows what he's doing.
I mean, in GMT and Liquid, both teams that want to get those points. Fnatic, another squad that wants to continue chipping away at a comfortable lead. It's landing a nice amount of damage as teams are continuing to have to fly into this absolute chaos that's going to start popping off here in just a moment. There is not a lot of space left and still quite a few squads that are not safe.
You can see in the kill feed, Orthos Fang is getting dropped again. TSM was doing a great job of gatekeeping a handful of teams over towards the northern side. Hawkins is gonna drop. Reps continues to pop off with that longbow, and now Orthos Fang only left up to 1 player trying to stay alive on this lone Caustic. It's only a matter of time before he gets collapsed upon over towards the eastern side. As you can see, the 2-player outlines making the way over towards there. But round number 3 closing, that's gonna show round number 4. Here comes the push. Alliance gets eliminated. Orthos Fang gets eliminated. And teams are starting to take advantage of the push. It's Pulverex as the duo. Got TSM still located in the spot that they were, and this is what we're talking about with the rotations coming in from the northern side. They are the one team that's inside of a building that could stop all of these squads coming through, and they desperately need it. Right outside, looking in, that number 11th spot. They won game number 5. They fell short in game number 6. What can they do in game number 7? Nice shots there from Verhulst with the Spitfire. Plenty of ammo for the Prowler as well. Hal's gonna be rocking the 30-30 EVA 8 combination. Just charged his blue Evo shield up to a purple, but this is what they're looking for. All of these teams starting to push through. Gotta connect on the shots.
Nice.
That's what Hal's doing. A little dipsy doodle from that player is gonna avoid a couple of the shots from Hal. Unpredictable movement by that player as you see Rejects getting a knock there onto Dreamfire, and woo! Hal starting to heat up, and rightfully so. They desperately need these points.
Helping out Reject a little bit there too, which is going to be great for them. Clearing out Dreamfire, but also getting some more points on the board. TSM have a fantastic spot here to just continue charging up their shields, dealing damage, getting some points on the board. No one really wants to push this building and try to take it away from them, so they have just been able to sit in here comfortably, and this is going to work out for TSM for a decent amount of time, but as we continue to see the zone shrink down, there is the potential for them to have to move.
There's going to be potential for them to move eventually. But again, there's a lot of kill opportunities here. So I want to hear a little bit of what their comms are here very shortly as we prep this listen in. You can see a skyward dive is coming forward. There's plenty of ammo here again. Now here it is, Hal with the 30-30. Let's take a quick listen in to see how they're calming and how they're trying to get these kills.
There's another team here, guys.
They're coming here, they're gonna
Look
die.
at these guys here!
I'm looking at that.
They already wasted pop, they don't have a bubble!
They're gonna Valko. I hit the
They killed the Valk in the air! Nice shot, nice shot! They get the rest of the kills, Get it, one!
Dead.
Get it, go! Hi! The last kill, I'm reloading. I can't see either. Cracked him! One!
Nice.
Go!
Good shots. Grab ammo. No, come in stack.
Look for kills southwest, so give me ulting.
We don't have zone. We need to like think about what we're doing. We're chilling. Oh no, there's just chill. We can't watch this team. Jordan, can you or Evan? Evan, watch that team on my ping.
Okay.
They're Gibby to the back of the building. Cracked one on high. Gibby on high. Cracked. One shot high. He died. He died. Cracked the Falc. I got a kill right here. I don't know if I can thirst it. He died.
I thirsted him. I thought he was a kill. Do we just want to Valkyrie on like the backside of our building?
Yeah, not yet though. Liquid's dead.
This team's moving up. Oh, I think they might be into the hole. I'm looking at this. It's a Washington team over here.
Okay. We have to play one of the floors on the bottom floor. Okay?
Alright.
I think we Valkyrie. No, we don't.
Hop in the bat.
You gotta just stay healthy. They're walking up to our building. They're walking to our building where you just got shot from.
Okay. They're below us. On our roof. Valk on our roof.
That's not good, man. We need to be able to Valkyrie.
Can we triple climb here and try and kill one, maybe?
I'm gonna look. We have 10 seconds. Fuck. We can't Valkyrie
look
here.
yet.
Can you give me out Jordan our roof?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Give me out our roof.
We're gonna have to Valkyrie. Are we doing it now?
No, we have to come out here. Come out here. Bubble right here. You have to bubble right here.
I did it.
Come on.
Hide Valkyrie.
I might die. No, man.
I'm crossing with the team in front of us.
Multi them. You got that. You guys got that. Walk left. Go left now. Play on me. Bubble, Jordan. Bubble.
You can play on me too.
Go down.
I'm safer.
Go around the right. You're safe on the right. Go. Go over there.
Nothing. Play your wife, Evan. You might have to jump up.
You can see how tough it is when there's so many teams inside of the zone. TSM went through a handful of different thought processes. A team that did make it into the zone, it's a duo, it's Pulverex. They're continuing to play underneath this building, but man, what a heartbreaking moment there for TSM fans.
TSM tried so hard to fend everybody off of that building. They knew that they were going to be in a tight spot after they were unable to really get the Valkyrie off in the way that they wanted to. Pulverex, though, able to hold that low ground, doing really well. In the meantime, Optic pushed Liquid out of their position. Liquid's done at the hands of Optic, and Optic is now holding this roof and using the height advantage really, really well, able to clean up so many of these other players.
That's what Optic does. They get into a position that they need, they want. They just take it right from you. You saw them push their way and take it right from you. You saw them push their way into E6's building. They bully Liquid out of there as well, and this is why they had a lot of players and teams looking for them as a potential winner. No one would have thought that they would have been in losers bracket round 2 at this point. The crowd is chanting Pulverex. They want to see Pulverex POV, and we're going to bring it to you as Rambo is also going to get a knock in your kill feed. The flat line connecting, the shots looking smooth, running a little bit low on ammo, but look at the armor swaps down below.
They're getting themselves as well set up as they can possibly be, ready to fend off any of these squads and dealing lots of damage for themselves, keeping everyone at bay right now. No attention has been put into Pulverex yet, so it's hidden while also being a nuisance. It's working out very well for them in the process. Godfire does go down. We see some reses coming out on behalf of Team Singularity. We see GMT popping up in the kill feed as well. Ascend now near Optic in the same building. I mean, this is about to pop off.
Godfire and Fnatic eliminated. Godfire was sitting with 30 points in 12th place. Fnatic with 34 points in 8th place. It's all about getting top 10, but this is definitely going to come down into a wild ending here as Pulverex is continuing to put the hurting on multiple teams. Team Singularity, it's FChan as the kill leader. They're continuing to go in. Can they win this game? It's just a duo. There goes the PK shots with the Digi-Threat, the purple bolt. Can he hit the heel? It's only a matter of time before they get the Thirst on the ground as well. Here come the Seer ults all over the place. Defensive bombardments landing. GMT gets eliminated. Ascend's involved. Optic Gaming has the roof, and Skittlecake slows them down, but just temporarily. Up to FChan as the last player on his squad.
able to trying to hold that inside corner, not able to do it, but still top 3 finish for Pulverex is respectable. And in the meantime, Optic Gaming cleans up game number 7.
What a performance from Pulverex, but it's Optic Gaming when it's all said and done. Fist bumps going back to Coach Rogue. Optic Gaming heating up at the right moment. You can see just how important and how much it means to this squad. Skittle Cakes, Duplex, and Not. They were the team to kind of set this meta. They've been playing Caustic for a long time. There's Pulverex right there. Let's get some flexes in the crowd. Throw up the guns. You love to see it. They've had such great spirits the entire time. 3rd place, FChan with the kill lead. 6 kills. That was so important. But now we're in a situation where we're tallying up the points from the previous game. We know that this is going down to the very final moment.
Oh, yeah.
Mathematically, I'm looking at this, and I still think that unless you are sitting maybe where 100 Thieves and where Optic are, Masen's another great performance from them. They get 2nd place. They were in 5th overall, so that's going to boost their stock. But nobody's safe. At this point, only 100 Thieves is safe.
This is huge, and I mean, we gotta shout it out. 7 kills for Pulverex as the duo destroying the lobby at the end there. That's massive. Are you kidding me?
It's impressive. It's actually insane because you can see how talented these 2 players are. The armor swaps, the flatline shots, multiple teams of 3 flying at them, and they were able to handle all of that. It was almost like the Matrix.
Fantastic performance, of course. Singularity up there, TSM with the 7 kills as well. And then on the 2nd page, we can see what happened with the likes of Liquid, Reject, Alliance, and all of these names matter. FA Kitties, because they are squads that were very, very close to this bubble that we keep talking about. Like you said, Tom, it is all going to come down to the final game of the night to determine who ends up in finals.
I can't wait to see what that overall leaderboard looks like. But that's the winners from game number 7. The chants were coming through from both of these squads. Pulverex, the crowd loves them, and as they should. I can't wait to see what that overall leaderboard looks like. I mean, we're in a situation that we've never really seen before. Typically, you see maybe 1, 2, 3 teams soaking it out. Every single team's gonna be involved in this one as we take a look at the kills, at the damage from your winners. Optic Gaming, Duplex popping off, and you hear it's not booze, it's
Fantastic performance across the board for everybody on Optic Gaming. The next team to very likely solidify their spot there in finals. I mean, 100 Thieves and Optic looking great right now. Very clearly very happy with their performance.
As they should be. You're in a situation now where you could breathe a little bit. You've basically locked your spot on over towards the grand finals. This was a team that you would think would be, you know, having points going forward. This would have been a top 10 team. This was a lot of, you know, people's favorites. A lot of casters predicted them to finish in first place. But here's your overall leaderboard, and this is what really matters, folks. 86 points for 100 Thieves. Optic Gaming, they're feeling safe, but keep an eye on 3 through 10, and then 11 through 20. Nobody's safe.
All right, so we've got Liquid still in there and safe, dropping down a little bit, but nothing crazy. TSM making their way back up. They had fallen out of the top 10 previously. Now after this last match, they are back in the top 10, only by 2 points above Scars, though. 38-36. That's not too much of a difference to really be dealing with. And then, of course, Nasi's tied in 11th at 36 as well. Alliance only 3 points behind that and tied with Godfire. This is going to be a crazy last match. Every single one of these squads can easily take it home. And honestly, Pulverex at 27, they're not even that far behind.
Yeah, Pulverex has another performance like that. You really don't know what can happen as long as a couple of teams don't completely fall off. They're going to be okay. But overall, I mean, I'm looking at from Pulverex all the way up, it's still anybody's match, right? The highest points performance that we've seen so far throughout this entire tournament is 32 points.
Yeah.
Okay? So if you're able to win and have a pop-off game, you could kick one of these teams outside of the top 10 and find your way into the grand finals where $500,000 is first place.
Oh I am ready. I am so ready for this. One more game of the night, the game that will determine who our final 10 teams are in the final. Tom, are you prepared for this?
I'm prepared, but we have to wait just for this quick break. And when we get back, the final game of the night, you're not going to want to miss it.
Hard ticks!
Nice, 2 teams left, 2 teams left. You're dead. I'll give you ulti. That's
Ready
easy
to
clap,
drop?
boys. I'm dropping. They're inside.
Let's go, baby.
Easy clap.
Let's
Farm
fucking go.
We're farming, boys.
Farming, baby.
Go. Easy. That's like 20 kills or something.
Dude, that's a big. Yeah, good.
That's what we needed, boys. That's what we needed. We finally got that dub.
Oh my god.
One game remaining to find out who is going to the grand finals. Only 100 Thieves and Optic are safe at this point. 18 other teams fighting it out for the 8 remaining spots. T-Squared and Glitter Mommy Explosion bringing you the action. And it is time. The players are loading up into the lobby. GMT, they've had a silent 4th place in the previous game. That was some much needed points. Nasty getting the crowd hyped. Let's go.
Listen, We've been looking at the overall leaderboards. This is the final opportunity for these teams to put in the work, get themselves into finals for that $2 million prize pool, the $500,000 first place prize. And really, only 100 Thieves and Optic are safe. Anybody else, those spots are still up for grabs.
The teams on the edge right now, Team Liquid, TSM, and Luminosity Gaming, 39 points, 38 points, and 36 points. That's LG, directly on the bubble. They're tied with Scars. Below them, Alliance, Godfire, Singularity, Pulverex is involved. Reject is there. Sudaraiku is there. DF, E6, and Orthos Fang. This is going to be the most exciting game of the tournament so far. Crowd, are you guys with me? I said, are you guys with me? Let's go.
There we go.
The players are locked and loaded. Everybody's getting into the lobby. Will we see something unorthodox? I feel like everyone's feeling pretty comfortable with their current situation. Unless maybe you're Orthos Fang, E6, you may have to pull something out a little bit wild here. Taking a look at the compositions as the players start to load in. We still have Team Liquid rocking the Loba. Nothing has really changed. A majority of these players are still going with what you're seeing right now. 45.68% pick rate with Valkyrie, Caustic, and Gibby. And here we go, the final game of the night. Hotspot over towards Command Center. The zone, it's showing over towards the northern side on the northern west side, but it's only a matter of time before we find out if any crazy 50-50s are gonna happen, where the final zone's going to be, and most importantly, who are the 10 teams going to meet up with the other 10 squads from the winners bracket for the grand finals.
This is the opportunity, too, for some of those teams that are a little bit towards the bottom, trying to make that final big push to really go for an early 50-50, see if they can maybe pick up some quick kills in this last match, because there's no time for passivity anymore. This is it. It's your last opportunity to get yourselves into the ALGS Championship, and you do not want to squander it.
This is where legends are made. And I'm looking at the map. We can see on the western side, over towards the down B side, you have Sudaraiku. They're going to be taking on E6. So this is a potential fight, and E6 needs to win this desperately. That's Bullet going down. Alpha Draft with the R9. You can see more looting happening. Bubble is going to go down. The P20 coming out for Smegito. And now only one player from Sudaraiku remains. They are in 17th place. This is your 17th and 19th seed teams at this point duking it out. And the final player is going to get on out of there as the flushes and the finishes are coming through. And it looks like they really want this kill point. Are they going to hop in the Trident and roll out?
Listen, they did this last time. They tried to go for some early KP. They were able to get 3, and then the rest of the game did not pan out their way. So now they're going to see if they can keep doing it. Like I said, not a whole lot to lose. Another kill on the board for E6. They have to do something, right? This is the only play.
Yeah, I can't tell if Smegito just smells because he's playing Caustic. Is that why no one wanted to get in the car with him? Or they were just trying to find that last player on the ground. But they do find him. I believe there could be a player outline over towards the middle. Looks like that's going to be free. You see the bins have not been touched. So unless he's a master at hiding where he is, that's a pretty smart play just to get on out of there. I like that for Sudaraiku. But unfortunately for them, you think as a solo, you're not going to be able to pick up enough points, right? You have to get something around that 20-point mark if you're sitting in their current situation to try to make your way inside of the top 10.
Definitely an unfortunate start for Sudaraiku, another squad that was pretty far outside of that top 10 bubble, now really only able to be playing for some placement points. They do have one of the banners. It looks like he's going to be able to get the second one as well, so there is a potential for a full reset since E6 decided to back off. They've got the respawn beacon right here. Sudaraiku might not be out of it yet.
This is big. Getting the res from Fussy. Get back in here, Bullet and Rico. It's time to slay out. Is E6 going to double back? Will you also see a team like Optic Gaming collapsing over towards the mill? The zone is going to be coming over towards this side, so it's extremely important to get these players back in. Another squad that's going to love their current position, that's Orthos Fang over in the checkpoint area. Unfortunately for them, they are the team in 20th place. Sudaraiku going to continue to loot up. Bullet is rocking that Seer, and we've seen the popularity of Seer just skyrocket over the last couple months. And hey, I mean, they're in a much better position when they started the game.
Yeah, and I mean, technically so are E6. Now that they backed off and made that rotation, they're going to be right on the very top northern edge of the zone. So they've got themselves in a pretty safe spot. They got that loot now as well, and they can kind of hold that down. Now checking in with AIM Esports, who's all the way down on the other side of the map. Very, very close to LG as well. They're going to be running around through fish farms over here, potentially an early game engagement for them.
Squads that are making the rotation. GMT has made their way next to E6. Optic Gaming is looking to potentially collapse onto Sudoreku over towards Down Beast. Team Liquid now making their way from the southern side, kind of running hand in hand with Scars. Ascend, Pulverex coming from the southern side. TSM now making the rotation. A potential fight happening here, though, between AIM and LG as they're very close to meeting up on the eastern side of Fish Farms.
See those tracers coming out. AIM moving towards LG right now, looking to get involved in some of this action. Devo on Hyarka.
Defensive bombardment's going to push everybody over towards the left. You can see 10th place. Luminosity desperately needs this fight. It's surprising that AIM's going to go and push this one, but they feel pretty confident sitting in that 4th place spot. And Luminosity not feeling it. They feel like this is a little bit too hyper aggressive. It's a little too early in the game to take the fight. They're worried about a third party. They did not have the armor advantage throughout all of that, and wow, the hunt is on. The AIM versus LG beef is real.
You know, I was going to say I like the play on behalf of LG because they are safe, but not by a very wide margin, so playing it a little bit more conservatively there was definitely better for them. AIM also decides that they aren't going to be, just kidding.
Professional driving skills there from Monsoon.
Yeah.
Definitely
Okay,
rated
LG
5 stars
good.
after this one. Yeah, I mean,
They're good.
I like this play from LG. It's a little bit early again to take that fight. You don't know which team that is going to be rotating over towards you. And at that point, you're like, these guys are absolutely psycho. They're tossing a defensive bombardment over here, which is a giant flare into the air to say, hey, come third party us. But they're going to have to make their way on over towards a spot in the zone, which is heavily contested. Now, we're taking a look at what Ascend is up to. One of those squads that have found themselves in a great position, kind of duking it out with Optic Gaming and Team Liquid, who are running parallel with them. And there's Pulverex. Still an opportunity to make it, and what a story it would be. Avchan taking over towards the high ground. He's got the Rampage in the back pocket, the PK, looking for some damage, but not able to find it. The scans and the heartbeat are coming through, and now they're making their way potentially into a safe spot. Spotting out a player with gray armor. Nice shots there with the R301, but they have to be careful because there are multiple teams in this vicinity.
Yeah, they're definitely near a decent amount of squads. This is going to be potentially a scary situation for Pulverex. Singularity being one of those teams right down the hallway from Pulverex here, trying to pull up in that area. Nice shot still coming out of Pulverex. They have been so strong fighting this entire time this tournament. Mad respect for Pulverex for the success that they've found here so far. It's been a great tournament.
It has been a great tournament. We still have one more game. You're watching it right now. And we still have one more day. That's going to be your grand finals. $2 million is the prize pool. A team to keep your eye on is these guys right here, Luminosity. They're going to need to have a strong performance. You do not want to leave this to chance. Round is going to close. Going to go for the scan here. This is just to give them a little bit of information. Ideally, you want to get the scan onto zone number 3, and I feel like that's exactly what Luminosity's thought process is going to be. One of the only teams not making it on their way towards the next zone. That's going to be Reject, AIM, and LG. Those are the squads furthest away from the zone. Currently, a lot of teams, again, existing over towards the northwest side. Alliance, Hockey's taking a lot of damage. It looks like this is Dreamfire trying to end their hopes of making it to the grand finals. Big play coming around the corner. Nice shots there with a double car. Nice portal coming in from Bolin as well. But that was a scary situation for Hawkes, who has switched off of Horizon and gone back on over to Valkyrie, giving Yuki the caustic, which he started the tournament off with.
Very scary for Alliance. They are only 3 points outside of the top 10 going into this game, and they are going to be making sure they make their way into finals. They do not want to lose this fight right now to Dreamfire. It was very close for Alliance. They're going to have to take this fight, though, and these points would be huge for them if they're able to close this one out.
And what you're starting to notice is the teams that are sitting that 15th and 20th position as TSM pops off in the kill feed. That's going to be on Orthos Fang. Much needed points for the squad in 9th place right now. but you're starting to notice the teams that are really needing points are starting to push the teams directly on the bubble, and the teams that are on the bubble don't really want to take fights this early, so it's a little bit of a conundrum for these squads as we hop into a quick listen-in with Alliance.
Our building, going back to our building. Push
Yeah,
base.
yeah,
Okay.
Might be vibes. Might be on roof.
One on the roof, one on the roof. I'll see him on the roof. I'm 1-7 now, 1-7. On the roof above you.
Reset.
Breathe through, breathe through. He's getting shot on the roof. He dropped on balcony. Okay, push balcony to get it. Go.
Come.
Push balcony.
Pull the grass.
Pull the gas. On the rock here. Beam them. Bubble this. He's running away. Search this guy. Alright,
Where is he? 25 flash, I guess.
I'm standing outside. Inside, stairs. 80,
What do you mean? No.
I'm staying alive. Behind me. Yeah, rest me. One hold.
I'm holding. Where did you get knocked?
He's on the side. He's on the door. Above us.
Okay. Got it. 1 HP.
I'm bounding. Tear the door.
There's one.
Nice. Let's fucking go.
Stabilize. Yeah.
Almost. I'm barreling. Good fucking shit, boys. Let's go. Walking this door.
Good fucking shit, yeah.
We're good. Stay calm. 90 spots alive. Go alarm here. We have not won yet, boys. I'm taking a car. I'm dropping my havoc.
People shooting like around here.
There's been some activity.
Are you still gonna play sniper?
No, you can take it. You go.
I need some heavy ammo, boys.
Dude, I have so much ammo for you guys. So much ammo.
Nice.
I am double car right now, though.
That was a huge fight for Alliance, taking out Dreamfire, getting those much needed points and making sure they keep themselves in this game much longer. Pulverax also still managing to stay alive. Dreamfire actually the very first squad to go out in this match. This last match, teams are playing much more passively.
What a call from Hawkins right there, saying let's all go out under the balcony, but now Verholst in a very tough situation. He's caught out over towards the side, gonna need to hit the battery. Can he make his way out over towards the bubble? This is huge if TSM can keep him alive. The cover fire from Reps and Hell. Scary moment for TSM fans as the claps from the crowd continue, but Verholst is able to get the med kit off. Wow. That was a scary moment. But going back to that fight, as you see in the kill feed, GMT gonna knock E6. So call to go to the balcony, flank around, focus that player, go and get the res off so they don't worry about a third party coming through, hitting the armor swaps. Everything that you needed to see from Alliance in that team fight, you saw it. And now they are in a 3-way tie for that 10th place spot. 3 teams at 36 points, LG, Scars, and Alliance.
God, things are going to be so, it's going to be splitting hairs when all is said and done. TSM though, another squad, very, very close to that bubble. So every single kill that TSM can get is going to be massive for them. Holding down this area very, very solidly, able to recover after taking that little bit of damage. They know where a couple of those enemy teams are, and they're just kind of keeping their eyes peeled, waiting to see which team's going to make the first move.
Monsoon, after avoiding the fight over towards the southern side of the map, is calling to teammate Shiny to watch towards the building, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, checking all of their angles. Rampage with the 2-4 is such a great scope on this weapon. You can see a little bit of a peek shot, trying to use that railing as GMT continues to get knocks on reject there with the wingman, Serdell popping off. TSM trying to get involved in that one as well as E6 is here. That's 3 teams just in this one area getting involved with the fight. This is also one of the spots that could be a priority spot for an end zone. Bubble's gonna go down. Alpha Draft's gonna elect to heal with the cells. Has batteries if he wants to use it and may want to consider the armor swap directly below him. That's gonna be a purple plus the med kit popping off. Nice plays from Alpha Draft.
Once again, E6 really pushing that aggression here in the final match of the day. Pays off yet again. Now they also have a little bit of extra loot at their disposal, and they've managed to nail down this position.
Let's scope this quadrant. Let's nix that last part.
TSM back on board with them, still holding out strong, just kind of chilling up here. Okay, they don't want to do anything they don't have to, but Alliance also in the kill feed, getting a kill on, or knock onto Fnatic. Alliance is really just trying to barely keep themselves alive. Look what the zone's gonna pull in the minimap as well.
Northwest away from TSM. You can see the teams that are inside of that. Optic Gaming, Scars, Sudaraiku. Scars again win that three-way tie for 10th place with Alliance on your screen. It's actually going to be Alliance with the overall lead because they have 37 points. The two teams behind them have 36. GMT now fighting the Prowlers over towards the side. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves is landing on E6, so we have a fight that's going to be taking place on the northern side of the map. Looks like they're just going to coexist for a little bit. Rambo with the nasty shots onto the Prowler.
Ooh, okay, 100 Thieves here though. Trying to post up with the Newcastle and the Watson, finding themselves on the low ground and trying to fend off whoever is above them. Looks like it's going to be E6 that they're going to have to be contending with here. And if E6 is able to clear out 100 Thieves, that is just another team that they're able to claim the kills for while also knocking out a heavy hitter.
They've done this so well, getting in position, putting down the interception pylon, and posting up with Newcastle. Such an unorthodox meta, but it's really working out for them. Coexisting there with E6. But they're gonna have to move. We saw where the zone is pulling. So this fight may end up taking place because you do not want to rotate directly next to somebody. Something is gonna have to give between these two teams as you see the point score over towards the right-hand side of your screen. Still, anybody can have an opportunity to win this one. Dreamfire and Orthos Fang, two squads that unfortunately are not going to be making it to the grand finals. Valiant effort for them. But we're coming down to the very intense moments of this. It's always going to slow play in zones 1 through 3, especially with this much money on the line. But once the real estate starts being taken in zone number 4, this kill feed's going to go absolutely crazy.
Both of these squads in a little bit of a stalemate, waiting each other out to make the first move. Pulverex still managing to hold down this area, keeping themselves alive. Alliance continuing to run into more teams on their rotation. This time it's AIM that is in the crosshairs. Alliance looking pretty strong. The nades are coming out. TSM now also finding themselves looking down on some squads below. And the kill feed, like you said, Tom, is starting to light up.
Team Liquid getting some kills. Optic Gaming is going to drop Sudaraiku. Their tournament is going to end in 17th place overall, unfortunately for them. Now TSM on the hunt for players directly below them. Let's do a quick listen in with TSM and hear what their comms are like.
We don't want them to like cancel our ability to develop cult somehow.
No. Put 2 traps here, Evan. Put 2 of them. Yeah, if they fucking cancel us with fucking Seer Q, we're fucked.
Do they have Seer?
Yes, underneath. I think if we just stay like on the roof, we'll be fine.
I feel like, is the rock safe? I don't even know.
Listen, I think. I don't know what's safe exactly. We might just land here.
Listen, right here.
Listen, our 2 options is my ping right here, okay? Like on the edge right there?
There's a team there. I'm watching them. And there's a team across from them too.
Okay. Then maybe we play the side of the bunker. What if we just play one of the sides of the bunker?
We could try that, or we can also try the roof of the hut, maybe.
I think we played this side of the bunker, maybe.
Okay, on the south side, the left side?
The left side, yeah.
Might just...
What else do we think? What else do we think? We have 15 seconds.
There's like nothing else. There's literally no... The only other play would be like landing here on the rock, but I don't even know if it's in.
If we get Seer canceled though, then we're fucked here.
Are we doing it now?
Yeah, we gotta go now, I think. You ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Call out everything you see, whatever you see, boys.
I'm gonna hard hover.
Maybe this back ridge.
Is there a team back there?
The team here.
on the rock.
How many are there though? I just see one. Oh, that's a full team. Yeah, that's a full team.
I think we play the left side of the wall, like I said. I think we play left side like I said.
There's 2 teams fighting there as well.
He's landing there. Play in the front here and put traps. Bubble, go into bubble.
Break the trap, break the trap. Is your team inside? No, come inside, come inside, come inside, come inside. Get trapped, trap up now. Bad trap here, I mean. They're climbing above, they might jump in, they might jump in. We have no above. This is where we fucking win, boys, let's go!
Breathe, Evan, breathe. TSM getting inside the middle of the zone. 9th place overall with 38 points. Great shot calling from the CEO, finding the right position. There was 3 or 4 different options, and they picked by far the best one. Pulverex now down to 1 player. Alliance is getting dropped in your kill feed from Ascend. Meanwhile, during that listen in AIM, they were in 3rd place, they're eliminated. Free Agent Kitties, they were eliminated, they were 6th place overall. Orthos is out, Ascend was out. They were in 4th place, so a lot of our teams that were inside of the top 10, giving an opportunity for the squads below them to make their way forward. Alliance clutching that team fight out and able to eliminate Ascend to see if they can get inside and make their way towards the grand finals. The collapse coming in from Optic Gaming, Nock shooting some missiles over towards the rock, but they don't want to take this fight because you can see the positioning in the zone that they currently have. It's only a matter of time before they maybe bubble forward. If they want to take that fight, they definitely will. You can see another team on the opposite side of the rock, and the player outlines allows us to see what their thought process is. They have sound cues, and they understand if we push that, we get shot in the back.
The fact that so many of our teams that weren't 100% safe just went out with still so many teams left in the game. I mean, this is where things are starting to get crazy. A little bit of a replay here for what happened with Pulverex and how they got down to that 1 solo player. Still fantastic performance coming out of F-Chan here, able to get some more damage done for the duo.
Alliance has now moved all the way up as Pulverex gets eliminated. And the crowd definitely not liking that one, but Hawkes and the Alliance squad ends up jumping from 12th up to 6th place. Fnatic, they get eliminated. That was the team in 7th place. Element 6 gets dropped. Luminosity gets dropped. Remember, they were tied. 100 Thieves is dropping. This is the moment that a team like Alliance has been waiting for. Godfire's out as well. Optic Gaming making the push around the corner. The kill feed going absolutely crazy. Bubble on bubble fight. Singularity's gone. Mande becomes the kill leader. LG is gone as well. Scars making the move onto Optic Gaming. And this is absolute madness, Glitter.
This is going to be huge for Scars. They were right outside of the top 10 now, finding themselves in a top 5 position. TSM also here, not wanting to drop out. This is going to be huge. Alliance, all of these teams needed this desperately, and now they're going to be fighting it out for those final moments. Everyone looking very, very solid. Both bubbles here, Alliance finding themselves about to get into this engagement, and they need to continue to grind these points.
Your final teams, Team Liquid, Alliance, TSM, Scars, Optic Gaming. Skittlecakes is just a solo player. He goes down in 5th place. That allows TSM to advance from their spot. We had the listening with them. They found safe cover underneath this area, and they are looking like they potentially stamped their ticket to the grand finals, but it's not over quite yet. It's all about getting this dub and making sure you secure your spot mathematically. These players have no idea what's going on, and there is your final circle.
It seems like it's no longer TSM who's performing well under pressure. All of these teams could have potentially found themselves outside of the top 10, decided today was not the day that they would go down. Now going to be battling it out for the last dub, the final remaining game on the day, determining the 10 teams making their way to finals are going to be trying to hold this out for as long as possible, but the bubble is down. Scars has them in their sights. They're forced to make this push, and Scars is just going to be waiting patiently for them to make the move. The damage coming out instantly from RPR, and they drop down with the PK shots to clean this one up, and TSM is eliminated.
Scars and Alliance, they were originally right on the bubble, and now they're looking like they're poised for the grand finals. There go the kill points. Scars going out in 3rd place. Now it's a straight up 3v3 for game number 8, and it looks like Liquid comes through with the clutch, and they take it. Liquid is going to the grand finals. Scars, Alliance, TSM, all of the teams in your final circle. You can see how stoked, ecstatic, pumped, I'm out of adjectives. They are going to play for $500,000.
I cannot believe that we went from all of the teams that were in a top 8 situation going down, and some of those bubble squads able to make their way in. We'll see all of that confirmed when we're able to see the overall leaderboard. But what a way to wrap up our loser bracket round 2. I mean, now it's all coming down to tomorrow.
Your final 20 teams in the world are set. You're looking at the 4 of them right there on your screen that had to do whatever they could. Team Liquid, they were 2 points away previously in the winners finals. They had 11th place. They were on the verge of potentially getting eliminated so many different times. One more round for Pulverex, who fought it out as a duo. Amazing performance from Pulverex, giving it everything that they had. Definitely won our hearts.
Pulverex. I love this. I love this so much. Yes, there we go.
That's what Apex Legends is all about, showing the love right there. So well deserved from Pulverex. But now the stage is set, Glitter. 20 teams, $2 million, only one winner as we see match 8 results.
Dang.
Liquid, Alliance, and Scars needed one heck of a game to get there. TSM, not your typical TSM performance, but they're gonna take it.
Impressive performance coming out of Alliance there. Like you said, Liquid doing it when it needed to be done. And you can see some of those teams that were in the top 10 not having the performances they were really hoping to have. I'm looking at Fnatic, FA Kitties, not the best way to close out the day. Like I said, we're going to have to see what happens when we look at the overall leaderboards, but things are going to be tight. We knew they were going to be tight. And now it really just comes down to, I think, those final 3 spots.
Your overall leaderboard, your 10 teams making it in. Fnatic squeaking their way in 10th place, TSM in 9th. And you can see the rest of them on your board. 100 Thieves, they got the job done early. They pressed the snooze button for the rest of the series. Wow, congratulations to those squads.
Oh my God, did you see the score?
Heartbreaking for FA Kitties in 11th place. LG getting eliminated, moving away from the fight over towards the south. Just a sliver